We are here for Low-Ink December of 2024, and we are going to be kicking off day 2 with winner's bracket, of course, our top bracket, of course. My name is Rocket, and joining me is the one and only Fufu. How are you doing today?
I am doing great up here this lovely morning. Thank you for the introduction, Rocket. But as you said, we are here for day 2 of Low-Ink. Pretty exciting stuff here as the day is kicking off, especially considering that we have our first match ready. Inkception versus Exam Week.
Yes, and we are going to be rolling with best of 3 counter picks, and our first map is actually already set up for us. It is Macomart Zones. Now, Macomart Zones is a very interesting map indeed. Obviously, the stacks on this map are so important, but what are your keys to this, Fufu, do you think, for both teams?
I have a lot of thoughts, one about the map, but there's a couple of options here when it comes to Macomar. Obviously, their biggest option that you're going to want to be going with here is any sort of ledge camping weapon. So any sloshers, blasters are really your best friends here because they help take those critical aspects of the map, like the stacks, or help pressure the plat on the enemy side, especially if you're able to get there. But since it's also splat zones, guess what I'm thinking? Pencil.
Not only that, I wouldn't be surprised either if we see some reef sliders as well, just for the sake of creating that space, making some cheese in the process, being that cheese is just being able to flip the zone within a matter of moments in a quick bun switch. Now, taking a look at how these two teams did in day 1 specifically, Inkception won 5 of their 6 sets. Only loss for them was against Caniac Central, and taking over at the other side in Exam Week, they won 4 out of their 6. Their losses coming up against Serves Up and, I believe, FlipSide in their last matchup. So if you were a betting person, I'd say, I guess, Inkception would have the little bit of a ledge here, but who knows? That was Swiss. This is a new day. This is a new tournament. Let's see what we have.
Indeed, indeed. It's like the jump from day 1 to day 2 could sometimes be a little bit drastic. Some teams really soak up information like a sponge. So really it's just like, here's something new, this is a new box, maybe they had time to review. And so things have changed. So that makes it all the more exciting because we can have, the predictions we expect to have, or we can have a crazy upset happening here, Rocket.
Yeah, for sure. And the special key factor about a counter picks as well, it allows you to really work with what you know best, what these teams practice best, and what you can really use your comps and your strengths. Because really, even if you lose the first game, it is okay. It is best of 3. Reverse sweeps in best of 3s are too far common, especially since it really allows these teams to really get to know each other within the match.
Yeah, best of 3 is also really fun because it's also how fast can you adapt. If you lose first game, you really have to find an answer to the other team, and fast. It forces you to adapt in order to try and take the set home, which makes it all more interesting. It's like, okay, we have a bit more high-risk best of 5 in front of us, if you ask me.
Yeah, for sure. And we see, and taking a look at actually who is in Alpha Bracket here, maybe a little bit of some Cinderella stories, if you will. You have Inferno there going up against FlipSide in, I believe, winner's bracket 1.7 there, our 50th seed. So definitely to keep your eye on. They have been on a hot streak as well. Jetlag versus Idiots in Chat. Idiots in Chat are 43rd seed, so I'm just curious to see how far these teams would go, because I always root for the underdogs, if you ask me, but it always goes to some very, very interesting matchups, and I'm really intrigued to see if those teams could make it far.
Oh no, absolutely. That's what makes it exciting, just watching them, it was like, go, 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 go. It's like, it's just fun. It's just fun, because it's like, you never know what's going to happen. Especially, like, it's such a big pool of players, it's just so exciting. I mean, I'm losing words of how excited I am to see things go down. Rocket, help.
Yeah, and you mentioned the large pool of players. Remember, 80 teams. That's right, 80 teams signed up, and I believe only 16, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, only 16 made Alpha Bracket. So just even being in this bracket is impressive enough. So Even if you lose, however, you still have the losers bracket run to go through in this alpha bracket as well. Remember, this is double elimination, so we are going to be seeing a lot of matches going on in the background, but we hope to bring you the highlights of it as we wait for both these teams to ready up. Actually, right on cue, we're just going to hop straight into it. Macomart zones will await us.
Oh, how I love this map. I'm very curious to see what weapons they're going to be bringing out. I feel like there might be a stamper. I did see umbrella badge. So really, anything can happen. The brush. I love that. That's going to be a lot of mayhem here. And the expo, which are also really great options for putting a lot of pain and pressure on the floor. I feel like this is going to be a good match here.
Yeah, and I want to mention on Haley and VHappy, the Mint Decapitator and the Brush on the side of Exam Week. That is a 1-2 punch, a very closer range weapon. So let's see if they can cause a little bit of chaos. As well, we see that Dredge for that Reef Cheese that I was mentioning at the beginning of the match. Let's see if it goes into effect here. Already, though, off to a hot start. You see that Reef Slider managing to actually flip the zone in favor of Exam Week after already Inkception had initially gotten the zone, but a quick double kill there. V is there with the Explosion Splashdown. We'll even things up.
Absolutely. Already seeing some great moves here from Inkception, having the zone in their favor. So that bubble coming out from Exam Week, though, to try and put a little bit more pressure on the zone and hopefully flop it. But, ooh, with picks coming out left and right on each side, a fight for a zone, it's still going to be going in Inkception favors. It's just the Pencils trying to contest the zone, waiting for their teammates to come back. But they're still holding a great hold of that zone.
Yeah, and they are taking that down really significantly, and it's only been a minute into the match so far, so it's really up to Exam Week to try to set the pace here. That Reef Slider, yet again, could set the pace a bit as Haley finds Sewell there, and trying to make more with that bubble, unfortunately, will get quickly taken down there, but Inkception holding firm onto the zone.
And just like that, you blink, and suddenly the zone is swapping here in Exam Week's favor. But just as fast, Inkception is ready to take that zone back. It's going to go back and forth, I guess, whatever I say here. But it looks like Exam Week finally got a hold of the zone here and is able to push Inkception back a little bit further into their base here, looking for this lockout if they can find it.
Yeah, but they have that, they still have that Dredge Reef Slider to try to make things happen. On the other side, the Explosion does have their splashdown to make something happen on their side, but now without any penalty, we see here a quick double kill from Haley will shut down that push and a wipeout in favor of Exam Week. Now, they will certainly get the lead from this, and what a turn of events already, and 1 minute passed by, and just like that, we were looking at a completely different game here.
No, absolutely here. That wipeout is going to be huge here for Exam Week, as we've seen. The lead is theirs, and they're just going to be trying to stall and hold this on as long as they can. As long as they can get as many points as they can, ideally knock it out. That's what you're going to be looking for. But we blink. Those strikes come out, and the zone flips in the favor of Inkception here. It looks like they're ready to give him a taste of their medicine. That is a wild Reef Slider.
It is, and we're seeing the picks continue to go from both sides. However, Inkception will remain firm onto that zone. Sewell will get a nice pick there on that V-shot. Will quickly go down, though, to VHappy on this brush, and we're seeing now Inkception are almost out of their penalties, so now time is ticking down for them to try to get their own comeback here, but Exam Week is still here, still on their own stack with that bubble to try to create some space. However, the zone is very contested here. If Inkception can hold on, no, they unfortunately cannot, so that penalty will be applied, but still plenty of time left into the match as we are a little under halfway.
Indeed, there's a lot of time for moves to be made. And wait, that was just a one and go Reef Slider cap. That, I don't know, do they have some power up? I'm not sure. They might with just how quick that zone had cap. But no, it's enough to keep that penalty going there for Inkception right here. But it's like Exam Week once again has to fight to get into the zone. Strikes come out from Inkception here, making it a little bit more waves as they're just continuing to pick down on these penalties. There's a fight! Where are we going? So we had 3 fights happen in one, and there it is.
Yes, and now Inkception are keenly out of their penalty. They could easily flip the script of this game, especially with that splashdown. They cancel out that bubble. That was huge there. And now, with Inkception, with the zone, they could potentially take the lead, and they certainly will. Now just trying to get this lockout situation, trying to position themselves here. 2 players down for Exam Week, so this could look like an easy win for Inkception if they could hold on and prevent these players from inking such as that brush, and they will do so. And just like that, Inkception in a back and forward take game 1.
Indeed, what a great game here, setting the pace for what we're going to be seeing here in the next game or two. And, you know, yeah, just that excellent hold at the end by Inkception. They're just like, okay, wait, we have an expo and we have the stacks. We're good. And just that's enough. That's game.
Yeah, and the quadruple dab as well. I just find that really funny. But yeah, what a well first game played out from Inkception, but that is not that is not to the fault of Examweek and how they really play it at all. I mean, we saw them pull off that really, really good comeback attempt at least, and they were just able to hold on and could make that a very, very interesting game up until around the 3-minute mark, but that's when Inkception snapped. They really allowed their players to go and take those key fights, and that splashdown from the Explosher. I want to mention that Explosher, that was such a key fight on the side of Inkception when they were able to get on Examweek's side of the map, the Examweek's stack. They were able to use that splashdown to, I believe, not only take down 2 players, but also remove the shield and the jump, so really shout out there. And let's see what we have for our counter pick. Our counter pick is already in, Rainmaker Undertow.
Rocket, I don't think you understand how quickly my smile dropped the second Undertow showed up. I was like, oh no! No! Rainmaker Undertow is such a finicky map with its entire middle being a huge choke point here. I feel like both of these tops can still very much work though. It's just both of these teams are pretty close when you think about it. Like they had, when we saw from last match, they all had really good strats in terms of how they wanted to get in and how they formatted themselves in game. But I want to see how much is going to change when we get into Rainmaker. My shot to the, like in the dark all the way to the moon is Wellstring, because I'm very biased towards Wellstring on Rainmaker. But I feel like really anything goes, especially with the comps that they already had. That can probably stick.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of Examweek, this is do or die time, at least if you want to stay in winner's bracket. Inkception already have one up against you, but it's alright, you can recollect yourself, especially since this is your map pick. You can really see if you can have, I say, like kind of like home field advantage pretty much for you if this is what you want to roll with. And definitely something interesting about this map, usually with Rainmaker maps, the first checkpoint is usually given when you win one team fight, and it's really, really easy to get. But that second checkpoint, it is so difficult to push up. It is basically just pushing up a metaphorical but also a literal hill on that left side. So it's going to be interesting to see what specials each team's use to really get over the hump.
Indeed, let us see that decap is still coming out. It looks like that's gonna be the same comp as well. Bamboo! Bamboozler! Ooh. I'm gonna explode! This is gonna be so fun. Inkception, bring it out. The Bamboozler is crazy. I love it.
I also believe in day one as well. I believe V, I recognize that name, was also using Bamboozler in day one, and they were using it to great effect, so it is really, really nice to see it here yet again. Let's see if it provides some value here, but already the zone is very, very much contested here, as we see that Dredge manages to find that opening pick, but not quite much more. The Minty Cavitator does have the bubble, but actually 2 players go down. The Keely, though, that end zap, which is really, really huge. No more Cooler, and now no more players as 3 players go down. Now already off to a hot start here. They can really get into a push.
Indeed, but the Rainmaker's finally grabbed, but that's just enough time here for Inkception to get back to the checkpoint, so it might be a little bit more difficult to cap it here unless they're able to get some players up and out of the way here. But with a flank from Slot! Going in, grabbing the pick on the Rainmaker, forcing that delay, and taking 2 players down here on Examweek. It looks like Inkception's going to have a nice time here getting themselves back at the center and setting themselves back up again. So maybe we're going to be seeing a push on their side soon.
Yeah, a potentially really, really game-breaking push there, but a very, very solid defense from Inkception to reduce it down to 91. Now with the Rainmaker reset back to middle, they can really recollect themselves, especially we see here V being that spearhead with the Bamboozler, which I love to see, playing it very, very aggressively. The Ink Crush on the side of Examweek will quickly go down. That Bamboozler just so mentioned will have their special ready, and now Low, the carrier of Inkception's Rainmaker, will start trying to move their way slowly but surely towards Examweek, but Examweek are dug in.
Indeed. It looks like we have a couple specials up from the side of Examweek. It looks like they have a Reef Slider and a Bubble, which is going to be really nice for defense. If that Reef Slider went down, what the world are going to be here to try and give an answer? All the specials are coming out from the side of Examweek to try and stall this Rainmaker, but with some extra picks and some paint to the tower, it's not going to be enough as they still get stopped before the checkpoint here. Examweek is still going to be fighting for it.
Yeah, a really, really clutch pick from that Dredge here. As Cooler is popping there, the little jingle will allow Examweek to really settle in a little bit. That Zuka, though, quickly taking out that Pencil. That is huge. At least the Pencil got that Cooler out for the rest of the team to try to recollect from that 1 player down situation. However, Inkception are still knocking at the door of Examweek's checkpoint, but the Rainmaker will be reset back to mid, so maybe a little bit of a momentum change. But with about half the match already being played, we haven't seen much pushing here, as both sides' defense have been so well that Reef Slider just narrowly passed by.
Oh my goodness, that is 3 down. We blinked and that is 3 down on exam week. Inkception is going to be looking to move this Rainmaker forward. If someone grabs the Rainmaker, it needs to be popped. We gotta grab the Rainmaker, we gotta go. It looks like it happened to both of these teams where it's like, wait, where's the Rainmaker? Off we go, and maybe they'll actually grab the and that is a checkpoint, the only checkpoint here for Inkception.
Inkception will have the pop, but not without loss as 3 players go down now. Sewell just running for the hills, just trying to save face, trying to save at least a little bit of mid. However, we might see Exam Week quickly taking over mid, which will be the case. That bubble popped in the middle to basically kind of plant the flag saying, we are here, you have to respect us, get back to your side of the map, and that is what they're doing. Now, Exam Week have plenty of time to really get a push going. However, they do have to worry about that Zuka that will come out right there, just trying to dodge it, trying to make sure they don't get picked. A player will get picked, but not the Rainmaker, but right on cue, of course, the Killer Whale will find that Rainmaker carrier for Exam Week. So now, we are seeing Inkception right back in it.
Indeed, they're here to make some way. Oh my god, climbing right to the right side, which is the right side is great for quick points, and they utilize that amazingly, bringing that score to 18. More picks, some more scrumptious picks I am seeing here. But no, the great thing about this is that now they have the opportunity to stall the whole game, or I believe they're going to be just trying to either get more points or knock it out, because why not? We feel silly in this house, but the Reefsiders are, Oh!
And a quick another kill as well. Low and V will fall, but really, yeah, just trying to go for that knockout, and I don't really blame them here. They do have to be very, very careful, though, because I've seen matches quick flip in a matter of, like, mere moments, but no lead is safe in Splatoon, really, except a quick knockout, and that is what Inkception is trying to do. However, with 34 seconds left in the match, we do have Exam Week with the Rainmaker, trying to see if they can get their push in, because they've really been stuck in this mid area. They do have that Reef Slider potentially get in. No Bamboozler now for the side of Inkception, so now a little bit of free reign to move in, but you see that Slosher does have Tri-Strikes, so you have to be careful, especially now with 2 players down.
No, yeah, it's gonna get really dicey really quickly as every special in the room is going towards the Rainmaker to try and take them out. Still not enough. Still 2 members go down once again for Exam Week, and they're forced on the back end here. With the Whales on top of that, everything is coming after this poor Rainmaker, and they have to find a way to get this Rainmaker in the checkpoint, and soon, because not only do they have to break that checkpoint, they have to pop the Rainmaker again. 2 down on Inkception here, so it looks like their opportunity may arise, though that might be a shark that puts it to the end. Did they get close enough?
Yeah, and it will just do it right there, just like that. Inkception with a clean sweep over Exam Week will take this set 2-0 and move on, but really, really impressive for them. We saw that first match and how contested it was, but this is where I believe Inkception really pulled away from Exam Week. I mean, Exam Week was pretty much stuck in the similar spot on all of their pushes, so not only were Inkception really, really able to get in strong pushes and continuous force, they were able to quickly shut down what deemed to be a very, very deadly combination of that Dredge Ringer and just that Reef Slider that really stopped them initially in that game 1.
No, absolutely. Just some excellent work there, as well as preventing Exam Week from getting to the checkpoint in the first place. I think was a really huge play from Inkception, which really helped seal the deal in that game even further. Again, both of the teams played amazing. Exam Week still has loser bracket that they can get through, but Inkception will be continuing to move up on the winners bracket.
Yeah, and really impressive from them here. Our next matchup will be against Remix, who has already won against Squid Rollups, our 29th seed, Remix, our 4th seed, and we're still waiting on their opponents as I believe Ball Up Top versus Caniac Central, another, I believe, fan favorite, at least from day 1, at least it was notable for me because of just that name. I mean, come on, Caniac Central, Kane's combo, come on. It is just really, really entertaining to see, but yeah, we'll wait on that matchup, but moving aside from the tournament side, I just want to wish everybody a little early happy holidays, and I kind of want to hear your opinions about, I guess, holiday stuff. I mean, what is your favorite part about the holidays, Fufu?
The music, but I don't know, it's just the vibes, you know, like the vibes. Everything is nice, cute, decorated, and everything. It's just like, and the weather is nice. It's like when you live in a desert and you're in the heat all the time, well then that's like, it's nice and cold. So maybe the weather and the decorations are always nice to look at. How about you? What is your favorite thing about the holidays?
Yeah, I agree with that part of like being stuck in a desert, and it's nice to have a change of weather because sometimes it's just like 110 out for no reason whatsoever. And your thing is like, oh, that's just in like summer, right? That can't be so bad. No, it's in fall, because why not? because why not? But but
And
yeah.
it's
But yeah, it actually allows me to cool down a little bit, which is nice. But to answer your question, what I love about the holidays is just, I don't know, it's kind of like the festive flavors that you have. I mean, I love hot chocolate, I love eggnog, I just love these, like, I don't know, it just gets me into the mood, you know?
You ain't gonna believe me when I say that I barely tried eggnog last year, and I feel like I have never been the same. Eggnog is so good.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, like, is like, it feel good in the good way? I was like, okay. But yeah, I love eggnog, it's amazing. But yeah, also like these other flavors. I know, like, some people, like, have their, questions about peppermints. Like, man, this is toothpaste. I'm like, oh, come on, get over it. I love candy canes and stuff and peppermint, so it's always nice to see. It's amazing, yes.
I'm a sucker for anything mint and peppermint. Like, you cannot pull me away from peppermint all year round. I'm like, give it to me. I love mint chocolate chip. Thoughts?
And chocolate chip. That's now we're talking about. If now you're talking about true debates of people saying this is definitely toothpaste flavor, I say, come on, it is a flavor, and I will die on this hill. I love peppermint and mint specifically. It's just like. I mean, if there's ice cream, it isn't certainly my first choice for sure, but I love it. But yeah,
Good.
I don't.
That's fair. I respect it. I respect it. I am very much just, oh my god, mint. I had mint chocolate ice cream again yesterday for the first time in I don't know how long, and I think I was in bliss. I was in a whole bliss. I had a stupid smile on my face the entire time. I was like, mint chocolate, even though it was like super cold out.
It's festive. It's festive. Something that I know a lot of people do. I haven't tried yet. Like, you know, like building gingerbread houses. I've always wanted to do that, but I've never really tried it because I feel like I do not have like I can build Lego, sure, but like it's not like the same with like gingerbread houses. It's just like I feel like if I try, like I had like one really poor attempt like a year ago where I was like, I don't know, let's try it out for once, and then it just looks like a collapsed house after like a tornado or something.
Oh no!
I mean, I don't know if you're supposed to eat them afterwards, but like I did, so it's like at least that's a silver lining.
I mean, if it's with frosting, I mean, I don't see why not. It's munchable. It's yummy. I guess. I haven't built a gingerbread house since I was like in what, elementary? I'm too old since then.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's something you can just do in general. Like it doesn't matter, but I don't know. I can see why people mainly don't do it. I mean, like I said, I mean, like literally last year was the first time I've ever done it. At least from what I remember. Maybe I did it as like a younger kid. I don't know, but I feel like as a younger kid, I was just busy just eating the gummy drops on the side instead of just like actually building anything.
Well, the gummies are good. Like they're. Yes. Why? What? And then suddenly there's nothing to decorate with because all the gummies are gone.
Yeah,
the gummies are good.
They are indeed, but let's switch over to at least a different topic in terms of holidays. What about Christmas movies? Any really Christmas movies you have interest in?
I'm not a big Christmas movie person or a Christmas song person. I feel like I'm gonna be like I'm gonna have rocks thrown at me for this one. But I'm like a grouchy retail worker, just like no, get it away from me.
you have the Mariah Carey. Just all I want for Christmas is you, just on replay every time. Then, huh?
No, here's the thing. It's not a work thing. It's at home thing. My sister is the retail speaker sometimes, and I'm like, no, get me out of here.
Just constant just replay of music. I mean, I can get it. I mean, I don't mind Christmas music and that stuff like that. The thing I find like a little bit odd, I know it's like, I mean, I haven't personally experienced is like people like coming to your house and then like singing chorus. Like, I appreciate the gesture, but sometimes it's like at very inconvenient hours of the day.
I've never seen that happen in person ever. I was like, like that's an actual thing that happens?
Apparently where I live. I mean, I've only had it happen once, and it was like very early into Christmas morning, and I was sleeping in, and I was awoken to that, and I appreciate the gesture and all, but like, I was not aware enough that early in the morning to appreciate what I was hearing, but I mean, hey, it was a really nice gesture. I'm not saying anything against Christmas caroling. If you do Christmas caroling, massive props to you. I don't know how you can just go house from house to that. It feels like a house-to-house door salesman, except you're not actually selling anything. But I could certainly not do that myself. Not only, I mean, ignoring my lack of musical talent aside.
It's just that's a lot. You're walking all the time. It's like you have to have some one crazy stamina and two crazy lung capacity. So that is still very much props. Not me, Stacey. Actually, no, I was a choir kid at some point. I can't say that. I still do got lung capacity or whatever.
Yeah, I agree with you. But actually, now quickly to segue us over to quarterfinals here, our next matchup is ready. Remix versus Caniac Central, who did get the better of Ball Up Top in a close set. They actually pulled up a little bit of a reverse sweep. Remember, it doesn't matter if you're the first team who wins. It matters if you're the if you're the team to fully win the entire set. I mean, Ball Up Top initially won that game 1 on Splatoon's Macomart, but Caniac Central pulled right back and won the next 2 games on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway and Clan Blitz Barnacle and Dime. So now we will move over to our round 2 between these 2 teams.
Oh, this is exciting. Once you go off of reverse sweep, you have a lot of momentum, and momentum can be incredibly powerful if utilized correctly here. We know how it is in Splatoon, but I feel this can go any way. Let me see. What was seen in the last one? Because I need to see this. My brain. Yes. Still, a reverse sweep is huge. That is momentum. Anything can happen. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I believe these 2 teams have already met in day 1. I believe, yes, they have. Remix did win in round 4 Swiss groups in a 2-1 finish. So maybe if you are a betting person yet again, Remix would have the advantage here. And of course, they would have the advantage for at least most of the way. I mean, they are our 4th seed, so they have some high expectations on them, but Caniac Central have been a little bit of a surprise team. I mean, we saw how well they did on stream, so I'm hoping to see that momentum continue here.
Absolutely. That's what makes it all more exciting, knowing that their last set together was pretty close. I mean, 2-1 is still close, and we're going to be going into another best of 3, so we might see another reverse sweep or like 1-to-1s. I'm shaking my mic, Rock. I hope you know I'm grabbing my mic. I'm shaking, not actually, but I'm shaking my mic in spirit because I need to see how this goes down. I'm more curious on what our map is going to be because I think our first one should be Splatoon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
but Robo Ramen Zones! I love this map. It's such a fun pencil map, high key, but I miss my PPCF. However, it's just a good map. TM. Like, you have so much to work with on this map.
I mean, I don't know about you. I know both of us just ate right before this, but I'm already hungry again. I mean, just look at that. I mean, it is cold where I am right now, so honestly, it would probably be it would go so hard right now in a very cold area.
And we had like clouds recently too, and I'm like, oh my god, Ponyo and ramen would have been so good. And the clouds went away for like 2 days, and I was so sad. We had like no clouds here. Give them back to me. I'm like, no. I'm like the gif of Spider-Man, like no. But Robo Ramen, very good map. You have a lot of ways to work with the map. You have a very open front, which works for pencils on this map especially, or whatever backline option you want to choose. And the front lines get to have a little bit of fun with the pathways underneath the map, which are great for flanks, and you can be all sorts of silly goofy. And this is the E for everyone map, if you ask me. That is E for everyone, the map.
Yeah, I agree. And taking a look at what we have in terms of weapons, just a little bit of speculation. I believe we're going to see on the side of Remix, I believe a blaster, a type of dualies, I'm not sure quite yet, and a pencil, like you mentioned, can be such a really, really good pick on this map. Any reason why you would say that?
Pencil just has the ability to put the sprinkler up at the top. That's one. Well, really, any sprinkler player can do that. Pencil also just can utilize that huge open area as well. They're able to put an enormous amount of paint on the zone, pulling for some crazy contests, even if they're by themselves, depending on the paint of the other comp. And also just can, if you have a chip damage cause, which is not unlikely to see a blaster or a slosher on this map. I know some people that really like slosher on this map. So it's just extra chip on top of that if they're running a chip comp, which we typically see a good chunk of nowadays, if you ask me. It's just an all-around well-placed weapon for it's your optimal backline for Splatoon's Robin.
I mean, yeah, I feel like that goes for most, if not all, Splat Zones maps. Pencil is usually the way to go. I mean, you could argue edit here and there for that firepower. I would argue maybe on Hagglefish Market you can see more edit here and there, but it's a nice even mix, you know, of the backline, of the spines of the team that are so important that these slayers are definitely going to be going after. So definitely watch your back if you are those players. But taking a look at the other side of Caniac Central here, taking a look at what weapons they might be rolling, I'm seeing a player have some E-Leader as well, so it's going to be interesting to see if we see that brought out, and wondering if they're going to be running a cooler. I'm also seeing some light tension dualies as well for potentially, yet again, Reef Slider.
Rocket, you said E-Leader, and I threw every Pencil propaganda out the window. I want to see the leader! See the leader! I used to play leader on this map. I'm like, foaming at the mouth. You can't tell me leader and expect me to be normal. That's still... I need to see it. I gotta see it. Like, I'm putting my entire brain power on seeing a leader now.
Yeah, well, let's hope that continues, that is the case, because I believe that is in the hands of Goat Child, aka the captain of Caniac Central, I believe. Just taking a look at this, yes, I believe so. And they're definitely going to be a key factor in this, and it's really interesting to see backlines be be in that captain role, but it makes sense. I mean, you get to see the majority of the map, you get to see how the situation is going, and you get to make these just in-game calls to the rest of your team, and be not only a literal backline and a literal backbone of your team in terms of just your weapon usage, but to really be the core of your team. That is definitely going to be something interesting to see, and let's see if Goat Child can do that.
Indeed. Also, it will make for a really cool drawing if you ask me. But that's just, it really is though. It's like people, I forget how much backlines are like an essential backbone to teams in general, or like your support if you're running backlist, of course. It's just like that help. That's an extra glue to hold your team together, and it's the whole concept of it makes my brain kind of explode in the best way possible because it's so cool.
Mm-hmm. And to add on to kind of what you were hinting at in terms of backlist comps, I find it interesting that there's been less and less of those like traditional comps you would have, like skirmisher, slayer, like you have your typical frontline, midline, backline, and having that backline. Now we're seeing a lot of not only backlist comps, but also a lot of coolerless plus backlist comps as well. I mean, I think back to earlier this week, I feel like I've mentioned this on every recent cast that I've been on, but I just watched a team run genuinely 3 brushes and a Splatana make it all the way to grand finals.
I feel like that is the whole definition of never let them know your next move, the comp. That is crazy. And also that must have been super interesting. I can't even lie. That sounds super fun to watch. But brushes aside, it looks like our match is up and ready for us. Again, Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, my prized map that I love all so much that I'm also beefing with. Pencil call. Pencil blaster. I see it. I love it. There's pencil mirrors.
You'll see several mirrors here, as actually both teams going with the blaster here for that bubble, and also as well those pencils, as you mentioned before. Those sprinklers can be such a key factor in this, but already off to a quick start. Caniac combo will get the zone quickly, but still Remix are here to contest, and they have those strike strikes to do so.
Yeah, and displacing the members of Remix as well while they're at it. The zone is going to be going through a little bit of a flippy-floppy before anyone is going to cap it right here, but it looks like one of the members of Remix is going to be going down. But so again, the fight for the zone never stopped. There we go. As Caniac Central is able to get their hands on the zone, but not without the pressure of the crowd. I think the zone is going to flip once more here as they're going into a very flippy-floppy starting on this match here.
Yeah, I believe that was organic on those Splat dualies on that crowd. A really key player will unfortunately go down quickly, though, to Frosty, who actually picks up a Quake double there on this Forge Pro, which will allow them to get the Booyah Bomb as well, and more players on the side of Remix are falling back, which will allow Caniac Central to get a firmer grasp onto the zone and now out of their penalty. A quick kill, though, will at least try to change the pace of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up cooler, so they're coming back a little bit slow here on the side of Caniac Central here. But it looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a fight for the zone, but that zone remains purple as Caniac Central is able to still have a really good grab right here. Cooler's out here for Remix as they're going to be trying to go in. I do see that bubble ready for the blaster. That's going to be hopefully the... Oh! It's out, but they got canceled on the kill. Well, canceled on the bubble. Unfortunately, getting sent back to spawn before they could use it. Leaving that zone still capped by Caniac Central.
You see the trip strikes going out now to try to flip things, and it is a desperate attempt because they need to do it now. They will eventually force the penalty, but not without loss, as Frosty will find Neo in that Booyah Bomb, and actually 3 players on the side of Remix will go down. So although they were given a little bit of a step back, Caniac Central still holding firm here and still finding more picks, as now Remix are being delayed here. Neo yet again quick with those trip strikes yet again. It feels like almost in a matter of moments they have those strikes again, and just like that, Remix will have the zone now without any penalty to worry about. Let's see if this comeback can prove to anything.
Looks like it's going to be a little bit more difficult before we see someone cap the zone. It looks like even though we're having a blaster fight on the ledges here, it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth here for the zone. No, I think Caniac Central has that zone in their control once again, looking to get past this penalty. But the strikes coming out once more for Remix, and there's the Penta power right there, getting the zone just as swift here. But one of the members go down, but they still, again, one member goes down, but they have the advantage. They still have a lot to work with here, able to keep that hold, especially when you consider that there's a crab on the field.
Yeah, that crab is proving deadly for the side of Remix. Cooler out now in the middle of zone, so now giving that little bit of fighting power to the members of Remix, who could potentially go for a quick turnaround here, as now they are now knocking at the door of that lead. They are almost there. These trip strikes, though, coming out from Nerdy Adam, just trying to make sure that doesn't happen, but you see the counter strikes as well, but Adam will find Starlight here, trying to see if they can find another, trying to take down their counter, but they will take down Neo, and now even though the lead is lost, it's seemingly looking like Caniac Combo will get back into the zone, but that is a still slim lead now in favor of Remix.
Indeed, a slim lead is a lead. However, we've got to see how far this is going to go, how far this is going to go right here, because Caniac Central's lead could possibly still be in effect if they're able to keep this hold. The strikes are coming out from the side of Remix, making space, able to find a nice pick right here, which might be their entry into the zone, but some strikes of their own here from Caniac Central, able to stall Remix out a little bit more. Hearing that crab, that might just be enough to move, but it's not going to be enough to stop that lead from going in Caniac Central's favor here. But again, just a bit of a, oh, we're having a scrap. Well, just those 3-point lead might be what they need, but we saw how quick those leads can flop, even if you think you're safe.
Yeah, we see yet again another slim lead here, but now in favor of Caniac Central, and we see the Pencil just trying to get up there, trying to set themselves up in a such great painting position as well, overlooking the entire side. But you see yet again Remix throwing those trip strikes. We'll actually find one, I believe, Frosty in that, and we're just seeing tri-strikes being thrown left, right, and center. This is a tornado fest in the middle here, kind of just like Tornado Alley, but Ocean Opal on the side with the blaster on the side of Caniac Central, just trying to dislodge these members of Remix who are trying to set up. We'll actually keenly find that pencil. That is a really, really key pick, especially with time dwindling down. They don't have that much penalty to really worry about, and they're just really, at this point, applying the pressure onto Remix to push.
Indeed, indeed. We are seeing that retaliation coming out from Remix to try and stop the zone from Encapsul's world, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Again, barely escaping death right there. I don't know if you saw the eye. It's like, whoa, how'd you do that? Bro's pulling magic tricks. However, Caniac Central still in a well hold of the zone, quickly putting down these points right here as their penalty is up and out of the way. Only 10 ticks left until they knock it out, but Remix coming in trying to fight for the zone, but it's not going to be enough. That gets capped in purple once more. Caniac Central looking to knock this out, and that's going to be game just with 3 seconds left on the clock. Caniac Central looking at knocking this game out.
What a good bounce back, not only from what Remix had initially to make this a close game, but from Caniac Central just to put the final nail into the coffin there of that game. Really well done, and I want to shout out these players, especially GoChild, continuing. I mentioned it at the beginning of this set, they would be a key factor in providing that support, and they did in kind. Both pencils really did. I mean, we saw the anchor of these two teams, but Keeley as well. Just the back and forth we saw from that game that was basically initiated by those trip strikes.
No, absolutely. We saw Strike Central. Strike is like such a good special. You can choose what space you want to take, and with so many of them coming out, they were used to either stall or to take space, and the way both the players on each side were able to utilize their strikes is both refreshing and impressive. I was like, I like what you're doing. Keep doing it. But that was pretty close for what it was here. So I feel like we're going to have a tight set in front of us here.
I'd say indeed, and remember, Caniac Central are technically the underdogs in this, so it's really impressive for them to already get a score on the board. Let's see if they can keep it with the hot hand, though, because yes, you did win a game, but you cannot let this victory slip loose, because Remix did fight really, really hard to stay within it, so it's going to be really, really intriguing indeed to see what our next counter pick will be coming up from Remix here, to see what they have in store for us.
It's like, we're getting the drum roll while we wait. It's coming up. We're waiting. You know what I want to see? I want to see Clamblitz. On the high team. I really want to see Clamblitz between these teams. I feel like that's really gonna test things, but I feel that's only if one of their favorite modes are going to be Clamblitz. Please be Clamblitz. No, it's pencils again. What? Well, they have pencils. That makes sense.
Interesting pick. Is that correct? I believe yes. Okay, we are going Hagglefish Market zones here, back-to-back zones, and I believe this map is really just a sandbox of what Splatoon competitive is. This really allows these teams to show their identity. I mean, Hagglefish Market, I'm quoting a famous, not a famous, but a common commentator of mine topic as it being the vanilla ice cream of what you have for Splatoon competitive maps. It is just what the vanilla, I believe, just competitive map is for Splatoon 3, but it really allows these teams to really forge their identities.
Absolutely, here. This one and Macklemore, I was here, the vanilla ice creams, like they're just everywhere. It's like if we're not playing Splatoon's Mako or Haggle, are we playing Splatoon? It's weird. I feel like we're gonna be painting the zone for. It's not a Hagglefish Market unless we're painting the zone for 30 seconds. So I'm expecting that, especially considering both of these teams have pencils. Both of their comps are gonna work really well. I don't think we're really gonna be seeing any changes. We might be. For one of these team sides, I see those check marks, but there's a chance we're not going to get a lot of change because their comps, especially those strikes and those pencils, were incredibly beneficial on keeping that zone in any team's favor. So I want to see how this is going to happen, how this is going to go down here, especially considering we also got those two flanks that we can work with. So this can get very silly very quickly here.
Yeah, if we weren't going to see any changes, it might come out from Caniac Central because they took a little bit more time to get ready. We see the Google dualies coming out for Organic. Hello, that's one of the dualies that we saw them use. On the other side, we actually do see a change as well, the Sloshing Machine. So now, no blaster for the side of, I believe, Caniac Central. Yes, no blaster from their side. And on the other side now, Organic, without that crab anymore, will elect instead to go for the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, I love how they have similar formulas though. They have their pencils, their ledge camp, and their strikes. Both these teams are just really fun to see, and just different execution. But the fight for the zone has begun once more. One of the members of two members of Caniac Central are going to be going down right here. I think that's going to be the capture. Yeah, that's the cap there for Remix as well. Able to just quick. They're pushing forward here, trying to make some moves. Unfortunately, getting punished for it as the strike come out. Everything is coming out here, Rocket.
It is special after special after special in mid, but throughout that entirety of the chaos in mid, Remix will come out on top here with at least most of the zone. Now Neo throwing out their trip strikes to try to secure it, and they will in kind. Now with a minute already passed, a lot has happened. A quick 3 down now for Caniac Central. Remix took that last game to heart, and they're saying, no, this is a new team for us, and we are moving in it quick and fast and furious, and with that, I believe that was a little bit of a delayed wipe. Now, Remix off to a fiery start. I believe they only just have to win like 1 or 2 more team fights, and this is just hurts.
No, absolutely. This is going to get really dicey, especially if you're at Caniac Center right now. The Pencil trying to make a little bit more space for them to move out. That cool is going to be out, so it's going to be very helpful here for Caniac Center to try to get it in. It's just fighting some pigs, finding some sort of entry right here, and now it's just going to be painted in the zone of Central. They're able to put the cap through, applying a hefty penalty point onto Remix right here. Caniac Central has to find that answer to Remix, and that answer is hold the zone as long as you can. Remember, they have no penalty points to get through. 1 log hold might be enough to do it if they're lucky, but again, seeing how Remix was able to push through the first time, I feel it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult task than it seems.
Yeah, especially with these specials going out for the side of Remix. You saw the Booyah Bomb being used right now, right on cue, to try to just dislodge the members of Caniac Central who are on that zone. You also see that Wavebreaker as well coming out from Starlight will unfortunately go down there, so no more movement there. Neo will find a very nice opportunity to find a flank here and maybe try to potentially backstab these members of Caniac Central, which they will, and just like that, zone right back into the hands of Remix.
Yeah, 1 good flank is enough to sometimes mess with the synergy of a team, and we definitely saw that happen all at once right here. But Caniac Central is looking to move themselves into the zone, trying to get the cap, trying to get some pigs to cap, actually, but unfortunately going 2 down in the process as Remix is capping the zone once more, especially going to be coming out left and right because we're seeing the Booyah Bomb coming up Caniac Central, trying to get the zone once more. We're going to see those strikes very soon as well to try and push it forward. Each side. I guess it's... whoa, strikes me upon me.
Strikes be upon ye indeed, but those strikes won't do much to at least change how the game is going so far, as Remix are still holding firm onto this. We see now, though, Caniac Central do have 3 members in on the right side, just trying to make something happen. That pencil is there as well. The pencils are just having a painting fight. Unfortunately, the pencil on the side of Caniac Central will go down. The Booyah Bomb coming out from Frosty, just trying to keep hold of this zone. They will at least force the pop, but right on cue as well. I feel like these teams are just both trading specials as a counter Booyah goes out.
Right here, it feels like Remix has a really good footing right now. There's more strikes coming out to push Caniac Central back in their own base, which is crazy. But one of the members of Remix does go down in this process right now. So that might be the opportunity that Caniac Central needs to get in. But with members going down left, well, we're going to have members going down from each side, but it's still not enough. We're still seeing that zone in the favor of Remix. They're determined to hold this strong. They are holding their own. But just as I say that, the zone flips in the favor of Caniac Central.
Yeah, it's still heavily contested, though. Both teams have a little bit of a hefty penalty, but the pressure is certainly on Caniac Central to try to get things back into shape. But we still have this pencil on Remix just holding it down, as well as Neo, who is on this T-Tech, who have been providing these key tri-strikes to keep the momentum in their favor. Organic on these Googly Glues, trying to find a pick onto that onto that sloshing machine, excuse me, won't quite find it, but Remix still will control the zone, are now almost out of their penalty, and you see the trading of the trip strikes yet again.
Indeed, this is a crazy back and forth here, but the penalty points continue to tick down for Remix right now, as that zone is just fighting to be capped here for Caniac Central. They might just be, they do find it right here. They just have to find a way to get themselves in front of the zone against Remix here. That's going to be their best bet. I think Caniac Central was just waiting for an opportunity to reset themselves, and this might be what they need here to try and keep the zone going right here. But with Remix coming in at full force, and oh, fights are going to be happening left and right, I feel in a second. I'm going to just give it a second. We're going to be seeing strikes come out. How much you want to bet? Ah, there we go.
Right on cue, right on cue. But now it is crunch time. 10 seconds left. Tri-strikes on the favor of Caniac Central going out. And all Remix needs to do is get one last team fight in, especially with Organic's Booyah Bomb. This could be huge in the waning moments of the fight, and it will be that as Remix even things up 1-1 in quite a convincing manner at the very beginning. I mean, we saw an entirely different game played out than what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I feel like Remix is very much in their element. There's a good reason why they chose Hazelfish Zones as their counter pick, because they had the pattern down. That was super back and forth. I feel like that huge lead that Remix was able to grab in the beginning was very essential to their win here, because that point to 7, not even, they were just able to stall so hard against Caniac Central during that whole match. I mean, we just saw those constant back and forth on the zone. Those penalties were essentially switching sides every 2 seconds. And I feel like Remix was able to take just huge advantage, and they knew it. And I feel like that was a huge reason of why this game was able to, go in their favor.
Yeah, we harped on the backlines in the previous match, but I want to give shout out here to Organic and Neo here on the side of Remix, that Googleadoodly and T-Tech. They were trading really well in terms of the special usages. I mean, if I didn't see a tri-strike going out, if we didn't see a tri-strike going out, it was always the Booyah Bomb, and it's just back and forth, kept that constant pressure onto Caniac Central that they weren't ready to initially. And once they were able to get that huge lead, they were just able to play keep away the rest of the match, and that seems to be the winning formula for what Remix likes to do. So now it is up to Game 3, which will be Caniac Central's counter pick. So let's see if they have something in store for us to respond with.
No, absolutely. Especially considering that our first 2 modes were splat zones. I feel like the last mode is going to feel a little bit jarring for both of these teams, really. Especially after fighting for a zone for almost like 5 minutes when you think about it. So I don't know what's going to be. Honestly, it might be Tower. Oh, it is Tower. Maybe? I think it is. It is Tower! I say it and speak it into existence. I will take that. But Tower Control Mecha, I have some words. I have some words about Mecha Mart.
Yeah, I as well. I mean, we saw earlier in our previous round zones on this map, but TC Macomart it has the same elements that Macomart, the keys the victory, if you will, that you want. You want to be camping those ledges, but there's definitely more to it, right?
Yes, there's a good chunk to it. I will say, on the backline point of view, that box on the right opening to Macomart is gone. Backlines are essentially forced to also take their stacks. So I feel like stacks are arguably more important in this mode than they are splat zones. Well, depending. Actually, they're a little more crucial and a little harder to get, especially considering there's one less option to take on this map, and you need that mid. Another thing is, this map is super snowbally. By the way, once you get its second checkpoint curse is just get past this checkpoint, and here's a lot of points. Have fun. fun, kids, and you send them off your way. It's like sending your kids off in the store, just being like, I'll find you later. Go have fun, kids.
Pretty much, and I agree with you on that. I mean, the second checkpoint is notoriously very, very difficult to get through. I mean, it's basically in the heart of the defense of the other team, so you really need to have some coordinated teamwork, some coordinated aggression, smart aggression, Keely. Not only just bumming it in straight for the backline and disrupting them, you need to be able to make these key plays to really allow your teammates, and specifically your designated tower rider, to really just have a smooth sailing ride. But with that being said, this is set on the line. Let's see what these two teams have in store for us. Organic will be switching back to those vanilla splat dualies, and there is the E leader you were waiting for, Fufu.
Yes! I love leader. Honestly, it can work on this map. I will say they're going to be having a bit more, well, depending on how the rest of the members paint, there's going to be a lot less paint on the field for Caniac Central. That is the trade-off you're doing. If you can mechanically get picks, you are sitting pretty. Also, it's also a mental thing here as well with the E leader coming out. If you're able to get picks, it's going to be really huge here for Goatchild and for the side of Caniac Central, but they can't reach, and that crab may be canceled if we're lucky. No, not quite.
Yeah, and with that change to the E leader, we see also some other key changes as well. The end zap is brought off for that cooler, and right on cue will unfortunately go down. Also the gal pick as well, which yet again will also go down. Oh my goodness, just stop just mentioning these names or else we're just gonna go down. But two members now down for Caniac Central, as we see here. Remix off to a fiery start. You see the Wavebreaker being brought out by this E leader.
Nice.
Will put a nice pick there onto Neo, so now this has to be respected, but the crab is there on the side of Remix to continue this push.
Indeed, indeed. Getting the picks is going to be huge, huge, huge right here. It looks like Remix was able to get a pretty nice score of 62 and before Caniac Central was able to control that tower once more right here. We see this Blaster fighting for the stack as well. Honestly, if you're able to control the stacks, you're in for a really, really nice time, if you ask me.
Indeed, indeed. And we're seeing now Caniac Central finally getting their initial first push on, but they will lose their Zap and now lose their Forge Pro as well. So now Nerdy Adam trying to make something happen, and they will make something happen, actually managing to find Organic. Maybe seeing Train. They continue their disruption on that right side. Actually will continue that as now three players go down for Remix. Now this Pencil left isolated with just a cooler to be their lone friend here, just having to wait, trying to jump out, trying to see if they can stall a little bit and try to find a better position. However, they jump straight into a Booyah Bomb. Very unfortunate escape there, as two members actually will go down for Caniac Central, so now maybe an opportunity for Remix to bounce back.
Indeed, indeed, right here. Oh, I was gonna say, oh no, that could have turned deadly, but no, the Blaster was able to pick up that jump pick as well right here. Looks like we're gonna be in middle for a second here. I'm a liar. Remix looks like they're ready to roll, but it's not gonna matter too much because Caniac Central coming in with a huge wipeout. They already have a lot of this map in their control, which is already huge for them. They are with that inherent advantage of paint and control that, you know, they could probably go straight into almost like lockout situation if they can get these ledges. But no, I like Remix's thoughts here. Going straight for the stack and rotating to the right. I like these guys, Rocket. I like these guys.
Yeah, and we're seeing yet again Nerdy Adam trying to make something happen here. We'll find one, not quite the second here, as we're actually seeing now a little bit of Remix going back into these Organic, managing to find that E-Leader, a key pick for them, so now they won't have to worry about some pesky little sniping, as now they will allow themselves to move forward here, but they need a Keely take the side of Caniac Central's base. I mean, they need to get in here. They need to continue dislodging of those tri-strikes are a good catalyst to, but there needs to be more as Organic is trying to make something happen, but will take a one-for-one trade. But three players now, a wipeout in favor of Remix.
Remix is here to bring the party. Not afraid to move themselves forward. Also, that was a nasty pick. I hope we saw that. I hope when you screamed at me because that was super cool. But it looks like Caniac Central is going to be here to stop the party in return here. Absolutely taking three members of Remix down. They not before that score got to 22 right now. A huge lead over Caniac Central right now. So Caniac Central has to find a method of response and fast, especially considering we're only a minute and a half left into this game. I don't know.
Yeah, we have Remix here with those GG strikes. Not had, though, yet again, calling their name. Nerdy Adam is here to stay on this go. Continuing to try to move in here, trying to create some space and trying to be the forefront of Caniac Central's push. But we're seeing on the other side that Pencil is here to stay as well, and that will allow a 3-down situation to go in favor of Remix. Yet again, another great hold as Caniac Central have yet to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I feel like Remix has just been locking in here. It's like they're like, okay, well, we have the lead right now. I feel like that's an extra momentum boost for them as well, and we can see that change as well. They're just going at it here. Unfortunately, the crab going down there. We have 2 down on Remix right now, so Caniac is going to be looking themselves to move forward right here. That tower Schmovit, and all 3 of them are ready to roll here. That scared me a little bit. All 3 of them on tower for a second. But Strike's coming out for Remix to move and displace, but it's not going to be enough because there's still. Actually, no, that makes it coming around. That is still definitely Caniac Center. Remix definitely had it on lock.
Yeah, and a flank coming out from Organic will take down that E leader yet again, and now it is looking very, very dangerous for Caniac Central. You need to hop onto the zone, onto this tower, excuse me, and you need to get these members off of here. However, it's going to be very, very difficult with Organic's Crab. You see that Booyah Bomb just being used just to try to dislodge him, but the Crab just melts straight through that shield, and the GG strikes are here, and the players on the side of Caniac Central are falling as Remix. In the waning seconds of it, will take game 3 and will take on the set, moving on in this winner bracket.
Remix, that reverse sweep is crazy. No, yeah, by the time we hit the game 2, Remix turned into a whole different team. It was kind of insane, if you ask me.
I mean, yeah, in the waning seconds of it, we yet again, the team with that counter pick this time in the side just wasn't enough to really change things, as Remix on Caniac Central's pick, I believe, were still able to bounce right back. And despite it being a tower control, it says we can still win on tower control. You know, it's not just, we're not a one-trick pony on just zones. We can really show, and they did. I mean, I don't know how many times I mentioned Nerdy Adam's name though, but Caniac Central still fought hard in the end, but unfortunately just wasn't enough, as Remix will move on and face our 16th seed Inkception in the other side of the semis. But I believe we're going to be taking a look at Idiots in Chat versus FlipSide, I believe, as Idiots in Chat have been the Cinderella story of this winner's bracket so far. They are our 43rd seed.
They felt whimsical today, is what I think is happening right here, because that's crazy, because they took down seed 2 in their first round of this bracket here, which is kind of crazy if you ask me. Our underdogs are fighting and winning, so I'm very curious to see how that is going to play out, because the next one is going to be seed 7. FlipSide is seed 7, and Idiots in Chat is 43.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit more fame, if you will, to Idiots in Chat and what they've done in this winners bracket, they've knocked out the 2 seed in Jet Lag in the first match. In the second, they knocked down Star Allies, the 5th seed, and now they're trying to continue that Scorch Earth tactic against the 7th seed FlipSide you just mentioned there. And now we are moving to best of 5, a reminder to everyone out there, as this will be longer sets for us, but we'll give the teams a little bit more of an opportunity to get to know each other a little bit.
Indeed, that makes it also a lot more interesting, because as you said, they have a little bit more time to adapt to what their team has. It's just like, okay, we have a little bit of spare time to work it out. I think it also relieves a little bit of that stress that best of 3s bring out. It's like we only have 2 games instead of 3. And, you know, 1 game could do it like Goro. I'm sorry, I looked at the roster of Idiots in Chat, and that quickly pulled me out, because like Goro Catchy from the listen, you gotta bear with me here. I think my brain and neurons just activated on the sight of that name. Anyways.
I mean, I don't know about you, but the name that drew out to me is I Eat Tennis Balls. I mean, like, I feel like it speaks to itself, and I don't know, as a tennis player, I don't know, it feels weird. I don't know, it feels weird, but anyways, moving aside from that, yeah, these 2 teams, they will start off on familiar map we just saw earlier in our previous round, Splatoon Hagglefish Market. Yet again, want to mention the really sandbox map of Splatoon, but really interesting to be the first game in this set, because I mentioned of how this really allows us to get an insight on these 2 teams' identity, and what a better map. I mean, come on.
This is just our bread and butter. It's like, if we're not starting on Splatoon's Haggle or Mako when we're playing zones first, where are we going? Where are we going is what I love. It really is. Are we gonna fight for the zone for 5 minutes, or is one of the one of these teams is going to be moving in and going right for the, like, well, we did see that last time, and then we saw fight for the zone for like 4 extra minutes. anything is possible in the realm of Hagglefish Market. I don't know.
Anything indeed, and I want to take a quick peek at what we have for both these teams here in terms of how they did on day 1 and how they've done so far. At least in day 1, FlipSide won 7 out of their 8 sets, only falling 2 serves up. And taking a look at the other side for Idiots in Chat, they won 6 out of 8. They only lost to I Love Latina Sonic. That's a fun name. And
I love it.
And as well, Fearless. So, I mean, if you were betting, I guess FlipSide would have the slight advantage here in terms of how they've done so far, but it's all about the hot hand. It's all about the hot hand.
That is very true. I feel like this is just another match of anything can happen. And that's what makes it all the more exciting. I love matches that are just, okay, this is a mystery box of opportunities. Actually, do we know any of the weapons these teams might be bringing out, actually? Question mark.
We can look at it, maybe a little bit of speculation. I do see at least shot player with the Gal and the Splash on the side of FlipSide. Also taking a look, I see an Octobrush as well. Might be interesting to see. We haven't seen any really brush gameplay, so I mean it's interesting to. I wouldn't really envision it per se, at least on zones, but it wouldn't be surprising to me because Octobrush does have that Zipcaster to really dislodge the members of Idiots in Chat to maybe really try that. But enough speculation. Let's see what we have in store for us. Game 1 of this Remember extended 5-game set.
Pencil and Carbon. That is a nasty combo. So is S plus Decaf Pencil is also a nasty combo. I feel like we have a lot of chip on both of these sides. So both of these teams are locking in. These are great comps. If you ask me, these are great comps that are coming out. They make it explode. I feel like that Carbon's good. If they get set up, it's going to be kind of crazy. But before I even say anything, one member goes down on the side of FlipSide. Make that 2 here, as Idiots in Chat now have that player advantage, able to cap that zone in their favor. But with the hook, is able to trade out instead. Idiots in Chat is still looking themselves to move forward here. And look how quick they're moving. I love that. That decap putting themselves beneath the ramp, forcing themselves to move a little bit back under the pressure of that Dread Ringer, which smart. I like what you're doing. I like it, but they're saying, screw it, we dash and going into the base anyways, taking picks.
Yeah, and after a fiery start, Sun finds another and continuing to move with this. Keely on that S-Blast is something we don't see quite often, but isn't quite a surprise at all to see. Now they have Booyah Bomb available to make this lockout situation even worse, but you see all the specials pretty much being used by FlipSide. The only exception to that is that Reef Slider, but it won't even be needed as 3 members of Idiots in Chat will fall in that fight, and just like that, FlipSide will finally get the cap.
Yeah, what a crazy opening there from Idiots in Chat. FlipSide is here to flip the tide and hopefully get a lot of points of their own here. One of the members going down, unfortunately, and specials coming out from the side of Idiots in Chat. They're coming in for picks, but it's not going to stop FlipSide from keeping that zone in their favor here. Just a fight for the zone, and with Reef Slider coming out, I am shocked on how that didn't kill, but the Carmen's here to finish the job.
Yeah, but FlipSide still continuing to make this zone theirs, as it is basically all blue in mid now. The jumps are coming in for them to really collect themselves, but this gives an opportunity for the members of Idiots in Chat to move in. But we're seeing it here, the contest is not to be had, as this Gal is still here to stay. The jumps are still coming in for FlipSide to continue to hold on to it, and they're holding on by a very slim thread, as they will yet again still maintain control of the zone, and Keely take the lead.
Oh my goodness, you blink and these points just pass right by you right here. The crazy part is that we saw bubbles and specials in zone for the side of Idiots in Chat, and FlipSide was able to keep their small margin enough to like put it in there, but that might change. The Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Idiots in Chat, but it doesn't matter because FlipSide still had that zone in their favor the whole time. That is insane. FlipSide with their absolutely insane hold. Was that 100-0?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it looks like Idiots in Chat, they had the first punch, they had FlipSide almost dead to rights, but it's not about who punches first, it's always about who punches last, and FlipSide just quickly, basically stealing that game pretty much from them, and what an impressive hold there, yet, like I mentioned, a quick 100-0, and it really just making a statement in this set early.
No, absolutely. FlipSide put the flip in their name, flipping the ties, as we saw. I love that. It was just the fact that we're gonna hold our own here for a second. Like we're gonna be good. We're good, and then locked in and took the 100-0. I love that for them. by the way. That was just impressive. Like, my mind is, we blinked and the match was over, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. You had that Reef Slider, you had that Zuka to really allow yourself to operate and really allowed FlipSide to pull away, but moving on from that, I'm really interested to see what the counter pick is here now, because we're going to see for sure more counter picks, so now maybe we're going to see a little bit of variety in terms of maps. Now, we've only seen, like, very limited maps. Yet again, I believe we've only seen one. Well, we've seen mostly Splat Zones, I believe. I don't think we haven't seen a Clam Blitz yet. Tower, we've seen one, and I think Rainmaker, we've seen one already, so really interested to see if we see a little switch up on the modes here.
I'm so fingers crossed on Clam Blitz, but I know Clam Blitz isn't as popular as Splat Zones or Tower, but that is my shot in the dark. Just like, ooh, someone wants to play Clam Blitz so bad. I love Clam Blitz. I mean, I don't mind. I don't blame people for playing Splat Zones. That's kind of just been the number one mode within comp. If you ask me, it's been very popular among the people, but also seeing some of these other maps to be scrumptiously nice. But we're gonna see out of these other modes anyways. What am I blubbering about here?
I mean, I get it. I mean, there's a reason why some tournaments are Splat Zones only, so it makes sense. It has some popularity to it, but I just want the chaos to ensue in Clam Blitz, but no, we will not have Clam Blitz. We will have TC Ship-Shaped Cargo, but a very interesting map indeed, because the distance between the first and the second checkpoint is going to be a brutal fight for both teams, because I believe it's the longest distance between checkpoints in terms of TC.
Oh, indeed. And on top of that, Ship Shape can get snowballed really quick if you do get past that second checkpoint. Or really, once you're at a second checkpoint, if you're able to take that window to the right of that checkpoint, it's going to be deadly, and it's going to be like home to a lot of points right here. So Ship Shape, it's like the idea is don't even let them get to that second checkpoint, because if not, you're in the danger zone.
Yeah, for sure. And really, I'm just going to be looking for those trip strikes, going to be looking for those booyah bombs. They're going to be keyed in this matchup. And I'm really interested to see if we're going to see that carbon roller yet again, because they can really assert some dominance on that tower, just really be a no-fly zone. Really a no-fly zone in any area, even close to the tower, if they can really set up properly. But really interested to see if we see maybe a different weapon switch here and there, but I don't know. It's up to speculation, as we saw that Zuka actually doing numbers on the side of FlipSide.
Yeah, Zuka is pretty crazy. I feel like Zuka can also work here because there's a lot of open parts of the map as well, and can check some ledges, especially when you look at enemy spawn. So that Zuka could very much be kind of insane here. I also want to talk about that Dread, because we did see a Dread come out last game, and I feel like bringing that Dread out would be kind of huge. The Reef Slider may have a little bit more trouble, so maybe like something like V-Slosh for the strikes. But I feel like having a ledge weapon, like a ledge check weapon as well, is going to be very beneficial for whatever team wants to bring out. So Sloshers, Blasters, I'm hopefully ready to see it. Maybe, question mark, Copium maybe?
Yeah, definitely that S-Blast. I would be surprised if we didn't see a... yet again, we do see that Slosher coming out for those GG strikes. On the other side, yes, that S-Blast will remain firm, but no more carbon. Instead, Decapitator.
Yeah, but we are seeing that V-Slosh. I would just say, those Sloshers and Blasters did come out for something like Tower, which I love. Munch. I'm eating a full course meal. But both of these teams opening up already. FlipSide, unfortunately, already dropping one of their members as well as we get into this. So that already leaves a bit of... Oh, never mind. Turn around. Both of these teams already taking a pick at each other. They're jousting each other, I think.
Yeah, and speaking of jousting, we're now looking at the Decapitator here, just trying to make something happen. We'll almost find that V-Bucket yet again, but Keely putting up a bubble, but not if the gal has anything to say about it. A quick backstab there will allow them to get back into things here. A quick 1v1 continuing their Slaughterfest as well. The gal will find another, and we're seeing the tower still heavily contested here, but no team really making its first move.
Yeah, the tower's still stuck in its neutral position right here. Ooh, Caniac able to take a really nice pick for two, ending up in a trade, but it looks like these, we still have this center in a neutral position. It's like no one's really making these. I feel like both of these teams are trying to find an opportunity where there's either 3 or more down on one of these teams, and using that to push the tower forward, because it's just, we can see everyone in frame. I think that's crazy.
Yeah, all this action happening in one area of the map. Obviously, the tower still has yet to move, and we are well on our way into this match already. You see the Zuka being popped on the side of Idiots in chat, but we see here this flank from the Gal just trying to make a move. You see the Killer Whale going out as well to try to dislodge these members and try to draw attention away. And even 2-for-2 Flip will go in favor of actually FlipSide, but however, FlipSide now with a quick getting wiped out. Now Idiots in chat right back into it, and now finally we'll certainly get our first major push, and certainly Idiots in chat will get that first checkpoint.
Indeed. This checkpoint is practically guaranteed for them unless this pencil catches up really quick. I don't think they reach from that angle. They do not. But, you know, that checkpoint... Oh, that's Zuka. Zuka jump scare, I think. But no, they're going to be looking to try and still get this first checkpoint up and out of the way. And doing so, they do successfully able to get up and out of the gate, that checkpoint moving and tower moving here. There's a lot of words and there's a lot of vocabulary to this game, I swear to you.
Yeah, but that Booyah Bomb is available for that S-Boss to try to... Never mind, it is quickly taken out by that pencil there, and just like that, we have Idiots in chat forced back a little bit, as now FlipSide will maybe have an opportunity to get back here, especially since they have the strip strikes to really dislodge members of Idiots in chat. That Zuka is there, though, right on that tower, will force that V-Slosher away, but they will have the cooler to fall back to. Now, the FlipSide really needs to get a push in here, though, because so far Idiots in chat have been able to check them and leave them here in mid. A little bit of a dance there will leave that V-Slosher alive just for a little bit to get a pick, but will get traded.
Yeah, the trade nonetheless better than going down alone. But it looks like this tower is moving in the favor of Idiots in chat. Once again, looking for another personal strike, something out to stall this tower out a little more as FlipSide waits for the members to try and get at least near the tower. One of the members of Idiots in chat going down in the process. We're going to be seeing picked on each side right here, but it doesn't stop Idiots in chat from trying to keep this tower from moving. Just playing a patient game. The Slump just feel a whimsical on tower, forcing a jump out instead of Idiots in chat. So that's essentially 3 back to the spawn right here. FlipSide, I would call that a successful defense right here, but they do have to find an answer of their own. They have to start getting points very soon, especially considering there's only a minute and a half left in this game right here. FlipSide has got to find that answer.
Yeah, it has all been IIC so far. You see this Zuka going out, not quite finding much, but finally FlipSide will somewhat get a push in and now just threatening that first checkpoint. But the key part about this map, the distance between this checkpoint and the next is so long, and there's so many opportunities for IIC to finally go in, but they do have a bubble available for them to do that. But so far, FlipSide have been holding it down with now Trip Strikes and Cooler going down. 2 players down for IIC, and now the lead quickly taken as well.
Yep, FlipSide once again putting their name all the way to the max here, flipping the tides once more. That is going to be a lead, and the second checkpoint is also broken. That is huge for FlipSide here, but the bloodbath is just beginning as members are up. I think both of these, I thought there were going to be more people going down. Loud and correct buzzer, I guess. As FlipSide, it's the chat, excuse me, able to regain that tower, but it's not going to be for long because they're going to be going 2 down. Strike coming out again from the side of FlipSide to try and get this tower moving past. Zuka's crazy, by the way. I hope you saw that.
Finding more as well. I'm not sure that was even the intended target, but they will still find that pencil. That was a really nice pick there, but now with the waning seconds left in this game, it is now all Idiots in chat's pressure. It is all on them to make sure that they can see if they can bring this back, because at the beginning, IIC had all the momentum to their backs, and within like a minute, just like that, now FlipSide can really play keep away, but they need to be very careful, especially with 3 players down. It is just really left up to the Gal, and just like that, actually a delayed wipe for IIC. Now they can move forward, and yet again, more players are falling. This could be really huge for IIC to come back into it. The Booyah Bomb is here available as well for Sun, as they will use it and try to activate it here, and that will be the secured win. Just like that, IIC, they faced a FlipSide, were able to get in a really good push, but IIC still remained calm under pressure to steal that one right back.
That was insane. It was the way they had their flowchart all together. It's like someone take this window. They had 2 people take a critical spot on the window to the right of the second checkpoint, and that is huge, ginormous huge. They had that idea on lock, and I think that also helped push that checkpoint further. The blaster on the ledges was amazing. You had the aggression and the pencil on tower. I'm foaming at the mouth. This is, we have the score even 1-on-1. Idiots in chat and FlipSide both sitting at 1 point right now. So the counter pick is now going to fall in the hands of FlipSide.
I mean, if that was a little sneak peek of how this entire set is going to be, I'm already excited. I mean, that was so far the closest game we have seen on stream so far, and already with a quick pick, we will be seeing Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. But before we get talking to that a little bit, FlipSide with a great comeback, and it seemingly looks like they were gonna run away with that one, and I believe that to be the case. But quickly, it is in chat. All it took was 2 quick team fights. First with the delayed wipe, and then a very, very quick wipeout, and that Booyah Bomb basically just acting like a trip strike there to secure that victory, to create all that space, was just chef's kiss. I mean, that was just beautifully well done for IIC and why they've made it so far. But now let's analyze a little bit of Rainmaker Humpback.
Oh, do I have some words for Rainmaker Comeback? This is the playground of all maps, especially considering we're playing on Rainmaker, which no lead is safe. This map is what I like to call your 2 feet are never evenly on the ground. There's a lot of hills, there's a lot of open space. This map does the opposite of Splatoon 3 does with the maps. It is a wide map, not a long map, which makes it very quick to have flanks or any dangerous situations pop up just as fast. That also means, since it's Rainmaker, you're gonna be going 100 to 1 and give it 10 seconds. So this map is very much, if you are not careful, leads will slip by your hands, or worst case, you're gonna get knocked out. It is very much the map that is the king of you are not safe no matter what lead you have unless that lead is a knockout.
Yeah, but the key thing about it is taking that bunker, like, after the first checkpoint, it is such a narrow passageway to go through that really specials, like, I'm fully expecting multi-kills from, like, Zukas or Reef Sliders in those narrow alleyways between the first and second checkpoint, because it is such a bottleneck on this map that you need to have somebody try to figure out a different way in, maybe trying to see if they can maybe pull some sneaky maneuvers to try to get behind that defending team. But it is so hard to get in, and will have to require a lot. I'm expecting multiple specials at the same time, maybe with like a combination of Trip Strike from plus Zuka to go in. But ignoring that, let's see if we have some weapon switches here. We will see the Carbon returning and an edit switch. Now on the other side, a Zimmy. Oh my goodness, we're seeing a lot of changes, and a Dynamo as well.
I like these a lot. I actually really like that Dynamo pick. The both Dynamo and Zimmy. Zimmy has a lot of paint here and has the power to kill. And Dynamo is just nasty on these ledges. I do like that Carbon pick a lot here. If they're able to support the paint for that Carbon on the side of FlipSide, that Carbon can also be absolutely deadly. So I want to see where these teams are going to be panning out. Honestly, I'm foaming at the mouth again. I can't keep foaming at the mouth over here.
Yeah, and Keely, both those dredge will means we're going to see a lot of Reef Sliders, and I feel like Humpback Pump Track map layout is just perfect for that. Already, though, Idiots in chat will get that first Rainmaker checkpoint, and already 2 players down for FlipSide, so now they can really continue this and continue to roll here, but there needs to be space to move as that Rainmaker will unfortunately fall back into mid, but still, FlipSide are still contesting it heavy. However, 3 players do go down. It's just left to this dredge, and that is a delayed wipe. They are continuing to move forward with the Rainmaker and knocking it down to the 16-point mark. What a great push.
They're not done. They're not done. They're not done.
They're not
never mind. Now they are.
Now they are.
Are.
That was looking
no.
for them, you know?
Absolutely here, but right now here FlipSide already having that Rainmaker moving towards this checkpoint just as fast here that it wants to flip these sides very soon. I love that Dynamo was trying to place themselves over that ledge, but they're going to be going down in process, and that checkpoint is going in the favor of FlipSide. Once again, here to try and turn the tides and give them a taste of their own medicine. I love how quick these teams are moving. That is huge. Just the second they have advantage, just moving forward. Oh, Reef Slider! Going for a pick, catch Reef Slider! Everyone and their mom are dropping Reef Slider, if you ask me, but that Rainmaker is going to be going down. But FlipSide also has 2 jumps coming in, ready to keep this momentum going. I love this.
This is fast, furious, and just basically a war of attrition we're seeing so far. I mean, it is just everyone throwing themselves into the heat of battle, but now it is on the pressure of Idiots in chat to keep this defense strong, because they did get that really good push. However, that Zuka, though, from Idiots in chat will knock them down, but 3 down, a wipeout on the other side. It doesn't matter that Zuka took out that Rainmaker. Now a red carpet laid out for FlipSide to move in. The lead will be taken, but not the goal, as a great last second effort will allow them to get these players, but still Fish is still here. Fish is still here on this Carbon. Will they see them? Will they see him? They will, and Fish will move back and just recollect themselves with the team, but FlipSide, just like that, answer right back.
No, that's crazy. The pace that this game is moving at is insane. The way these teams are quickly taking their standards, quickly pitting themselves up. Also, crossfires have been insane this match. I do want to mention that both teams have teammates that whenever they see someone shooting at the Rainmaker, they go loud and correct, but in Merkham, I thought that the Rainmaker's moving. We're schmoving. It is a chat is trying to get waves going. They did lose 2 members right here, but this that Rainmaker is gonna be popped in their favor. I love the Zuko used to make space here and move members of FlipSide back, but there's so much happening.
Yeah, you saw there that Dredge with that Reef managing to find 2 in favor of FlipSide, and now just like that, that's all it took for FlipSide to quickly take back control, and now they are continuing to try to keep up the pressure. You see Fish with the Zuka will actually find another, and then yet again a Reef Slider will go in to potentially lay the carpet out for them to move forward, and actually there is a key half there, but quickly shut down by Idiots in Chat. The lead is still extended though, down to 3. Reef Slider now available in the hands of Idiots in Chat. You see a Dredge 1v1 happening on this other side, but it is so close here, as now it is looking like a potential knockout situation if you need it. But actually in the backline, the FlipSide is still there, and they still will manage to cap that. I don't think we were able to take a look at that, but somehow I believe a member of FlipSide was just remained unchecked.
That is the harsh lesson of never leave your Rainmaker unattended unless oh my goodness. We're gonna go see if we can find out exactly what happened there, because that we blinked and that Rainmaker was in the pedestal. Sneaky insane. I'm gonna lose it. As if this game couldn't get any more interesting.
I think it was Fish. It might have been Fish that carbon in the back, either that or somebody else. I'm not exactly sure, but I believe it was Fish. Yeah, I believe it was Fish that was that carbon sneaking around in the back there, and just so happened to catch a very perfect moment where the other members of IIC were in mid. Either that or that lone player of IIC did get quickly sharped and taken out, and that's all it takes, is a sneaky player just in the backline just to end things there. And now we are potentially looking at a gentleman's sweep in favor of FlipSide. Now IIC with their counter pick.
This is going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see what's going to come out next. I don't think we're going to be coming out with another Rainmaker. Honestly, I want to place a bet on either zones again or data zones. Mahi zones. I called it. Let's go. Mahi zones, my beloved and behated. The map only becomes playable the second you get that water down on the floor. Notorious for having a bunch of pencils on it. I wouldn't be surprised if that edit comes out too, but edit would be very interesting. I low-key want to see edit, but also pencil's really good on this map.
And you know what else is good on this map? Those dredges, those dread ringers for those reef sliders. I am fully expecting to see both of them yet again, and we're gonna see, I feel like a very aptly themed special for a map such as Mahi. It's the beach, and you are bringing a reef slider, basically a riding shark. A shark floaty. Come on. It's very fitting. But anyways, moving past that, yes, you did mention the quirk of this map, obviously being the entire map finally being revealed around the 60 tick mark, and that really provides not only more special farming, like an immediate momentum switch in that aspect, but really allows these teams to really maybe, like I mentioned, get a quick retake in, because Mahi is very notorious for lockouts.
Yes, it has a nasty lockout if you can get to it. It's very hard to break out of it, especially considering if you have any ledge camping weapons. That sloshes right over your base, right over the ledge on your plat, and that is dangerous in on its own. But it also can lead to disastrous consequences if you're not careful while initiating a lockout, because just as fast you can lose all your teammates, especially considering how close you are to the spawn of the opposing team. I'm not surprised about the pencils, the carbon. Oh, I like the carbon dread. Okay, so they have their ledge camping options, and I do like that decap. And the most they're gonna want to do is sniff out that carbon. If that carbon can't do much, I
feel like the attention has to be on the carbon. That's what cost them that previous game. But continuing things, I believe this is the same comps we're seeing from both sides that we saw in the first game of this. We see here Fish trying to make something happen. We'll find some, but quickly taken out, and actually 3 members of FlipSide will quickly fall. So just like that, IIC with a quick zone take.
Yeah, Inkception chats with their iconic openings here, as we have seen previous games, already holding. They have specials up as well. I do see that Zuko online for them as well, so I'm expecting to see that too. FlipSide, oh, Sun, you menace to society, going for 3 against FlipSide. That is huge. This is a gigantic advantage here for Aegis and Chat. We are seeing that whale active from FlipSide as well, so they already have at least one special up and ready for themselves. The water is going to be coming down, and FlipSide has to find an answer to here. They're able to find a pick. It's going to be evened out though. So we're coming out trying to find something to work with even more. We're not going to be with the blaster coming in for extra picks. We might find they might just be flipping things.
And you mentioned lockout, and we are seeing it live in action here. IIC have been doing a great job at containing this lockout. They do go 1 player down now, and will allow some space for FlipSide to move in. However, the zone is still contested between both sides. You see this mid decap trying to make something happen. We'll see the situation that they're in and say, nah, I don't want any of that. And FlipSide will finally take control of the zone, but what a great hold initially from IIC.
Oh no, absolutely here. Again, we've been seeing some crazy openings from them all set here. Already seeing 2 specials from them go up and active. Guiabomb is out. Zuka is out. Zuka unfortunately not able to quite find a pick, but that carbon is going to be going down from the side of FlipSide, which is already going to be huge here for them because they have 1 less sneaky member to have to work with. But it doesn't matter because that zone is still capped in the player of FlipSide. Reef coming out, taking an extra pick on it. The zone continues to fly in colors of yellow, but that might just change soon as members of Idiots in Chat are able to get in there, cap that zone, applying a 38-point penalty against FlipSide.
Yeah, that is a massive penalty to eat through, but you saw the first hold from IIC. They know how to keep this out. However, the difference being obviously there's more terrain to cover, and they're just trying to build their specials. You see the bubble already active for the mid decavitator. Now the Zuka in favor of Sir Blue here with being the use, and there it is right there. Will find its target in the Gal. Seeing if it can find a little bit more, not quite, but you see on the other side as well that Carbon has that Zuka as well for this retake. The re-slider will go out, won't quite find a target, but at least provide the momentum for FlipSide to get in. But quick with the defense, IIC still have heavy control of it.
No, indeed. As fights are starting to break out on the left side of the field as well. Doesn't stop the zone from keeping its purple color here as FlipSide has to find an answer and soon with only 5 ticks left here and 2 members going down here. I think that's going to be game. And that is game. It is in China evening out the score, taking game for the set score. The game score is now at 2-2. We're going to game 5, girl. We're going to game 5.
I mean, I'm not really surprised because of how these 2 teams have been playing. It's just been back and forth punches. This was IIC's pick, but this key game 5 now rests in the hands of what FlipSide would like to do. They have now learned, and we have now learned, what these 2 teams like to do, what their keys are, but now a potentially little advantage for FlipSide. They get the final map pick, so it's going to be really intriguing to see what they play there. But, I mean, that game was just really, really masterfully played from Idiots in Chat. We were talking at the beginning of it of how lockout heavy this map is, and we saw how well IIC were able to do just that.
Oh no, absolutely here, utilizing their specials, utilizing just a chain, being able to chain off each other and crossfire each other to make sure that they're not getting picked off quickly is huge. The execution of it, just chef's kiss. I really like what they were doing. And FlipSide like almost got there. Like there was times where that zone was almost capped in their favor, and Idiots in Chat, just even if it's by a small speck of ink, we're able to still hold the zone, and I think that's impressive in on its own as well. So that was a really, really good match, especially for Idiots in Chat. But as you said, I'm very curious to see what that next match is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if we... No, wait, FlipSide won Rainmaker. We can't see that again. So wait, well, let's see. Because it looks like Tower Control and... Tower Control still in play. And so is Clan Blitz.
Clan Blitz, we have yet to see a Clan Blitz. I just want to see Clan Blitz, please give it to us, but I don't think it will be the case, as actually I believe our Game 5 will be Mako Mart zones, but shifting away a little bit from focus of this match, actually, our other semifinals winners bracket has already finished. Remix, who we just saw take down Caniac Central, got the better of Inkception, and they move on to winners bracket finals, knocking down Inkception down to the losers bracket. So the winners of this set will be facing Remix in winners bracket finals.
Oh, that's super, super exciting. Yeah, this is going to be such a tight match as well. So both of these teams are really going to be trying to fight for their spot in winners finals, which I'm like shaking. I'm going to explode right here. It's just super exciting because Game 5 always has so much tension and so much momentum locked into a set that both of these teams are going to be pushing their limits to the brink. And especially Mako. Like, of all maps, this is the, like, I would say more bread and butter than Hagglefish. This is our most well-rounded map. So every aspect of these teams are going to be tested. Your best goal is to not get locked out, because lockout also can get kind of heavy on this map.
Yeah, and my interest starts with what these two teams will bring out. I'm sure we'll see that S-Blast. We will see that Carbon coming out from Fish. Same comp, I believe, coming out from both sides, I believe. Yep. Actually, I believe so, yes. I'm not seeing really any differences here. We do see pencils on both sides and that key signature Carbon on the side for Fish. Actually, no Dredge on the side of Idiots in Chat, I believe. Switching over to the, I think, V-Shot.
I think the V-Shot was there before, because both of these sides had... No, yeah, they had Zuka beforehand, so I think these comps are the same, if I am not mistaken. But the fights for the zone are starting to begin once more here, as we did actually see FlipSide. No, they're catching the zone again. I forgot they capped the zone already before. I like where this Booyah Bomb is going towards the back of the zone, giving Innocent Chat a little bit more space to work with, and that bubble placement is scrumptious, but that reset is coming in to break it anyways, but not without being punished. We're seeing a lot of back and forth until Innocent Chat, I think, is going to be grabbing, grabbing the zone. Oh, there we go. Grabbing the zone and hoping to look forward, but it's actually like just going to start getting scrappy really quickly.
And the key thing to mention is, I mean, FlipSide does have that Dredge compared to Idiots in Chat not having it, but it doesn't seem to matter, as IIC will be the ones with the lead and with zone control. But just like that, FlipSide were able to take it back. That Reef Slider coming out from the side of FlipSide will maybe play a factor here, as they will be able to take that zone in quick fashion, knocking down 2 players of IIC as well, and potentially taking the lead right back, as this is still very, very contested here.
I also want to mention that they took down Idiots in Chat's Cooler player as well, right as they had Cooler as well. So they are lacking Cooler on this retake as well, which is going to be a nice advantage here for FlipSide. But one of their members going down, I feel like Idiots in Chat now having their Cooler is going to be seeing this opportunity to try and get themselves into the zone here. I think another special would do them amazing here if they're able to build one up. But FlipSide looking here to hold this strong. I do see that Reef Slider online for them as well. So this is going to go either way. They're having a really good hold right now on FlipSide.
Yeah, but FlipSide now knocking at potentially the door of ending this set here. They are now down to 15 ticks left. That Booyah Bomb could be huge for Idiots in Chat to stay in it. 10 seconds left, 10 ticks left, I mean, but the players are there for FlipSide to hold on. Will it be enough? No, as IIC are still here, but actually that quick pick right there, that key pick from the Dredge will end things, and in a very, very fast game, FlipSide, just like that, 100-0, and ends that set, will punch their ticket to Winners Bracket Finals.
That was an insane game for FlipSide. I'm not over that Reef Slider at the end there. That Reef Slider, I just said, the crucial pick on their shooter to just take them out, draw the paint, add extra paint to the zone, just lock the game right into place. A crazy set to just a concrete ending.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, take a look at how this set turned out. It was back and forward, back and forward, back and forward, and really, it was just whoever had that map pick, they were able to win on their, well, basically home court, and I mean, we saw it, home court advantage, that really what allowed them to work. But yeah, GG's to both teams. FlipSide, we will see you soon against Remix, and IIC, they still have an opportunity to punch their way back here. Their run is not quite yet over. They will have to fight through losers bracket. But with that being said, we're going to be taking a very, very quick break before we move to winners bracket finals. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, hello. We are back here bringing you Low Ink Day 2, December 2024. Alpha Brackets Winter Finals is starting up for you guys. But before I get ahead of myself, I am joined by the one and amazing Rocket. Do say hello.
Hello, hello. We are back here, and that was a very quick break, of course, because we were just getting ready. Really excited for two teams who we just saw earlier on stream, and a very familiar map mode for FlipSide. I mean, we just saw them win in a thriller against IIC Idiots in Chat, and Remix, who we saw earlier, at least on stream, take out Caniac Central in round 2. So we are a little bit familiar with these teams already. So to see them now here meet in Winners Bracket Finals, it's going to be very entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very excited to see what both of these teams are going to bring to the table, especially because they are fresh out of their matches, especially FlipSide, who we quite literally, they're going back to Mako zones. FlipSide, to anyone that may have missed not too long ago, FlipSide just finished a game 5 set on Mako zones with a wipeout. I mean, with a knockout. So they're like, wait, we just played this. We're back in the building.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, what we've seen, at least from both these teams, Remix, Organic, they have been that dualies specialist player, either just sticking with the vanillas Splat dualies for that crab, or going over Keely to the Googler dualies, who you don't see often at all, but in the right hands, they can really be effective, and in the right hand, they are. I mean, Organic has been popping off with those, and taking a look at the other side, FlipSide's key thing is that dredge that won them that game. I mean, you saw it get that key pick and paint that zone to secure them, so, I mean, I would expect that same comp we just saw coming out from FlipSide, but it's gonna be intriguing to see how these interact with each other.
Absolutely here. I feel like that pencil and dread from the side of FlipSide are a must. I think it's going to be exactly as you said. We're not going to see them going anywhere, but I feel like we're going to be seeing pencils on each side. If you ask me, that's kind of like the no-brainer of this game here, because pencil's kind of a little busted on zones, if you ask me.
Yeah, for sure. And taking a look down at the losers bracket, at least, there are still, I believe, 6 teams down there, so they are still alive, but hanging on by their last threads. They are Serves Up, Ball Up Top, Galestra, Freak Force, and obviously the other two that we saw lose, IIC and Inkception. But enough of that. Let's see what we have in store for us for both these teams. No real surprises on the other side. We will see Organic sticking with those Splat dualies, which I will like here, obviously for that crab, because it applies so much pressure for them, and not only for painting, but also pressure onto the pencil.
Also, can we talk about that carbon on the side of FlipSide? They had a pretty big change at the comp right there, bringing out the carbon. As was it their last hit? Or am I tripping out?
That was Fish. Yeah, Fish was on carbon.
Okay, well now we know. Quotes coming out here from the side of Remix, along with that crab to add a lot of extra space. Crab is my favorite space-making theme of Jiggity. It's kind of awesome. Restarter coming out, unfortunately being punished just as it is over right here. Remix looking themselves having a pretty good footing for what it looks like. Splashdowns coming out to defend themselves, as well as that lead is going to swap in their favor. It's like we are in the early stages, so just barely a minute in on it. We're seeing a lot of action hit the field.
And Keely, though, Remix, instead of going with that regular blasting, does go for that custom blasting, which I do like for that pressure. A quick Zuka from Fish will actually find one. 3-down situation now in favor of FlipSide. The T-Tech does have those tri-strikes, but will decide to hold on to them smartly for this counter push, as now the zone is all in favor of FlipSide with that reach slider available. Those tri-strikes will actually get quickly disrupted there, as only a couple will find their mark. And now, yet again, we see these specials going out. The crab coming out from Organic to try to contest this, but will it be enough to prevent the lead switch?
Also, kind of mentioned Remix taking the retake plan from the stack. I really liked, even though they unfortunately are going to go 3 down here. FlipSide looking themselves to have a really nice lockout and very close to flipping that lead in their favor. Carbon feeling silly, unfortunately getting taken out by that Pencil, which was an excellent pick, by the way. Pencil, I like that. That was silly, and I like that. It came out in your favor. But Killer's going to be coming out from FlipSide as they continue to hold this zone in their favor. They are not letting up. So Remix really has to find answers soon. Diego strikes him out to try and make a couple more waves, but with 2 of the members going down, 2 down on each side, it's going to be a fight for the zone. Those Pencils are still alive on each side. Calling the Auctioneer the way I'm calling these shots. Ooh.
Yeah, and still, FlipSide though, with a strong hold onto the zone. However, that grip is loosening here as Organic is here with the crab. However, a quick backstab from that gal will end it right there. However, FlipSide still somehow managed to hold onto that zone. 2 players go down on their side though, so maybe eventually Remix will allow themselves to get in. Fish is still there with the Carbon, quickly getting taken out by several members of Remix, and finally Remix are able to give themselves a little bit of an opportunity to breathe. However, we do see this flank yet again coming out from the gal.
Oh, this is going to get very dangerous very quickly here for either side, really. But unfortunately, I think the gal's going to be forced to move themselves a little bit back. That whale was really huge and keeping himself alive. Unfortunately, not going to be enough to keep him alive for longer as the zone flips. Once again, on Remix's side, not having to deal with any penalty points. There are people coming down left and right here, but that zone has yet to be capped from either side. There we go. There we go. Remix able to get that cap on the zone once more. I do see that crab ready for the Julius. I feel like that's going to be popped. There we go. To make space, but not without FlipSide capping the zone and finally applying that penalty onto Remix.
Quick suction bomb, and Zuka will end Organic's crab rain there, and also another one will fall. FlipSide continuing to make these picks known, and now more players falling on the side of Remix, now trying to eat through their penalty. No specials on the board for either team. Both teams are just trying to farm them. You see the trip strikes going out actually on the side of Remix, and now that Reef Slider is available, just waiting for the opportunity to strike, waiting for Remix to make their move, and Remix needs to make their move soon. As you see, Organic does have Crab available, but it might not even be needed now. Eventually will be used to try to take this zone. The zone is still in favor of FlipSide, however, as that Reef Slider is used. Won't quite find value, but kicks are going left, right, and central, as there's actually a quick wipeout for Remix will actually allow FlipSide to take this and surely take this game as the waning seconds go. Just like that, FlipSide continue their Macomart zone streak and now are 1-0 in Alpha Winners Finals.
That is the ideal situation if you are FlipSide right there. Yeah, just that wipeout at the end to really seal the game. Just sitting there with your squad, just like, yeah, that just happened. Yep, we wiped out. We're good, and that is game 1 in their favor. Again, I feel like Mako Zones is their bread and butter, especially considering that they had just played it not too long ago, going back to the building, back to Mako Mar here. So again, great job there from FlipSide. Remix also had one heck of a showing in the beginning as well, because they were fighting for that zone. Like, we're not going to like slip past that either.
Yeah, 100%. We did see those great plays coming out from Organic Inc. on those crab. It's just that they were disrupted many times due to just the flanking ability of that gal constantly time again, just disrupting their plans. But now an opportunity to bounce back for Remix, because we've seen so far games tend to favor the team who makes the counter pick here. Rarely, it is all in the hands now of Remix to make their pick, and I'm really interested to see if we'll stay on splat zones or maybe move over to either Rainmaker or a tower, because honestly at this point in the tournament my Clan Blitz dreams are dying.
I feel that. I wish to see Clan Blitz as well. Clan Blitz is such a fun mode to watch on the spectator side, but it's probably tower.
Yep.
I called it.
There it is right there. We will have our next map, and it is TC Shipshape Cargo, another map we have seen recently, another favorite, and obviously, yet again, not to beat a dead horse, but the key of this map is the distance between that first and second checkpoint, because it is a very, very long trek to make.
Indeed. Also, it gets super snowballing when you do get past that second checkpoint. It's long, it's distant, and oh my goodness, our ledges are... blasters and sloshers are gonna have an absolute trip. It's like we're going through the motions again. We're like going. It's just like I feel we're going through the motions, Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, Remix, this is their pick, so they should have a strategy in, and I have full faith that they will bring out something that I'm sure FlipSide won't expect, but maybe we won't expect either. I mean, we've already seen what they can do and how their ability to bounce back. I mean, we did call that previous game between them, or the previous set, excuse me, between them and Caniac combo, or Caniac Central Caniac combo. I'm getting hungry, I can tell, but Caniac Central. But yeah, I mean, those matches were very, very down to the wire, and Remix, no matter how beaten they look, they don't break and are able to punch back. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happened here, especially in a very, very important set such as this one.
Absolutely. I think something to note as well is that both of these teams have been playing for basically 2 days straight at this point and have gone through an entire bracket. So I feel like at this point in the tournament, we're also starting to account for stamina as well. Stamina is going to be a huge factor as well because these teams have been playing for so long. Well, we had a whole day of groups and the next day of, your stamina may be running out at this point. So I think this is very much also contributing to what might happen here going forward. So I'm excited though. Nonetheless, I'm excited. I do. Ooh, Blaster. Okay, we call that. Blaster's coming out. That pencil is. Okay. And Slosher. I like the Slosher. I'm a sucker for Slosher because it strikes. Smile. That's
Yeah, for those GG strikes. Organic going over for those Googolo dualies. I like that pick there. Going away from that crab and instead choosing to use that Booyah Bomb. Maybe to try to put a similar effect. Unfortunately, they will be the first player to be slain in this game as actually FlipSide are going off to a hot start. We'll actually find yet another there as well on the Blaster, but might overheat a little bit as now we are reset here back to even numbers as the tower has moved only 10 ticks forward in favor of FlipSide.
Yep, it's just those first 30 seconds here that get very chaotic very quickly right here. Remix trying to make that space here, finding actually pretty making good progress here, I would say, but not for long as Azuka from FlipSide able to find an excellent pick here. It looks like Google is forced to step back as well. It looks like FlipSide is starting to make their push forward and slowly pushing members of Remix a little bit back, but not enough to make anything happen just yet. Trying to find those opportunities indeed.
Yeah, trying to find those opportunities. You need to find the little cracks in the defense, and with only a minute passing here, we are still pretty even up. That splashdown won't be enough to save that player from that whale here, as we're seeing the pencil being threatened here a little bit on the side of FlipSide. You see, actually, that shot will go down to now numbers advantage in the side of FlipSide, but will they be able to take advantage of it? Let's see the gal trying to find a little bit of a peak here, not quite finding its target as we're still just waiting around here, these teams just trying to get a feel for each other and trying to farm specials, trying to find any sort of advantage to hold on to, but finally Remix will get their first points on the board and will take that slim lead.
Indeed. Rocket, if you ask me, I think we're seeing the same song and dance as we saw not too long ago in our last Dark Control game, where we have a really long neutral. I'm just waiting for these teams to find their opportunity and really explode at point. That's when things are really going to start getting interesting, I think.
100%, I agree with you. And now, finally, maybe something happening here as now Remix will threaten to get that first checkpoint, and they will. That Booyah Bomb coming out to create some space, but that's not the only threatening special that they have in their pocket. You see these Strip Strikes now going out right on cue from Neo, trying to create some space, but still, FlipSide are still here to hold firm, and eventually they will have to push onto that tower, as now that tower has reached the distance between the first and second checkpoint, now threatening that second checkpoint. You see Organic trying to maybe draw attention away, but unfortunately Remix are thrusted back, and we are going back to the mid here as FlipSide with a solid defense, but still a large lead to overcome.
No, yeah, there's a lot of space that needs to get through here, especially considering that first checkpoint hasn't been broken for the side of the FlipSide here, but FlipSide has also been notorious for their essentially player-activated last-ditch effort by the end of the game, so we went below for a while, but Remix, again, with a really nice lead so far. It's just, I think whichever team is able to break through that second checkpoint is going to be in for, like, a good time.
100%, and now we are trying to see if they can continue this momentum as finally FlipSide are having some things go into their favor. Their first checkpoint is now popped, but now you need to make this distance. Cooler being popped as well to continue this, and we're seeing the gal popping Whale, trying to draw attention, kind of like how Organic did on the other side. Deja Vu here as now they're moving towards the second checkpoint. The lead will be taken, but it is a very, very slim 1-point lead at that. 3 players, however, do go down for Remix, and now an opportunity to get this key second checkpoint here. However, this pencil is holding their ground.
That was such a scrappy fight. The Penta was able to get that one tick ahead of that Slaughter. That was kind of awesome. I can't even lie. But Strikes are coming up for the side of FlipSide, trying to make a little bit more space for themselves as they're able to regain that tower into their control, looking to try to push this lead any further. That lead is a little too slim for comfort, especially if you are on the side of FlipSide. Well, Remix can try to take it back, but with the blaster over here, feeling whimsical, taking 2 while they're at it, trading that second pick though. That is 3 down on the side of FlipSide. Remix here to turn the tides and try and get to space of their own and get this tower moving.
1 minute, do or die time. 3 specials available for Remix. You see actually now 1 taken out. You see the Booyah Bomb being used now to create more space. The cooler is also active as well. Organic just trying to find an opportunity to use it. We'll just have to throw it into the side here. Just not quite able to find much value out of it. You see Trip Strikes though available for Remix to continue to make this push going, but it is starting to lose some steam here as Cooler on the other side will halt that push in his tracks. 30 seconds left. Remix needs to at least hold on to mid here so they can have one final overtime opportunity to push.
No, yeah, here, and FlipSide is going to be definitely on that defense end right here because they can stall out Remix as well. Compared to Remix, where they are forced to push into the space of FlipSide. So if FlipSide can set up a defense, they're going to be hit for Zeus melee, but I can see one of their members up front causing a little bit of chaos. Only 10 seconds left, and Strikes came out just a little bit early. I don't know if that's going to be enough to delay them until that last mark right there. 3 seconds left on the clock. I don't know where that last strike has gone. I don't think that last strike went out here, but that's that. I mean, it's going to get 3 down on FlipSide.
Wow.
Remix with that last second lead. Oh my goodness. Those strikes coming out early made me cry.
You were just talking about it. Those Trip Strikes might have come out a second too early. Those strikes are there for a reason. You want to secure them until the very end. Maybe they were feeling pressured from another player, but it's just from a FlipSide member, I mean, like, just trying to shoot at them and forcing their hand to either use those strikes or lose them, but maybe if you just held them on for maybe 5 more seconds there, you would have secured it, but just like that, any given fight, any given second, every given moment, Remix took that opportunity and stole that game. Now we are looking at a 1-1 winners bracket finals, and basically, when you think about it, this is basically reset back to best of 3.
We're back to best of 3. We're back in the building once more. But, oh my god, that is insane. I think the thing is, the big thing to take from the last game especially is that there's now a switch of hand and momentum. Remix, especially after taking the lead at such a last moment there, I feel like they're running on now a bit more momentum than FlipSide was previously. So they have that to roll with as well. It depends the next one. If we're going into like something like Rainmaker or Clan Blitz, that momentum is going to be arguably a little bit more powerful as well. So I'm excited to see what's going to be happening. Look what I called! Look what I called!
Oh, we are gonna see an alleyway of death. I am calling it. We're gonna see absolute chaos. I like to call this map the Coliseum of
oh my god,
Splatoon
that's awesome.
3. I mean, because it is just an absolute brawl, and call it ink bath in middle, just because of there is no given like front line. Anyone can pop out of anywhere, and it is just absolute chaos there. But yeah, I also call it the Coliseum because it is just, I mean, it kind of resembles it in the middle. I mean, come on, this is just like an easy connection for me to make at least. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what these specials are gonna go ballistic. I'm gonna call it right now, Fufu. I'm gonna call like multiple multi-kills from like Zukas or something.
It's odd. I'm so excited. Honestly, I feel like that carb is coming back. There's so much. I cannot contain my excitement because I'm like, these teams have like, there's tension. There's like, how do I explain this? There's like a fight. Yes. Do you know what I'm putting down? You know what I'm putting down? I'm lacking the words right now because I'm like off the walls. I feel like I'm gonna start spiraling and exploding. Like, have you seen the gif of the? I'm putting it. The gif of the cat, like doing like the yay thing and then exploding. Yeah, that's me.
I see. I saw it. I see what you mean. But yes, exploding with excitement. I agree with you on that. But yeah, something that Remix needs to keep in check is Fish. I mean, you were talking about that carbon. That carbon can be so tricky. I mean, we saw how tricky that carbon can be. It's all a game in favor of them last time, so trying to not repeat mistakes here. They need to keep an eye on Fish, who will certainly go for that carbon. Organic will go back to that crab on that vanilla splat dualies, and there they are. There is that splat, that is that carbon roller, excuse me, and Keeley actually, instead of a pencil, we'll be seeing an edit.
Yeah, I also want to say it's interesting to see Remix with that pencil as well, considering that the arctic damage on pencil is not the best, so they're depending on either bombs or anything, a situation being in their favor for that pop to be in their favor, which I think is gonna be interesting. Well, it can go 50-50, but I'm like, a pencil is interesting on this map, so I do love that edit pick as we were talking about earlier. Carbon going in for an excellent pick. We're switching gears just as fast right now because that is a Remix with 2 down right here. Carbon is out for blood. They're here trying to find any pick that they can here as that checkpoint gets painted and drowned in blue. That checkpoint's probably here, yep, in the favor of FlipSide, already getting themselves shooting and ready to move.
Yeah, anytime I see a carbon sharking like that, I just hear the Jaws theme just in the background, just waiting. Just waiting for an opportunity to strike, but already with the checkpoint pop and a reslider going in just to try to create some space. However, they will fall in that 2 players down. Keeley, the front line of what FlipSide is trying to do, will have to be forced back, and now Remix have an opportunity to retake mid here, trying to clear on Fish there. I believe that was all 4 members of Remix saying, no, you're not, we're gonna make sure every part of that side is covered, and finally that Fish is found.
They were all looking at the carbon just a bit ago. It was like a little speck of ink was a carbon. They were like, screw this guy in particular. And you had like 3 people looking at the guy before they. But that being said,
I mean, casting a wide Fisher net. That's what they did.
Not you. Get out of here. Get out of here. But yes, the Fish is in the favor of FlipSide once more here. I like how they're lobbing these shots over the edge right here. The most things you gotta worry about here is, oh, okay, I guess the crab, first thing first, and second off, anyone coming around to flank right here. But with a lot of their teammates going down, it's gonna be really hard to hold this space right here, as it's just them in the edge to hold the space. We're attempting to go forward with the paint that's over there, but unfortunately getting picked off by that pencil. It's just 2 down again. We're gonna get silly. We're gonna get silly really quickly right now.
War of attrition, though. If a player falls on the side of FlipSide, another one will be there to take their place, take that Rainmaker, and move it ever so closely. Call it a war of attrition, call it beating your head against a brick wall and hoping it breaks. That's what they're doing. That's what FlipSide loves to do, and so far, that's what's gotten them the lead here with about half the match left to be played. You see the Zuka being popped now by Fish, maybe trying to find a target here. Won't quite find much value there as the Rainmaker will be reset back to mid, but mid is in control of FlipSide currently, so now maybe an opportunity for Remix and now an opportunity for them to push in.
No, absolutely. Here, that Rainmaker still staying in its neutral position, waiting to be popped here as each team is trying to get to it. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explode. Ooh. The restarter coming out, able to take an excellent pick as well. That is gonna be 1 down each side. But one of the members of FlipSide just moving. We're moving. We're already setting themselves up at this little elbow here. Honestly, that kind of just changed the pace of the game. It was like very much it was risky to a certain extent, but it did get their teammates there and definitely forced Remix to look at them.
I think so far in this match, Remix has picked up the Rainmaker a total of 1 time here, and FlipSide has constantly just been dropping it, picking it up, dropping it, picking up. We see here, though, the Gal causing their damage will find 2. The Rainmaker will fall, but FlipSide yet again extends their lead to a little bit more, adding a little bit more points on there. You see this pencil just trying to stay alive, will force the jump out, and now finally, it looks like Remix will have an opportunity to move in with coolers to their back. They will be making their move, but they need to worry about this flank. This left half, this left flank that so few often pay attention to. They need to be careful of it, but that's not even where the Rainmaker will be taken out from. I believe a stray bomb will allow the Rainmaker to be dropped, and now FlipSide try to dig into this defense.
Oh my god, that was very dicey right there. Well, Remix does have to get that checkpoint in their favor right now. The guy in the Fish trying to get that coming in. Why did I know that Harvey was gonna be there? I had a feeling. I'm like, they're gonna try to get checkpoint. That Harvey's just gonna spawn into the theater and just, take out the Rainmaker. But the Rainmaker once again in the hands of FlipSide. They're doing everything they can. Well, it went down though. But they're trying to do everything they can to prevent Remix from getting the checkpoint, because if they can get the checkpoint, especially where they're at now, it's gonna lead to a lot of momentum. But they get the checkpoint anyways. So I think things are starting to win along, especially with that cooler and that pop in their favor. Rocket, grab me.
An opportunity here. You see all the specials going out, but now the lead is taken by Remix. That was huge. I was going to say that you need that splashdown and those trip strikes to be built, and they were, and used in conjunction Keeley to create all that space, which forced the edit to move back and unable for them to stop that lead switch. Now with 15 seconds, the pressure is on FlipSide. They need to make a move now. Any further mistake, you see the flank from that custom blaster. Will it find the target? in the Rainmaker, though. 5 seconds left. Overtime will loom. Now, any mistake will prove fatal for FlipSide.
Yeah, this is where things are starting to really get dicey here, because we also see Crab and Strike ready on the side of Remix. But no, the Pets almost taking the Rainmaker out, but pressure continues to go up. And then one wrong shot for that Crab, and that's game! Remix with a crazy take of the lead towards the end of the match, setting the game in stone, and with an excellent defense, especially keeping that Crab in place, taking game 3 with such energy. Oh my goodness.
Sometimes all it takes is for you to be the one that has the game in your hands at the very end, and Remix had it in their hand at the end. You saw them on that last-ditch effort push, and able to take that lead from under the noses of FlipSide was huge, and Keely, Remix won on FlipSide's pick.
Which is crazy. They literally have... Okay, Remix literally pulled the example of player-made last-ditch effort, is what I like to call it, where at the end of the game, everyone just throws away any risk management that they had before and takes every risk they can to ensure, like, a lead, and they just execute it. And I was like, yes. Yes.
I like to make the analogy, it's like lemmings to a cliff. They're just all flowing down. They're all just going straight towards that objective, and it worked out for them. I mean, I was talking about it there. Those tri-strikes and that custom blaster splashdown were key to create that space. Not only that, but the key 3-down situation they were able to put themselves into really allowed them to basically just have a wide open lane. So now it is set point for Remix, so FlipSide really have to go back to the drawing board to see what they want to do, and it will be another Rainmaker pick, this time on Undertow Spillway, however.
No, not Undertow! Get me out of here! Undertow, again, the choke point, the map. Your entire mid is a giant choke point, and it gets even crazier the second you get to any of the checkpoints. Usually the right side, last time we saw this map, we saw a right side push, which was really interesting because that brought a score down to 18 last time we saw the right hand push. So I'm not gonna be surprised if we see a right hand push anywhere in this game just to try and force points in favor, but usually our left side, which is, guess what? Another choke. I mean, there's beef with this map, but it's Rainmaker Undertow. Once again, your leads aren't safe. I have beef. Yes.
Yes, and we're going to be... another thing to note as well, I mean, Remix were able to keep Fish on that carbon in check. Hold on, wait a second. Is that a Splatana Stamper I'm seeing in Neo's hand? Yes, it is. A different weapon comp coming out here, out with that T-Tech and in with the Splatana Stamper. Keely as well, sticking with everything else. Organic on that Splat Dualies for the Crab. What a roster we have here for Remix.
Indeed, I want to mention that Splatana because you just mentioned, you want to know what's something that's really fun? And that is an extra combo to your pencil. So there's going to be a lava chip coming out from the side of Remix as well, which is going to be, and they have technically two less camp options. But it doesn't matter no more because it looks like 2 members of Remix went down, and that Remix is going to be in the hands of FlipSide, looking to quickly try and take that checkpoint. Look how quickly they're pacing up, getting ready to go, not wasting any time. Boom, that's a checkpoint right here. Already having their eyes there on the pencil, or almost taking them down, honestly, but... Suga, we're moving. We're moving, I guess.
Yeah, we're moving indeed, but remember what happened literally last match. FlipSide did get off to an early lead, but Remix were able to punch back. So, although FlipSide, you have to be happy with that push, I'm sure. They have to regroup on this defense 100% really quickly because Remix can move just as fast as they can. They're already back in mid, and with Crab on their back, plus that Zipcaster, it is looking very dangerous if you are FlipSide and trying to defend this first checkpoint.
A Remix reminds me of like a soda can that you put in the freezer, forgot about, and you come out and you take it out and it explodes. That was Remix last game, and it's very much possible. Again, it's the carbon! You're crazy! The carbon to steal a knockout is insane, stopping Remix from getting that checkpoint.
I mean, I mentioned it. Fish was left in check on Humpback Pump Track, but this time making their statement known. Keely stopping that checkpoint pop, and now showing a new face to what FlipSide wants to do. They now have Zuka available for them. Organic has Crab, however, so maybe just waiting for Organic to pop that Crab to maybe counter that outright. You see the cooler being popped on the side of Remix there, but still, this Rainmaker is far back in FlipSide's side of the map, so maybe Remix is just taking the fight to them, and they are.
Yeah, indeed. It's quite literally, they have another wipeout right there, and they're able to grab checkpoint. That right side is like ripe for the slaughter. It's they can take that. I'm assuming we're sending splashdown. Look at this. I'm stunned. I'm so excited. But that right checkpoint is very possible, but unfortunately it might be a little bit too late. Yeah, it was a little bit too late of a wait right there because FlipSide was able to come in time and stop them from getting any more value out of that. Carbon is here for Ink and here to get a couple more spots on the field, grabbing that Rainmaker. I know that was someone else grabbing the Rainmaker, but already moving themselves forward in center, keeping their lead safe and sound from Remix for now.
I mean, I still want to give massive props to Starlight, that custom blaster player on the side of Remix, for getting that 1-2-3 combo there, managing to force that wipeout, and almost gave an opportunity for Remix to get back into it, but now actually Remix have another chance here. They will take out that Rainmaker, and now will pop the bubble as well. They were trying to retake control mid here, but Fish is being such a problem. Will manage to take out Organic, and you need to keep an eye on that Fish, because that Fish is slippery and will pop up out of nowhere, out of waters here. Rainmaker will be reset back to mid, so now a back to neutral fight ensues as Cooler will be popped on the side of the FlipSide.
Indeed, and we're a little under 2 minutes here left in the match, and you know, this is where things really start to get tricky and things really start to explode. Troubled Waters are ahead of us here as Crab starts to come out here for Remix, and what? That was a double pick from the Zuka, and then we turn around at the wipe. Already FlipSide looking to the left side, trying to get more points in their favor, quickly moving forward carefully so we not clump, because that flash on is up and ready on the way. Wales, everyone is here, call the Smack Bros, the way everyone is here, dude.
Pedal to the metal was FlipSide, trying to take advantage of that quick wipeout. However, they do run straight into a brick wall, as now this Gal is still trying to be a little bit sneaky. Will be forced back though, but keep an eye on that Gal. Maybe trying to make a flanking play here. Maybe trying to make a play onto the Rainmaker. No, the Rainmaker will fall due to, yet again, Fish on that Carbon. We'll take that 1-for-1 trade any day, because that is now the Rainmaker put back into his bubble. Will buy an opportunity for the other members of FlipSide to regroup. Trip Strike's available now for FlipSide to hold on this defense.
Yeah, I feel like that Carbon has been the Rainmaker's biggest hater, and I kind of love that for them. That's what kind of this game has been for that Carbon. But already we are seeing Remix starting to get Ink in their favor. They took out the Carbon, which is already huge for them here. But it's not going to stop the Gal from taking down that Rainmaker, stopping Remix's push, as they're forced to try and pop this again. No, forced to move back, especially with these strikes from FlipSide coming out. FlipSide bring out. Oh no! Oh no!
That has happened so much. Unfortunate there. Fish! Oh my goodness! Starlight's Gaming alive with that Carbon is running out of ink. 10 seconds left. This is the final push for Remix. It is looking promising so far. However, it is an even 2-2 fight. These players coming from Remix need to get a jump in, and soon. Now, any mistake will prove fatal for Remix as FlipSide try to force game 5. This could be huge here. The Rainmaker moving ever so closely, just inching forward every ink, every mile. Fish will be quickly taken out. That is huge. However, the Whale is still there. 3 players are down. It is just left to the Pencil and the Rainmaker. This is the standoff, the Mexican standoff, but it will go into the favor of the Pencil, and just like that, FlipSide even things up, and we are going to game 5.
We're going to game 5. I'm sorry, did you see Mexican show off? I would know a thing or two.
I mean, yeah, that's what it was. It was just a game of chicken at the end there. Just the Rainmaker and the Pencil left. No one else standing there. It was just an even 1-1 duel, and the Pencil ultimately came out on top, securing that for the side of FlipSide. So now, game 5 against us.
Sorry, that was so sick, by the way. I think that Pencil's extended hitbox helped so much during that last critical moment as well, because I feel like I think they hit the very edge of the hitbox at the top and was able to take the Rainmaker out, which is a really huge stop, especially considering it was just them. Remix had a really, really good push there at the end, though. Like, they had the makings to take lead, but unfortunately, just wasn't enough. Exploding.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what this counter pick is coming out on the side of Remix, and I'm not going to be surprised if it's Hagglefish Market Zones. I mean, I feel like that's like the leading pick that we're going to be expecting here, but who knows? I mean, we might expect a surprise here, but oh my goodness, we saw Fish make their mark several times, time and time again, but in the end, that Pencil just held firm. I just was able to, I mean, there's so much pressure on you, because if you miss your shots or anything, or give a little bit of an opportunity to the Rainmaker to move forward, it is curtains, and you're looking at a loser bracket run, but still holding on by a hair. Now, it is all down to this. It is all down to this counter pick.
Oh, this is gonna get so tense. Like you can feel the energy through the game. Just how much these teams don't want to drop their games here. It's just like it's such a critical moment. So I feel like this is just gonna be exploding with energy. And like zones would be interesting because we see how quickly those like clamlets or zones are I kind of want to see. I'm very much on Kofium. I really want clamlets because I really test team play overall, but Splat Zones is probably the most comfortable map. But that also means I feel like with how close these are starting to they're starting to beef with each other, Splat Zones would just be back and forth. Either that or one person's gonna get a crazy lead.
And there's so much tension riding on it too. I mean, it's pretty clear based on how long this counter pick is taking. I mean, they are really taking their time to think about it, and I would as well. I mean, the stakes are high. Either guarantee yourself a spot in grand finals or be forced to move down and try to fight another day. And actually taking a quick recess, taking a quick look at the losers bracket, our losers bracket semis are set. Idiots in Chat versus Inkception. The two losers in winners bracket semis will face off against each other. We won't cover that, our next block will, but definitely something to keep your eyes on. So yeah, it is high. I mean, I'm out of words here. And hold on, is that Clamblitz Barclay Dime that's waiting for us?
Let's go! Clamblitz, baby! I'm off the walls. Have you seen the image of like the dude just like the black and white image of like the dude just jumping on the walls?
Yeah.
That's me right now. Like also lockout on this map is silly. Like this could also there's so much space between your spawn and the other basket that this could get either very neutral or very explosive in points very, very quickly.
Now, I'm throwing all my expectations out the window. We have not seen a Clamblitz yet, and I'm pretty sure we haven't even seen a Barkle and Dime played yet, not even on zones, so I am intrigued to see if we're going to see any other weapon changes here, or if we're just going to roll with what we got. I mean, I'm thinking about Organic still sticking with that those splat rollers, obviously for Crab. Crab could be such a very important thing. Yeah, yeah, that is how you're feeling right now.
That's me. That's so me right now. You have no idea. Like, that's me. Me.
Yeah, that is the emotion we're feeling right now for sure. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I wonder if Organic's gonna stick with those splat dualies. I mean, it would make sense for that Crab to disrupt the pencils, which I'm sure we're gonna see pencils on both sides, but we'll just have to wait and see. This is grand finals on the line here, a ticket there, so it is all up to this game. Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime. Organic will actually be on the Google Dualies. Very interesting. On the other side, we will still see the same roster pretty much, so still holding firm. No real surprises here, except maybe Organic not going over to the Splat Dualies.
My biggest surprise is surprisingly not seeing a bubble. I would really love to see like a decap on the field, but I don't think that's within the weapon pools anymore, and that's okay. I want to see how these teams are going to be bringing it forward. I love those pencil picks still, of course. They each have their lead camping options up and ready to go as mid is starting to explode in ink. And both of the teams are going to be looking for their opportunities, or more so waiting for their special. Seeing those strikes coming out from Remix, already trying to make some ways. Of course, they're getting punished for it. Going 2 down in exchange right here. Members are going down left and right on each side. But I think FlipSide currently has that bit of advantage, especially in but no, okay, no, I guess we're going to sleep again. Or whatever. Or not, never mind.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of specials being used to take this advantage in the favor of FlipSide. You saw that killer roll, those trip strikes, forcing Organic back. Panic uses the Booyah Bomb, but the shield is broken, and just like that, FlipSide will get their first push in, and another ball is already built that is huge. Now they are under that 60-point threshold that you'd like to get in, and hold on, there's the third ball already formed, and oh my goodness, they are already down to the 37-point mark. There needs to be more clams, though, if they want to keep that basket open, but I'm sure they're very content on that, as they will retreat back to mid to live to fight another day.
Indeed, you took the words right out of my mouth. If you can keep yourselves alive, there's always an option for another push here, rather than going down on trying to force a push right here. Unfortunately, with the pencil going down, there's going to be a lot of pressure being relieved off of the backs of Remix as well here, but another ball also being put in the favor of FlipSide. I'm sorry, I just think of the clip of like having like 5 different footballs and it's over. It's just like nothing spawned, and that flashed in my mind, but I don't think that's going to be happening here in this match. But we're neutral state here. I can our neutral state rocket.
Yeah, I mean, remember, this was Remix's counter pick, but so far it has been all FlipSide so far, as they, yet again, have the clam advantage. You have 15 clams and a Super Ball in favor of them. 2 players down for Remix as well, so now we are seeing a potential another push, and yet again, another ball being formed. 3 players down is just left of this pencil to hold the line against the onslaught that is FlipSide. A ball will actually make its way and break the barrier, but will there be any follow-up? Bazooka is out to try to create some space. You see another ball making its way, quickly taken out though by Organic. That is a huge pick to make sure no points can be scored, and a solid defense now will hold that door shut.
Yeah, I saw that Carmen trying to go in for a flank. That could have been very, very beneficial, but ending off in a trade instead right here. Strikers coming out from the side of Remix to try and make a little more space for themselves. Able to take a successful pick off the members, one of the members of FlipSide, not before it's evened out right here. It looks like we're seeing a lot of back and forth, but that ball is moving straight towards the basket. Oh wait, no. I flipped this. I saw the jump to flip, and I was like, wait, this is the wrong side. We still have a long way to go before Remix gets to the basket. Of FlipSide right here. Picks are coming out. Oh, everything is happening. Chaos.
I mean, yeah, Fish is Keely taken out, though, so now maybe an opening for them to move in. The counter trip strikes are just a little bit behind that push, unfortunate, so now Remix will have an opportunity to move in. They will have some clams in there to throw in to follow up, but it won't be enough to take the lead. The pity clam will make its way in there, however, but more clams need to go in, and actually they will have enough clams to take that lead out from FlipSide, and now it is all up to FlipSide to answer back, but they need to start with at least getting this basket shut. The clams are continuing to follow in for Remix, and they are continuing to hold down this goal.
Remix is showing FlipSide a little bit of a taste of their own medicine as they just continue to keep that pressure with the members going down on each side here. But that, again, there's a lot of control here, especially on this stack still in their favor right here. Again, live a day, live to push another day. It's going to be like the coolest out here for FlipSide. So we're going to be seeing some movement hopefully soon from them, especially on trying to get things back. But with the, I think there's a ball in the favor of Remix once again, and that mid still contently in their favor. They have a lot to work with here.
They have a lot to work with indeed. Now they have 2 balls available for them. Actually, Neo will not pick up that last clam. We'll just try to stay alive, so they remain hidden from the members of FlipSide. You see the cooler being popped now from Remix to keep up the pressure. They have strong control of mid. A minute left. The splashdown being used, not quite finding his target. The Zuka, though, will find his target, as just like that, 3 players from Remix do go down. 45 seconds left. I am not holding my breath until I'm holding my breath until the very end of this, because it's all up to that overtime push that I'm sure is going to be looming.
Absolutely. Here, overtime push is such a risk, because if you can push during overtime and you can take a lead, that's going to seal the game deal. But we're seeing all the specials from Remix come out to try and take here mid in their favor as well. It's just, these last 30 seconds are going to be full of energy right here, because FlipSide is also pretty close to getting that lead of their own. If they can get to the basket right now, Remix is pretty, set on, being an iron wall against FlipSide here. So FlipSide really has to find some sort of movement to get themselves going and get themselves underneath the basket. I love how they're slowly moving up though here, like a wave, oh wait!
Ooh, there it is. There's the basket pop. There's the basket pop, and there's the other ball. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all they needed. Just one opportunity, 1 second, one crack in Remix's sightline. That's all FlipSide needed to quickly build up 2 balls, and just waiting for that overtime to hit just so that Remix can't respond. Just like that, FlipSide will be the first team to move on to Grand Finals.
They don't call them FlipSide for no reason. They really flip the tides there, taking home that game 5. It's in the name. The Notorious for flipping the game at the end, and we saw that. What great footage! It was, you saw one clap and then you saw the other, and it was like, whoa, like I'm exploding all over again, dude. That's so cool. It was such a tight match. You felt the energy of both of these teams just seeping out of you. It's bursting with energy, really. But as you said, FlipSide coming home, taking home this game 5, securing their place in Grand Finals. Doesn't mean it is over for Remix. They can still make it back here if they want the rematch through losers bracket. So they're not done. You're gonna see them soon anyway.
Yeah, you'll see them soon. And speaking of seeing them soon, you'll actually see a new set of commentators. Nox and Popgun will be showing you the second half of this bracket, starting off with Idiots in Chat versus Inkception in losers bracket. But that will just about do it for us here. I mean, I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, these have been hyped games so far, but they're only going to get hyper, I'm sure. But obviously, we have some housekeeping to do for sure. Fufu, where can the people find you?
You guys can find me at SplatFufu on either Twitter or Blue Sky for, of course, my commentary backline and art shenanigans. So do go follow me if you like what we do here. Rocket, where can the amazing people find you tonight, you lovely being?
Thank you. Yeah, you can find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitter and Twitch. You can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky, and that will just about do it for us here. But don't go anywhere. Losers Bracket and the rest of this wonderful edition of Low Ink will come right back at you here momentarily.
See ya.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink December 2024. I am Popgun, joined by Nox, and we got a doozy of a set here to close out this tournament with you. Idiots in chat taking on Inkception. North Carolina basketball fan Nox is joining me today. How you doing, Nox?
Okay, to be clear, there's many popular North Carolina basketball teams. It's only UNC. There's one correct team to like, and if you like Duke, you shouldn't, actually.
Duke lost to Kentucky earlier this year.
Kentucky's acceptable. We've had coaches come over from Kentucky. I can accept Kentucky.
Yeah, good, because we stand that in this household.
Yeah, we took Roy Williams from Kentucky.
Well, no, that was from Kansas.
It's a state that starts with a K.
Speaking of standing, we have the ultimate good versus evil matchup to be giving you guys here. Inkception, a team that is getting close to holding the record for most low inks played. A team that has been grinding this tournament for literal years, having the best run ever in they're probably the most exciting day of their competitive Splatoon lives going on right now. Going up against a team called the Idiots in Chat, which is the name I use for people who watch my streams. So if they end up winning, my name, the Idiots in Chat, will be used for something positive instead of the negative that it was intended to do. So we cannot allow this team to win. The universe as a whole suffers if the Idiots in Chat wins this tournament.
Uh-huh.
So that's where we stand going into this game one.
Yeah, and what an interesting place to stand. We are getting into it here. A couple unique weapon picks, seeing the S-Blast coming out. Been seeing more use lately, but still not the most common. Really interested in seeing that custom X-Blow. Not a weapon we see much of these days, but always a fun one. Probably particularly good on this zone.
X-Blosh and Slosher making some good appearances here. For a minute there, I thought we were at Mako Mart, but no, we are at Gobi Arena.
Is this Gobi?
Not I want it to be Gobi. It's the closest thing to Gobi in Splatoon.
That's fair. It is not Gobi, though.
It is not. It is Robo Ramen. You can still, with that pencil, throw the sprinkler up on the scoreboard, though. Or
Yes.
the ramen bowl, but maybe that's the similar they're trying to make right here.
That's
2 players going down from the side of the Idiots in Chat. Things looking good initially for Inkception fans everywhere.
Yeah, really a good start here from them. They should be able to get a good hold going, especially with that X-Blow able to give a lot of paint from the back end, along with having that splashdown for defense if they really need it, and a cooler online, so they should really be able to hold a ton of space here. They're really going to want to shut down that decav to ensure that that bubble doesn't get set up in zone, but that's going to be harder said than done now that they've gone 2 down.
It's interesting how you create a lockout with the comp that Inkception has. You saw the X-Blow running up there saying, okay, well, I got this splashdown. I don't need to use it on the zone because we have it. Let me just run up there and use it right in their enemy's face. Instantly getting canceled. Opens up the door for the Idiots in Chat to get back in. No penalty points they have to deal with. I'm a Div 5! Well, you're using pencil, so you're on the right track for that.
Yeah.
Is, doing a good job putting down the soda, painting his own lead. Going to be flipped to the Idiots in Chat.
And there's that sprinkler going back on top like you were talking about earlier. And they're just kind of setting up right now, trying to make sure that most of them stay alive. They did lose their blaster. Omazon having to do some fancy movement to get out of that there. And Inkception managing to find 2 picks, flipping the zone, staying in this for now, and the X-Blow trying to fish out that player on right. Managing.
Come V. Just stay there.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you want to help with the lockout. I know you want to, like, help push everything back. And you can push up a little bit. Maybe a little bit more now that there's a Booyah Bomb in zone. Maybe
Yeah.
not in that position there. But that's going to be key for if Inkception wants to find a way to get these extended lockouts. Where do we position our X-Blow? Especially going up against that pencil to try to maximize things right now. Because Idiots in Chat, in control. They got everybody pushed back. Wobbly Nuts, who approved that, it just got splatted up top there in the zone. Penalty points dwindling away.
Yeah, seems like Idiots in Chat having a good hold, but now that's going to come to an end.
Oh!
As we... Oh, or not! I guess they had that a little bit. But we're seeing V trying to hold this down, trying to get their teammates jumps in, have that splashdown at the ready. The zone has flipped. Tri-strikes are out. He really moving forward here. A little bit risky. The splashdown and while managing to keep them alive, but they need their teammates to move in front of them for that to be a viable strategy.
What's the call out for that? You and your teammate just get splatted by Wobbly Nuts at the same time. That cannot be a good way to go out right there. In the meantime, Inkception somehow gets rid of all their penalty points.
Yeah.
Saul eliminates Sun, who was jumping back to the Sun, kills him mid-splat.
Yeah.
Lee going back to Inkception, and it's all feeling a little frisky, going all the way in right there, getting eliminated by the players as the penalty points gone, the KO imminent, but the pencil getting into the right position along this wall is going to put down a lot of pressure into the zone. Idiots in Chat staying in this one. A nice back and forth action with about minute 10 left.
Yeah, they managed to get 3 down, and it was just the pencil left up there for a second, but now the pencil has played clean up. Low, the only one up on the side of Inkception as Idiots in Chat are rushing forward. They're gonna have Cooler ready. They're not very close to anything else other than Zuka. And Zuka, luckily, not what it used to be. The decap has also been taken out, so their main entry has been taken away. They're really not gonna want to risk overextending here, but they also can't play too far back.
Sun trying to get some ledge camping along the left side, maybe trying to funnel everybody from Inkception down to that main line where everybody else, the idiots in chat, have a trap ready to go to try to eliminate them. 10 ticks away from getting the lead back, 30 seconds still onto the clock as Low isn't able to put enough pressure onto the zone alone, throws down some soda. This should be the lead. Back to the idiots in chat. Can they get the KO? A nice Booyah Bomb on the backside. Eliminates a couple players. That's a wipeout. And we got an opportunity for a drip pick right here. Instead, they're just going to go for more stat padding splats right there. The idiots in chat takes game 1.
Really great comeback there from Idiots in Chat. It did seem at one point like Inkception had that pretty locked down, but Idiots in Chat had some really great special usages, including that bubble on zone that kept Inkception from being able to take it.
Well, there we go. This is a best of 3, mind you.
Oh.
And the winner of this one will move on to losers finals to face Remix, who just lost a heartbreaker in game 5 to FlipSide. Want to get an opportunity to get a revenge against that team. Counter picks on sendout.ink way easier because we don't have to tell everybody in chat what we're going to be doing. You just pick it, and you also can't make illegal counter picks anymore, which is something everybody did. And
forever.
So now Inkception can't make an illegal counter pick. They have yet to win in this set.
Yes.
So the floor is open to theirs. Well, let's look at the path to how both teams got here. Idiots in Chat and Inkception both lost in winners semifinals, which is historically, if you lose winner semifinals, you immediately lose in losers round 4. Both teams avoided that trap. In fact, they swept the teams they played to get into this one. Inkception has been the Cinderella team of the entire tournament, beating Exam Week and sweeping Red Velvet. In fact, they've swept everybody that they've beaten so far, except for the losses that they had. Currently down 1-0 to Idiots in Chat. Idiots that beat Ball up top. Star Allies, they swept. Jetlag, a favorite to win this tournament. Jetlag, they got knocked out 2-1 at the beginning.
Wow.
And then took FlipSide, the current team waiting in grand finals. They took them to a game 5 before losing to them. So impressive resume so far to get to this 4th place match, essentially, they're playing in.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like they want to put an end to the long low ink streak and get themselves banned.
That is the ultimate goal of this tournament.
Yeah, the goal
Doing
should
so
not be
good,
to have
you never
the long
have to
low
play
ink
it
streak.
again.
Yeah, that's the ideal. True for this, true for SAC. You just don't want to stay. The goal is to leave, which is fun. I think it's a nice concrete, I like it for low level tournaments. I like that there is a concrete goal of, if we complete this, we don't touch it again.
Yes. And then what do you do after you get banned from low ink? You disband. But
No, you keep going. Sometimes as a treat.
Absolutely.
I love it when teams keep going. It means a lot to me when I see a team keep going. Also, as a commentator, it makes things easier to remember.
Oh my
selfishly.
goodness, yes. I'm so happy Inkception is here just because they've been here for so long. To get to the
be
stage
honest,
is great.
I think I played against them in my low ink days.
You probably did. They've been
It's
around for a
been
long
forever.
time. Now, the idiots in chat were mulch enjoyers last month as
Oh.
well. They were an alpha bracket team, so this is a return trip to alpha bracket for them. Although they got eliminated in losers round 2 this time around, they're at least going to make 4th place, if not better. If they get another win here, they'll be moving on to losers semifinals. Wobbly Nuts doing a good job of securing this right side of the map. Gets one, dipping and ducking out of the bubble that they put down, making great use of it, causing a lot of distraction, allowing their team to get control of them.
Yeah, really great gameplay there from them. I want to highlight that their pencil has been positioning pretty far forward. They haven't been sitting too far back, which is always nice to see. It's something I always worry about with players on charger-type weapons in general. But nice to see that they're not. Sun doing an excellent job trying to play around these ledges, and Omacid managing to find a great pick there with that splatter shot. B having a hard time holding space with this X-Blow, and now going to be looking to create an opportunity to help their teammates move forward, but might not be able to find much.
Yeah, that was just kind of a desperation splashdown. It's like, I don't really have a good spot to use this anywhere. I can't push up to use it onto the zone. I can't really get too far forward because the idiots in chat are doing a great job of ledge camping, and they might get the KO right here. Oh,
yeah,
that's
that's definitely the game.
Oh,
that's rough.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Unless Saul can pull a rabbit out of the hat, we are going to see an Idiots in Chat sweep
Whew.
over the fan favorite Inkception. Truly the
Unfortunate.
worst day.
Yes, I'm sorry that the idiots in chat won, Popgun.
That's
I can't
okay.
believe they do that to you.
That's okay. As long as they don't win the whole tournament.
Oh,
And then
okay.
we don't have to refer to the Idiots in Chat as low ink champions instead of what they actually are, which is idiots that are in the chat.
But not often
Things
you
are
get to
gonna
see
be
a
fun.
100-0 hold like that. Always impressive when a team manages to pull it off. They seem to really know how to position on Mahi Mahi. And that opening bubble out of Wobbly Nuts was so strong.
And there wasn't much Inkception could do there, just because they had everything covered. You saw like the ideas that Inkception was having, but they just couldn't really get their X-Boss set up into the right position. They couldn't control the left side at all. That just a good job of the idiots in chat of controlling space during that lockout and forcing Inkception to play a little bit sped up. Okay, we have to just use the splashdown here just to try something. Splashdown gets canceled. We got to just fire off this special. It's not going to work. So credit to idiots in chat for speeding up Inkception. Still, the best run Inkception's had. I'm thrilled that they got to this point because I love the fact that we get to highlight some of these teams that have been grinding through this tournament for a long time now.
Years.
Hopefully a bright future ahead of them, and this isn't
hope
the
so.
last time we see them. But the idiots in chat move on.
Yeah, always. I love when teams are around for forever. I'm not as used to it these days because I don't commentate as much low level as I used to it. And sadly, mid and top level, I like the pickups at mid and top level because I know the players, but they definitely are less consistent teams, generally.
They are, from a
I don't think
standpoint
it's a bad thing, but because we know the players so well, generally.
Well, the thing is, they've been doing pickups with each other for so long, it's almost like they are actual teams. They might not
That's
have
true.
like a Blue Sky account or something. But it's also kind of frustrating because it's easier to talk about teams. It's easier to be like, oh, well, Starburst versus FT Win, like their record against each other, the rivalry
That's
they
fair.
build up. But when you talk about individual players, it's harder to do that, even though that's kind of the mindset we're eventually going to have to shift to, is highlighting the individuals in this team game versus the
Yeah.
actual teams, which is kind of what we're getting at.
Well, and to be fair, that seems to just kind of be the trend with Splatoon games after they stop receiving significant updates. That's what happened towards the end of Splatoon 2's life and the 4-year end period of Splatoon 2's lifespan. It's kind of just the trend. I don't mind it personally. I think it's really fun to get to highlight players and know their past records and point out which players they're going to synergize really well with on their team, which players they've been on teams with in the past, how that could impact matchups. But it definitely is easier to create a narrative around set teams that are predictable.
Which is why a lot of people enjoy watching and following Low Ink.
Yes.
Is because these are all actual teams. Even the idiots in chat, like I mentioned, they were a team last month as well, just under a different name. Remix has been a team for a long time as well, played in several tournaments the last couple of months. They've been in Low Ink staple. FlipSide, I think their first appearance in Low Ink was 4 months ago.
Oh, wow.
They've made Alpha Bracket 2 months in a row. We didn't see them last month. They come into this one as the favorite, in my opinion, as they're waiting in grand finals. But yeah, these are actual teams that we can kind of look forward to. They've been playing in a bunch of tournaments together, and hopefully will continue on afterwards.
Well, and one of my favorite things is every once in a while, not super often, but pretty often, there will be a team you can follow from Little Squid League through Low Ink, and that's always so exciting to me. Because you get to see the true start of their journey as they rise up and could potentially break into mid-level. And maybe they keep going further. They don't seem to usually. I would love to see that happen someday, though. That would be a dream to me.
By the way, I have always been operating under the assumption that nobody has won LSL and Low Ink. Like maybe individual players have.
I think
but no
individual
team has.
players have. I don't think there has been a team that has.
Well, you have to go way back. But Pariah's called me out in chat with the correct answer. Splatter Swim.
Oh, really? Wow,
Yeah.
that's a throwback.
Yes. that is a long
I played
throwback.
against them. I remember that.
So they won Low Ink in 2020 at some
Yeah.
time. I think October or November, one of those months. But they did win LSL before that. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, wow.
But they're the only example. I don't think there's a second team that could claim that.
So if you're an LSL team that plays low ink, you should get on that. There should be more. I don't know. Figure it out.
Octopi came really close.
Yeah.
Zestfest got to grand finals twice.
Oof.
So there's teams that have come close to it, but Splatter Swim's the only one to get it done.
Yeah.
Remix versus the villains, one of the biggest villains in competitive Splatoon low ink history, the idiots in chat. Going back to the game they just won, Mahi Mahi Zones.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Mahi Mahi is always a unique map because its zone is about the size of a postage stamp. So it's one of the few maps where it's like, you want to do Reef Slider Cheese? Yeah, okay. I can accept Reef Slider Cheese here, specifically. I could see triple splashdown working here. I wouldn't expect to see it. It definitely could flip the zone at once, though.
We'll see. There's no excuse for me not to remember what Remix's comp is because I just watched them play a 5-game set against FlipSide on stream. But I had to change my son's diaper in between then, so that's my excuse for forgetting everything that just happened.
I was
that comp was
watching, but I was also playing Balatro.
Balatro?
Because
what's that?
Oh boy. I don't think I recommend Balatro. It's a game. It's a poker type game. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it is too addictive and bad for me.
Okay, so the people in chat didn't hear it, but when you said you don't recommend that game, our producer Ink Fair immediately just said, "What?"
Yeah,
So
I think if you're hooked on a roguelike, you should play Hades 2 for hours on end and start doing 50 fear runs. I think you should be deranged in a different way.
So I think you might have just made a controversial statement.
Oh,
I have no idea what
did.
you're talking about.
Balatro is a very fun game. It's essentially about poker. Your aim is to get the highest score you can. It's a roguelite. You play through like 24 rounds, 8 different sections, a boss every 3 rounds, essentially. It's really neat. I get why people like it so much. I think it's brain rot and candy for my brain, which is a controversial opinion, and I can acknowledge that.
Well,
on the other hand, you want a roguelite, Hades 2 is right there and recently got the Olympus update, and I'm normal about Hades. I don't play it on ridiculously high difficulties or anything. I'm normal about it.
Well, regardless of what you might think of that, I will say cilantro is an excellent topping. To
cilantro is
tacos.
Delicious.
Yes.
People
There
who
you
say
go.
it tastes like soap are simply wrong.
That's a common theme here. Soap, cilantro.
Yeah. Do you not know about the soap gene?
No.
Oh, there's a gene that if you
What?
have it makes cilantro taste like soap. Like, yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's a real thing.
That can't
That's
be
a real thing. You didn't have to lick the paper in high school biology that tasted that
What?
tested for it?
No.
This is a normal experience.
No, it is not.
It
No, it is
absolutely
not.
is.
We are
It
no. You are.
absolutely is.
There will not be lies on this lowing stream. Glugas.
This is
That's
not
what they
a
do.
lie. This was
And now
normal.
I feel bad now because Remix came into the Low Ink pre-show and even talked about how they use Glugas and Blaster together. And I asked them,
That is
okay, well,
fun.
how do you paint? And they're like, well, sometimes we mix it up a little bit. But that pencil and the T-Tac are gonna have to do overtime. And when their 2 Slayers are dead, they said, all right, maybe wait for those 2 to come back because we're not
Yes.
taking that.
But they will have trip strikes to enter, which should help make it easier. But Wobbly Nuts tries to go in with a decaf, does get shut down. But slows down Remix's attempt at entry, and Sun just brutally shutting them down there. Pencil does clean them up, but not before 2 go down. What a strong opening hold here from Idiots in chat.
And they get control of the zone as it lowers down. I think that's such a critical thing. You don't have any penalty points to go through. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Wobbly Nuts.
This is the worst player to be popping off
Yeah,
too,
I
because
would
now I
prefer they
need
weren't.
I need sound clips of me saying that Wobbly Nuts is just going off right now. But that is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, I'll take Wobbly Nuts over a long German name I have to figure out how to pronounce.
I don't know about that. I might
only
take the
because
German
my
name.
first time commentating was over Samurai. The first time I ever commentated, they were there, and that was rough.
Sommerside.
Yes, and it was rough. But yeah, we have the zone flip. Remix is in the zone now. Wobbly Nuts trying to interfere with that, but not quite succeeding. And now we are looking to see a hold set up here. Gluga has special ready, so does T-Tech. Could be a pretty significant hold.
It just comes down to, can they find an opportunity to get some ledge camps going there? The blaster in the right spot. And they do have the splashdown blaster.
They do.
Mind you, we're not used to seeing that too much, but the Glugas does have Booyah Bomb, not the Inkjet that it did have in Splatoon 2. Instead, they are getting very close. Here comes the Booyah Bomb from the S blaster.
Oh.
That's enough to stall out the zone. It doesn't flip, though, even with the pencil helping out. It
Surprising.
should.
Oh.
Now that Sun gets a 2-for-1 combo there. The lead held on to by the idiots in chat.
Idiots in chat are keeping it alive very well. Both pencils staring at each other. I'm Div 5 managing to come out on top there. You might not be Div 5 after this. You might end up out of it. Blaster looking to move forward. Not a ton of opportunities here. They're gonna have to dive for it. Not quite finding anything in the triple splashdown. Not finding the zone. We might see a KO here from Idiots in Chat.
Well, the pencil's alive with Soda. Everybody should be jumping to this pencil now, and it looks like they're going to do that. They're going to get Soda as soon as they land, but of course, the counterplay to that is everybody just bombards what the pencil is. So, running out of time, essentially, and the Idiots in Chat streak continues. After losing to a Game 5 the FlipSide, they have now won 5 straight games in losers bracket, and they've been looking pretty solid in all the ones we've seen.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think they are especially strong on Mahi. They seem to really know the map particularly well, because both times they've managed to KO on it, which is always impressive. I don't view Mahi as an easy map to play. I view it as a pain, personally, because you have to deal with ledges so often. And if you don't have the right weapons, ledges become a nightmare.
So this is a best of 5 now, not a best of 3 that you just saw. Counter picks are still into play. No restrictions as of yet, because Remix has yet to win a game in the set. So it'll come down to what they want to pick. It looks like Hagglefish is the map. Are they going with Splat Zones again in Game 2? That appears
boring.
to be the case. It is. Yes. Okay, so Splat Zones back-to-back. In a counter-pick scenario, if you pick Splat Zones in Game 2 after losing it in Game 1, it is essentially a must-win scenario. If you go down 2-0, and then you somehow win Game 3, then you're stuck in an awkward situation of where the enemy team has a lot of different things they can pick from, because Splat Zones is the only thing off the table, as opposed to, well, you pick Splat Zones and Tower Control, so now they're stuck with 2 modes they might not feel like as confident in beating you in. So this is a gamble by Remix, but this could be their best map and mode, they feel like, with Glugas and Blaster.
I mean, I could definitely see both of those thriving here. It is a good map for both of those weapons. Pencil obviously is great, because pencil is pencil. Even a bad pencil map is a good pencil map. And then T-Tech is T-Tech, so they should be, their comp should do exceptionally well on Haggle if they position correctly and don't let the decav run them down.
You never go wrong with a pencil.
Ooh, range!
This is a range blaster, isn't it? So they're using the vanilla, or is just the original blaster, Splashdown. This time around, they're using Kraken. Kraken is... Honestly, we haven't seen Kraken being used much in general. And maybe I just haven't been seeing a lot of Moonlight action lately, but we do see a flank by Sun right off the bat on the right side. Kraken on this map, if you just fire it straight across mid, the only options you have as the enemy team is to just dunk out to the sides, which if you have all your teammates ready, you can set a trap for them. If anything, it clears out the zone. So Kraken on this map is really good.
Kraken is definitely stronger here than it is a lot of the time, but Wobbly Nuts doesn't seem to need to worry about that. Able to just go forward, find...
Christ.
Was that a quad or 3? Hard to tell. Either way, exceptionally good.
It was a massacre, regardless. this decaf player is I won't say carrying, but they are definitely
They're putting
carrying
in a lot of work.
they're doing their fair share
Oh,
of taking care of business here. My goodness.
Yeah.
They don't have an answer for wobbly nuts right now.
Well, and to be fair, decaf is a really hard weapon to deal with. There's a reason we've been seeing so much of it lately. It's hard to counterplay, especially if you're not running like your own bubble, your own decaf. I could be wrong. I have not thought about it a ton. But it could be kind of like the K-50 situation in Splatoon 2, where the counter to decaf is decaf kind of thing.
What?
Oh, the counter to K-52 in Splatoon 2 is K-52. It could be that decaf is the counter to decaf.
Well, all they really got to deal with it is a blasters, some
Yeah.
Glugas, and some ink strikes. Right now, the decaf is still alive, but it is the blaster for remix, or the pencil for remix, that is trying to keep things going here. They do have a Kraken ready to go. They're going to activate it right now, fire it straight across mid, and starting to chase these players out to the side. Omazen is going to be staying alive, but they do take care of the blaster. But that's exactly what the Kraken's supposed to do. You don't need to get splats, you just need to displace everybody.
Yes. Displacing allows your team to have the zone for even that little bit longer, allows you to get that little bit more control, gives your teammates time to get specials, and now we're going to see what they can do against the idiots in chat coming into the zone with a bubble at the ready. Wobbly Nuts knowing that they can just hold this position. What a great spot to put that bubble.
And they should get another double right here. The player jumping in. No, they don't get the pick immediately on Neo, and that's going to allow the player to jump in to stay alive. Oh, Omazen not recognizing that there was a player literally on their feet, able to get the splat on them right there, but still penalty points having to slow down Remix for now. A great use of the Kraken, though, yet again, as Div 5 is in a decent position, though, to keep poking the zone, throws Soda down for their teammates to get back into the action. There's an opportunity here for the idiots in chat to hold on to their lead. Booyah Bomb thrown on the back side of the zone, allowing that side to be painted. They easily get the front side. Nice play there by the idiots in chat.
Yeah, Zuka coming out, able to find the Gluga in the zone is very neutral right now. And if you're idiots in chat, that is in your favor. We're going to see Remix looking to find a way to break in here. Booyah Bomb coming out, really clustering on top of multiple players, allowing them to pinch off the blaster and really start moving forward. And just Wobbly Nuts stranded there right now, with teammates now starting to come in for backup.
And they know exactly, look how much pressure they're putting down on that. Enemy fire directly on top of this decap right there. A nice direct by the blaster. That could have been, that will get them the lead alone into the favor of Remix, and it might just get them the game as well. The Booyah Bomb being thrown onto the zone isn't going to be enough to paint, but two players do go down. However, the painting weapons are still alive for Remix, and they are holding on to the zone, getting about 3 more points on top of things. The pencil finally goes down, as well as a couple of other players right there. Whoa, hold on now. The idiots in chat are starting to punish Remix here for a little bit of an awkward positioning. Nice escape by the Glugas, but not a lot of penalty points left for the idiots in chat.
Yeah, really great movement there out of them to allow themselves to get that far pushed up, but we have trip strikes coming out. Zone has flipped, so now the trip strikes can be used to just help this hold keep going, along with this Kraken coming out, looking to take out Omazen, able to. And now, just going to be in a position to set up this range blaster, which shuts down the pencil, which, you know, that kind of seals the deal there, almost. Not quite. They still have to deal with the decav, they still have to deal with some other things, but an excellent jump out there should help keep them in it, and they still have trip strikes online ready to use. And they shut down the decav! Again!
With your blasters hitting their shots, you're going to be in a good position to get the win, especially when you're taking out the pencil, putting pressure on the back line, making sure that they don't feel safe anywhere as long as that range blaster is in the game. Right now, though, the idiots in chat going into overtime with no penalty points. They're getting close to the lead. They lose their decap, but they trade out the blaster on top of it. There goes the Glugas as well. Here comes the ink strikes. I don't think they're going to be enough. They might just fall the zone. They do? What happened there? The idiots in chat don't hold on.
Well, the idiots in chat didn't hold on because the T-Tech actually moved up with their strikes. They took advantage of the essentially can't see factor of strikes, were able to find a pick through them, probably get through that pick, getting enough paint on zone along with the strikes. And that's just an excellent point of move up with your specials. The faster you do it, usually the better.
That was a 2v4 situation.
Yes.
And the ink strikes alone displaced them. I think the ink strike got one splat, and then the the actual T-Tech itself. Even to pick up another one. Yeah, like you said, a great movement right there.
Yeah.
And great patience. A lot of teams might have rushed that, thinking, oh, 2 players just died. They're about to get the lead. We need to rush into this one. But expertly kind of placed right there, as we'll see the replay coming up. Nicely done by Remix.
Yeah, really incredible job there. Great awareness and a great job not panicking. The hardest thing in Splatoon, not panicking. Very genuinely. And yeah, we're going to be seeing what happened with the trip strikes here. Yeah, they move forward. Omazon goes down, potentially to the trip strikes or T-Tech. Seems like the trip strikes might have gotten both, but either way, it was enough to get the zone.
Well, it's also kind of curious by idiots in chat. As the ink strikes came in, you saw 2 players go forward instead of... If they just went back, then
they could
it's
have
a
fainted
3...
and lived.
Yes, they still had the man advantage. Instead, 2 players went forward. One died to the T-Tech, the other one died to the pencil. Just because they couldn't return fire. They were busy running from the ink strike. So maybe a little bit of a misplay. And it also might have come down to the fact that ink strike was placed in the backside as well. So it's like, okay, we can't go back. We'll run to that ink strike. So maybe just a little bit of overextending, thinking, oh, let's get those last 2 splats. But still, expertly done by Remix.
Yes.
They would have been down 2-0 had that play not worked out. Nice clutch. Moving on to game 3.
Yeah, puts them in a way better situation here. Something I haven't gotten to commentate in a while because I've been on Zones Only tournaments for a bit. Clam Blitz. Exciting. Genuinely. I love seeing those that aren't zones. Clam Blitz is very fun. Barnacle and Dime is an interesting counter pick to me, but it does seem like idiots in chat, based off of Mahi Mahi, does really well in compact, tight spaces, and Barnacle sure has those.
So this is the first counter pick the idiots in chat have made in losers bracket. That snaps their 5-game winning streak. And yeah, this is the first time we've done 4 games of Splat Zones, didn't we? Because Splat Zones Mahi was game 2 in the last set. So yeah, this almost was a Splat Zones only commentary block. But
there's always the risk.
both teams have now won on Splat Zone, so it's banned for the rest of this set, at least. And now we are forced to play Clam Blitz, at least. Barnacle and Dime. Game is readying up a critical game 3 in this best of 5 set. Loser is done. Winner is moving on to face FlipSide. A remix against FlipSide. Both of these teams have lost to them.
Yeah, seems like we're going to be seeing pretty similar comps coming out here. Yeah.
That's not the Booyah Bomb anymore, though. That's the Reef Slider from Sun.
That's true. That is interesting. Not what I would expect. Maybe they like getting clam jumps into it. I think that would be an interesting choice, though. I can see it working well here. It's a little bit interesting to me. I wouldn't expect it. I don't think it's a bad pick. I do think the other kit is generally stronger, though.
The burst bomb that you're giving up, is that's a real sacrifice there as well. But they're going to have to get a lot of value out of those resliders, or just let everybody else on your team eliminate the other opponents, and you just go and get some clams to get some things done that way. The basket popped and instantly already down to 60, already down to 50. Immediately, they just threw everything right at the very beginning. Now, you don't want to get wiped, though. You don't want to get wiped if you're the idiots in chat. And that's kind of what they did right there. Yeah. So they get a huge push out of it, but they surrender control mid and all these clams back into Remix's favor, and they're going to have a great opportunity to respond right here with specials built up, including the Kraken.
Yes, luckily Kraken can't do what it used to do, but also not coming out fast enough. The decav managing to come out from behind, getting 2 picks, getting the flank off here, might find another clam eventually going in, but they don't have any follow-up. They take out the decav. They just don't have a lot to work with here. Like, it's not going to be a nothing of a push, but they don't have enough. Oh, now they do. I take it back. I was wrong. Good for them. I like being proven wrong.
Another reason why it's just so difficult to get wiped is because you're also giving the other team not just control of mid and all those clams, and a free mercy clam as well, as they're already under 30 points remaining because they're following up with a lot of splats to going back to get some other clams along the way. That might do it for this push right now. And look how they end the push. 2 players left alive. Yeah. A ranged blaster jumping into hell and not going to survive it. But still, they keep control of mid. That's going to be the difference so far in this game.
Yeah, and the Reef Slider not quite finding much to work with. Sun not able to capitalize off of it. Organic looking to move forward here. Gonna have Booyah Bomb soon, so really wants to live. Doesn't manage to. Just the pencil left up. And they are luckily backing off quickly and choosing a good space to hold. Having to back up even a little further, though, as the other pencil pushes them back.
I'm a Div 5, making sure that other pencil doesn't get set up, that they don't hold ground, that they do establish control in mid. You like to see that from your anchor player. And now might be able to punish a little bit of overextension right there, falling down into the pencil's range. But these ink strikes come out at the perfect time to back up everybody from the idiots in chat, and the action moves yet again back to mid. So let's start looking here. 27 penalty points for the idiots in chat. So they have to pop the basket, throw a few clams before they start turning a profit on these things. They have 2 minutes to go here. They do have to, use their special. I don't think that's how they wanted to use the reef slider.
No, I don't think they have made bad use of the reef slider. I don't think they've made good use of it either. It seems like it's just getting used to be used, which is not generally what you want to do with your special. We are seeing, right now, we're kind of seeing Remix just be aware that they don't need to take a ton of risks here. They can kind of play it safe. Well, but as I say that, the decaf tears them to shreds.
I was about to say, yeah, they got the bubbler set up in mid. We only got 2 players alive. Maybe we should play it safe. Nah, let's go take the fight against Wobbly Nuts that we have been losing throughout this entire set. But now they respond well.
Yes.
A little bit of a not a great response by the idiots in chat, but now opportunity to at least gain some more ground. Nicely held there by Remix, as now they are the team that's being more aggressive. I like the fact that when teams are winning, they still play like they are losing. Keep the aggression up. Offense is your best defense, and they're trying to pin back the idiots in chat, not allowing them to get back into mid.
Yeah, it's always so important to play like you need more points while still playing like, oh, we're losing. If we get wiped, it's done. Because getting wiped means you're done even when you're winning plenty of the time. You don't want to take that risk. We are seeing the decaf moving forward, potentially finding 2. There goes another. Just the pencil left up, having to jump out. This could be a big push here. They have 18 clams ready. They have a power clamp at the ready. Another going in. Not going to be enough to take lead, but going to be very close.
Oh, perfect bubbler placement as well. Just guiding in a free throw for that other power clam, getting more splats on top of it. 17 remaining. They have some more clams to keep this one going a little bit longer. Neo cleans up everything,
8.
though, but we are going to be going into overtime with Remix trying to find a way to dig themselves out of this hole in the final 5 seconds and change.
And I think they could potentially do it. They need to make sure that they have their specials ready. They need to make sure that they know how they're going to enter this situation. And they need to not take too long, otherwise idiots in chat are going to have their specials. It is a risky position to be in. Wobbly Nuts really brutally positioned there. Clam going in, 2 players up. There is a very real chance they make this happen. They're probably going to want to go back and get that power clam, but no, not quite. Remix able to take it. Really great awareness.
I felt like, I don't know if Remix was aware of where the decaf was. I wonder if they exposed themselves a little bit too early. You saw them kind of take that jump swipe, trying to get like a splat that just wasn't there, and it ultimately just, hey, that decaf that's been dropping like a 30 bomb on us, they're right there. Everybody kill that man right now. And then they do, and then it opens up the door for them to just easily toss their clams into the basket at the right win right there. What a response by Remix.
Yeah, I want to give Remix a lot of credit for knowing how to play in overtime or almost overtime situations. It takes a lot of awareness, like internal awareness, to be able to do that, to ignore the voice in your head screaming, I've got to go as fast as I humanly can and get these points, versus, wait, if we take a second and set up, we can win this for real, though.
The chat is ooh-ooing and oh-ohing for Remix, making their comeback there, forcing a game 4, and the villains, the idiots in chat, are 1 game away from being eliminated. Can they bounce back? This is their counter pick, mind you. They just lost on their first counter pick. Now they're going back to Clan Blitz, this time at the museum, to try to make things work out into their favor.
I wonder if they stick with the reef slider here. I would be surprised if they do. But I could see it. There are narrow lanes on this map if they happen to really like it for that kind of situation. And the reef slider did help them for their 1 really big push on the last map. It seems like idiots in chat like to play for 1 huge push in Clan Blitz, rather than smaller consistent pushes, which I think both are valid strategies for Clan Blitz, because Splatoon is all about your best push.
They just had such a good opening last time.
They did.
But again, it's how they finish the pushes that are the problem. Both times they got the leads Both times they sacrificed so many resources to do it, and it was just a free control of mid for Remix both times. So if idiots in chat, they're going to find ways to get points up on the board, but they have to find ways to realize, okay, let's not be too greedy here. Let's go back to mid, or let's back up behind the spinner at least. Let's keep all of our players alive, and let's live to slow down their counter push that we know is coming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important to have that kind of readiness and know if the other team is a team that likes to overextend a bit, which it definitely seems like idiots in chat does. They play very aggressively. They're very strong players, and they take the risk of, well, if we wipe them out first, it doesn't matter.
Sun going back to the Booyah Bomb, and, well, they're going back to their spawn as well. The first player to get eliminated, just as I was about to talk about them. Ink Strikes opening up the path for Organic. Not having an extra roll on that Glugas was just a little bit shy of the range of their opponent as they were stuck right there. Things looking good for the idiots in chat as they're trying to get control of the spinner in mid. I'm a Div 5 eliminates Neo and is going to have control of the enemy plat from mid with the range they have right here. That's going to open up the door for another good opening from the idiots in chat.
Yeah, I'm a Div 5 has done such an excellent job positioning on that pencil throughout the sets we've seen them in. They really know the range. They know how to play that range safely. And generally, they're pretty good about knowing when to back up, like just now. We're going to see Remix having shut down that push pretty quickly. That's a pretty... You're not that worried about the other team getting a push to 77, as a rule.
And there's no need. Again, just take it. That's the most you're going to get. Just back up, hold mid, stop the counter push that Remix is using right now. Now, they do get rid of the Glugas. They do have a Kraken ready to go and a Mercy Clam at the ready. But it does look like, at least for now, the idiots in chat have slowed down. It's just not going to be a freebie taking of mid. And that is the kind of play the idiots in chat want to see out of their opening push. Not a huge score, but they're at least going to hold on to the lead for now.
Yeah, being able to maintain mid is so important, especially on Museum, because it is a map where once they're set up on your plat, you're fighting an uphill battle. It is significantly harder. But as I say that, 2 players have gone down for idiots in chat, and we're going to be seeing Remix looking to move forward here, taking out the pencil. That's huge. Kraken at the ready. They don't have a power clam quite online, but they can quickly have one. But the Kraken isn't going to be able to come out. That is idiots in chat shutting that down, keeping us in this very neutral position.
Bit of an awkward fight there from the 2 blasters, Sun being the one ultimately getting the win there. And man, having to use that Kraken defensively, I mean, it'll work out because you get rid of the decaf, but you want to be holding on to that for an opportunity. Kind of like this now, where you got him on the run, you got him kind of pushed back, you have clams ready to go, and it's going to take a while to get another Kraken. They do have a Booyah Bomb that they're going to be using right now to displace the enemy team. Doesn't look like it'll accomplish too much right now. And the blaster gets eliminated. Uh-oh. Organic, there's nothing here. You can pop the basket, but now you're just going to give him a free Mercy Clam to work with.
Yeah, I have a personal rule of thumb that you generally want to get your first push below 60. I have found it tends to be a consistent number because at least then they need 2 power clams in a bit to get lead. I heard it at some point in an early Splatoon 2 Clamblitz thing, and it stuck in my brain forever. So to whichever commentator I heard that from, thanks. I say it now.
I think I know where you heard that from, but I'll hold on to that thought because I talked about you want to have your pushes end almost as good as they begin. The push that Remix just had right there, it ended before it even began in a horrible way. And now we're seeing the repercussions of that. 2 clams being thrown right into the basket. Penalty points gone underneath 50 with this second push. And they still have a Mercy Clam they can go back and get if they can find ways to get some splats right here. They are continuing to dog into the basket. A few more, but no, this is a great opportunity yet again for Remix. Just 3 players immediately going down. Omazin doing a good job of coming back and staying alive, so there's at least 1 player there. But there's some resources to work with if Remix can find ways to get splats.
Yeah, they just need to find a way to break in past on this left side, and that's easier said than done, but they do have the Kraken this time. They do have specials. Here comes the Kraken, looking to help them break through. A player has jumped out. Crip Strikes have come out. Wobbly Nuts is down. That's a huge opportunity for him. Clam goes in the basket, but they're 2 down. It's a little bit risky. They don't really have enough. They probably should back off here and just try for 1 more push, to be fully honest.
Yeah, I mean, Neo can throw in some more, or they can open up the door for the power clam to get in. It's not enough. Oh, that would have been lead right there if they got it in. Just jumped a little bit too late, or the power clam, or a bomb. Oh wow, they almost had it.
They did. They still would have needed a couple small clams to get in. But that is brutal for them. I can't blame them for risking that play. It's worth risking. But also, if they had backed off, regrouped, they could have had another chance here rather than getting KO'd.
Oh, I think it was worth it.
That's fair.
Now that well, actually, no, because how that
been a chance for idiots in chat.
I think idiots in chat KO regardless because of how everything they had to do just to get to that point. I don't blame them for trying it. The problem is there was just at least 30 seconds left on the clock afterwards, so it just left up too much of a thing. But I get it. I get the mindset.
I get it.
Let's go all in and try to get it. The problem is, even if they got lead right there, I still think they get KO'd in the end.
Yeah, they would have been too many players down. But we get to see what their counter pick will be for Game 5 here. Always exciting to get to a Game 5.
And it's not going to be Clan Blitz or Splat Zones.
That's true. They have to play TC or Rainmaker. I'm expecting TC because very few people like Rainmaker, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
So Remix and the Idiots in Chat have both lost the FlipSide, but they did take them to a Game 5 each. Yeah. Now these two teams are playing against each other in a Game 5. Is this the most competitive top three teams that we have had in Low Ink history? We'll find out. Maybe Grand Finals might be a curb stomp. You never know. But we, at least for Remix, the good news for them, they do control the final counter pick here.
Now to jump back for a second, you were saying you might remember where I heard the 60 clam thing.
I think it was Sindao. I think Sindao made
that would make sense. I'm sure it's relatively common knowledge. Ghost Gaming superfan back in the day.
Sindao made a video, I believe, just like on Mako Mart, of just like, here's on Clan Blitz, like how teams should be playing Clan Blitz. And I remember one of the things they said was, your opening push, you want to get below 60, which makes sense.
That probably is what stuck in my head forever. Thank you, Sindao, for yet another thing you have done for me as a person in play.
Praise be to Sindao.
Genuinely, where would we run on his site now? Where would we be without him?
Well, we would have a smoother check-in for Battlefy on day 2, but everything else, I will say, this has been way better than I could have expected the first Low Ink on Sindao to be. This is an 80-team tournament. We had more people sign up. Sindao will like take down the numbers of people that drop.
Oh wow, that's kind of fun.
This is a huge tournament on this site, and everyone was talking about, oh, they don't know it's going to crash. How they don't realize this tournament's going to crash. It can't handle that many teams over 2 days. It has. The only issues
tends to be pretty well prepared.
Yes.
Generally.
Now, there's some things we've learned over the course of the weekend of like, okay, this is different than what Battlefy, we weren't expecting that, or like, okay, there's this thing we'd like to see differently next month. But yeah, this has been a great tournament, and it's ending up to be a pretty competitive one here at the end here. Tower Control Ship-Shape Cargo Company.
I mean, they've got blaster players. It is a good blaster map. I would expect to see sloshers come out here, but neither of these teams have sloshers, which is always so interesting to me. Slosher is such a free pick to me right now that whenever teams don't have it, it's surprising.
Remix's tags there, their little splash tags or banners or whatever, were perfectly aligned. I'd love to see that. Maybe always that synergy incredible. Will get them this dub here in Game 5. They beat FlipSide on this map and mode in Game 2 of Winners Finals. They're looking to win Game 5 here against the Idiots in chat.
Yeah, I can also see Decav not doing as well here as it might on some other maps. Still doing well, it's Decav, but maybe not as strong as it might be on some others. We're seeing Neo here trying to hold this right side, having their Gluga player having gone down. Trip strikes at the ready, Cooler out. They're probably going to want to back off here, but not going to be able to before Sun catches up.
This map, first checkpoint doesn't really matter. Can you get across to that second one? Although clearing it at the very beginning is good just to get it out of the way. But right now, the Idiots in chat in a good position. Wobbly Nuts. Oh, go for that second pick right there. You might just blow the doors wide open. I think they had them. Still, they get one pick. They jump back to the tower to help fight that out. Here come the Ink Strikes out at the perfect time, unless they don't. Do they get onto the tower there?
Seems like not quite, but the Booyah Bomb also coming out. Just the pencil left up. This is a switch in position here. We're going to see Remix looking to move forward very quickly and doing it pretty well. They have trip strikes at the ready again, as you do. Trying to get the pencil out, but their two Slayers have gone down again. I think that's one of the things they need to focus on a little more, is their Slayers staying up just that little bit longer. It seems like they're always so staggered.
Getting 25 remaining on tower control in the opening minute on any map is like, oh, hey, we're in a good position to just kind of coast here. This is technically a lead, but really not right here. What's more important is that they're getting the tower here yet again so quickly, and there's not a lot of resources left. Here come the Ink Strikes. They will have a Booyah Bomb ready to go as well, so they might be able to find a way to hold this checkpoint, unless the Glugas get eliminated, and now your pencil's stuck in an awkward 1v1 that ends up being a trade. That checkpoint is going to disappear because Neo won't get there in time. The idiots in chat, it can't be. It can't end like this.
I mean, it definitely can. But we are seeing Remix holding on to it for now. This is a map where KOs can happen. It is definitely a map that favors KOs more than most. If you're Remix right now, you really want to focus on locking down mid and not having your Slayers overextend. As I say that, though, they get away with it by taking out the S-Blast. They have specials online. They have Tri-Strikes coming out. Organic doing an excellent job here of moving forward. But they just don't have a ton to work with. Like, the Booyah Bomb's coming out, but Sun's back in mid pestering them. I don't know, they have the other team pretty staggered now. This could be a good position for them.
The first half was dominated by the idiots in chat. Now it's Remix this time to try to dominate the second half and get a response here. Ink Strikes now being used on the offensive instead of the defensive. Can they find a way to get past this second checkpoint? I'm a Div 5 in a great position with the pencil, uncontested. Organic isn't going to be in a good position to do more damage to guide the tower in, although they're taking bites and hairs as the Kraken, just letting everybody know that they exist, and then they're going to wisely back up and retreat. Checkpoint does fall, but they got a long way to go to get clear of the second one if they want to find their way into Grand Final.
They do. It is definitely feasible, especially if their blaster keeps hitting directs like that. Not going to fuss about that at all. Starlight looking to move forward here. Going to be able to put a lot of pressure out, but does go down to Sun. Sun found blaster there. Going to have Booyah Bomb at the ready. Really useful for keeping their push going, but the Gluga trying to annoy them in the process. Going to have their own Booyah Bomb ready soon. Just their blaster down. They're in it right now. We're seeing Remix in an okay position to try and keep this push at least alive. Maybe not moving forward, but at least alive.
But you can't move the tower. When the tower's right there and everybody's on the left side, you just got to let it come back to you. There's no point dogpiling on top of it. And the idiots in chat punish that mistake. A little bit of out of position from where you want to be with that tower right there. Still, another opportunity, 50 seconds left to go for Remix to try to get back into this one. They've been keeping the tower on the idiots in chat side of the map for the entire second half of the game. The answer is, or the question is it too much of a mountain to overcome? Organic getting a nice splat with the ink wall, and they're firing that Booyah Bomb, trying to clear out this right side where there are a couple players. Two go down. They're getting close to clearing that checkpoint, but I'm a Div 5 is just going to keep poking the tower. More players jumping right on top of it. They don't get across
the Kraken
yet.
almost. The Kraken almost saving that jump, but not going to be enough.
How did they not clear that checkpoint? How does the pencil not get splatted right there?
Yeah. I think they just were too busy trying to focus on all the other Slayers, and they couldn't regroup about the pencil in time. It's not over yet. They have Tri-Strikes coming out. They still have a decent bit of map control, but they need to get I'm a Div 5 out of there. They're Booyah Bombing it, trying to make something happen. Cooler ready, but it's not going to be enough. The Cooler does act as a shield, though, but no, the Gluga needs to get on tower now, not fast enough, and that's idiots in chat going to Grand Finals.
Do the idiots in chat have plot armor?
It feels like they might have plot armor, because that shouldn't have worked like that.
We cannot allow this to happen. This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare. They're going to Grand Finals. They held serve of that checkpoint. The pencil does not die and keeps complete control of everything. The Kraken can't stay on the tower long enough. The idiots in chat...
And the Cooler doesn't block the shots well enough, which is almost more surprising to me.
Yeah, the Cooler perfectly kind of placed onto the tower, as you kind of mentioned there, acting as like a pseudo shield.
Should have been a good shield, to be fully honest. Like, that's an underrated use of cooler that usually will work for you.
Yes, and it's
90% of the time.
at least it wasn't thrown in the tower path and got instantly mowed down. It was on top, but still, credit to idiots in chat. Plot armor, clutchness,
Yeah.
an unyielding desire just to piss me off. Whatever it is that's powering them, they're at least taking home second, if not first, in this tournament. Because they're going to be playing the grand finals.
Seems like their main goal is just to get banned.
No, they're getting pretty close to it.
Yeah, I mean, just one more game and they get banned for sure. One more set. Well, 2 more sets. They have to win twice.
Against the FlipSide team that's patiently been waiting for this, an opportunity for them to win the tournament as well. We're going to take a quick break. I need a breather before we get into this one. So you go use the bathroom, get some popcorn, do whatever you need to do to get ready for this epic grand final set that is coming up next here on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink December 2024. I am Popgun, joined by Nox. Nox, before we begin, I would like to share a poem that was written by an unnamed Low Ink staff member.
Oh.
Christmas is the time of year to spend with loved ones, straight or queer. From IPL staff, far and near, Merry Christmas to you. The earth is a sphere.
All of that's so true.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Christmas is a wonderful time of year. Also, even if you don't celebrate it, at least you get a little time off, usually. And if you don't, you get extra pay on that day.
In theory.
You know, even the dog kennel I worked at paid me extra on that day, even though they only paid me $8.25 an hour.
Now, I got a question. What jackass decided that Christmas was going to be on Wednesday in the year of 2024? I have to go back to work on Thursday.
Oh,
That is not
that's
okay.
repulsive. Yeah.
Especially because I'm going to be out of state. I'm going to wake up in one state, drive back to Indiana, and then go to work.
Oh, that's brutal.
It is. Anyways,
See, I'm taking
what else would
advantage.
be brutal is if the idiots in chat win this tournament. So we need everyone to
true.
channel their power into FlipSide to prevent that from happening. Grand Finals. Hagglefish zones.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing a bucket coming out here for the first time since we probably saw FlipSide, for sure, for the first time since we saw FlipSide last on stream. That is Dreadringer. Reef Slider should be interesting on this zone, can cap it pretty well, especially with that special power-up. And
Yeah,
then
they got-
Pencil, Gal, they're a little low on paint for that carbon, but it should work out okay.
This is the same comp that they were using last time they were on Hagglefish zones. FlipSide has yet to lose a set today, although the idiots in chat did take them to a game 5 in losers semifinals. Right now, the idiots do have control of the zone. They'll get an early lead. It's not going to last for much long, though. In fact, they don't even find a way to get the lead, so what do I
Yeah.
know?
We see that Reef Slider come out from the Dreadringer, doesn't manage to find anyone. They get taken out immediately after. The Carbon is the only one up in mid right now. Gonna pop this Zuka, but gonna probably, gets... Never mind, they're better. I accidentally put a Windows thing over my screen for a second because my mouse was in the wrong place. And the event just changed.
Well, I think that Carbon went to the wrong screen as well and didn't see that suction bomb that they ran right into. There was a splatted player that was like, oh, hey, I killed the Carbon somehow. Nice. And that opens up the door for the idiots in chat to, find their way back into getting control of the lead. They're getting rid of their penalty points. 2 players down from FlipSide, and it's just the Dreadringer trying to re-slide or
nice.
cheese the zone, and it turns out, well, that, you know, there was somebody in chat earlier that was like, oh, re-slider's not initiating special in this mapping mode. It's like, okay. Oh, by the way, if you haven't met Fish yet, you're going to. This player is an absolute monster.
Oh, Fish is somebody I should be keeping an eye out in other tournaments?
Well, you're going to be seeing them a lot right now because they are very good with that Carbon.
That's fair. I did notice that those were some wild shots to hit. I also want to give some credit to that Dreadringer's previous Reef Slider. Not this most recent one, but the previous one. For also going into the bubble and purposely taking out the bubble. That's always huge. Respect this Pencil trying to hold that down. Not going to quite work, but does get 2 jumps in, which could keep them alive in the zone for now, and does.
I'm a diff 5 ran out of ink.
Oh,
They were gonna paint the zone, but they ran out of ink, so they had to go back to the wall to recharge. But hey, there you go. The zone does flip into the idiots in chat's favor. Big lead though for FlipSide as we cross the halfway mark.
and another Reef Slider at the ready, so the zone can flip at any time. But luckily, they're going to be able to use it for something a bit more aggressive. Always nice to see. Carbon has been taken out. Omazen doing a great job getting paint down. And I think we might see the Reef Slider come out soon, if I had to guess.
Oh, you know what? I'm just... Well, there it goes. I'm about to say,
Yeah.
I wonder if they could just Reef Slider cheese their way to victory.
I mean, they
course of the next 2
probably
minutes.
could at this point, to be honest. If they didn't have special power-up Reef Slider, I would have a different opinion. But with special power-up Reef Slider on this map, if they just wanted to play retake entirely off of Reef Slide in zone, don't let them get in our spawn, they probably could.
And the counter to that is usually, well, let's just splat them before they get the opportunity to use it. But you got to get past this insane Carbon player.
Yeah.
You got a Gal that you have to clear as well. Although they do get the splat right there. Although that is the zone that is in the favor of FlipSide right now. The Gal being the last one alive.
Yeah.
I saw on Blue Sky, JX Vito was excited that commentators pronounced their name correctly. There's no way that is a word that can actually be pronounced. I'm just going to refer to them as Vito.
Yeah, I agree. Look, if you put too many consonants next to each other, commentators will eventually give up, is the real answer. We will look at that and go, where is the thing I can find pronounceable within that? Thank you, have a great day.
Well, FlipSide
Or we'll call you
give
your
up
weapon.
right here because they are about to lose control of the lead. Here comes Wobbly Nuts. We haven't been using their name much recently, but they get a complete flank, take out the backdoor pencil, and now the lead's in favor of the idiots in chat. Here comes a Booyah Bomb right on top of where that re-sliding Dreadnought would be. It does go back into the favor of FlipSide to keep this one going at least a little bit longer, but a huge lead switch into the idiots in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. And really great gameplay here from Sun. Sun, not a player we've highlighted a ton, but has been putting in so much work on that blaster, playing cleanup often for the decab on their team.
And now if you're the idiots, you got Soda in, so you can overextend a little bit right here. You can put the pressure on, but you don't want to just open up the door. You want to just make sure you find a way to close this out against FlipSide, who is going to be building up that reef slider very soon, but they're not going to be able to just rush in with it alone. They need some help. Ooh. There comes Fish, getting a nice flat on the right side. There's the reef slider, so the zone will be in the favor of FlipSide going into overtime. I don't think they realize there's a deadly toothbrush sharking around, though, that might just get a triple out of nowhere.
And now going for the flank, going to be able to pull off a lot here, looking to take out the pencil, but the Dreadringer trying to do something about it, not going to be able to. They need to also keep paint on the zone. Reef Slider not able to come out, and that's the game going to idiots in chat. Not what you want to see, Popgun.
Not what anybody wants to see. This is the worst Christmas gift anybody could receive. Is the name Idiot in chat being used as a way to describe somebody who has one low ink. I will give credit to Wobbly Nuts, though. Yes, they had the nice shark right there, but they didn't just go for the easy splats that were right presented to them. Instead, they realized, let me go behind. I got this bubbler ready to go. Let me shark around to go completely behind. Let me make them force their attention on me. I'm going to pop this bubbler so they have to fire at me as well, and they have to come into my dome if they want to fight me. That drew a lot of attention away. Even if they didn't get any splats, that was going to lead to the win for idiots in chat just because they were forced to deal with that player. So nice position there, not being greedy of taking the splats that were right in front of them. Let me make the smart heads-up play this late into the tournament. That's what idiots in chat did to close out the game. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, really great awareness there from the decav. If you like mid-range weapons and haven't messed with decav or slosher much, you should try out either of them, is my honest opinion. Slosher, very easy to pick up, slots into any comp right now, quite honestly. Just a dream of a weapon. And decav, if your teammates can play around it, a beast, as we've been seeing throughout the day today.
Now we're gonna put it into this right now. I need all mods listening to me. We need to ban the phrase #IdiotNation. We are not gonna have that trending in chat.
Why are you banning a Green Day thing? Why would you ban Green Day's fandom?
Idiot Nation? Yeah. Is that the actual name of their fandom?
It is post-American Idiot era. I know a normal amount about Green Day. Don't worry about it. They are not my favorite band that I have seen in concert 5 times.
You literally bring them up every time I have you on Low Ink. You mentioned Green Day.
On a mic.
You mentioned Cake. Like you always have to find ways to name drop.
I've only mentioned Cake once ever, and it happened to be with you. That is coincidence.
Splat Zones Mako Mart. Now
that's a thing I also talk about too much.
Well, we see it a lot. FlipSide is going to be picking this one in game 2. Now, if FlipSide were to lose this set, this best of 5 set, we're still going to play more Splatoon, believe it or not. If FlipSide wins this set, the tournament's over. FlipSide is coming into this grand finals from the winner side. Idiots in chat have already lost once. A 3-2 loss to FlipSide earlier in this tournament. Can FlipSide find a way to bounce back before we get to that point? We can only hope. Here comes the Carbon, which is going to have an absolute fun time on this map. No changes, although they are saying, you know what? That reef slider nonsense y'all were doing, we can do that too.
Yeah, I mean, that reef slider nonsense works very well on this map also. I will say that I would personally rather have Dreadringer doing it on this map, just because buckets are silly here, and Bucket and Carbon together are extra silly. And also, Dreadringer puts out so much paint, which is always a lovely added benefit. As always, we're kind of seeing a fairly neutral opening. The Carbon did get taken out, but they run QR, or at least a lot of swim speed, so, you know, pretty neutral there. Carbon and Dreadringer teamed up there.
Reef slider used by the Dreadringer, kind of crashing it into a stack instead of to the mid right there, but ultimately FlipSide does get control of the zone. There's Sun. There's Fish, mind you. Somebody in chat said play the Doom music. Just mowing them down. In their own ink, mind you.
You know, as Carbon is wont to do, to be honest. We are seeing the 52 gal doing an excellent job of holding this ledge area, but not going to be able to for too long against that blaster. But we see the Dreadringer with the Reef Slider ready to counter Reef Slider. Oh, how silly.
Don't cross the streams, because they'll end up working into the favor of whoever used the Reef Slider last.
Yeah.
Nicely done right there. Although, the zone will go into the favor of idiots in chat. Temporarily.
Temporarily. Definitely not a stronghold, but getting penalty points on the other team is always welcome. It's still very useful, even if you don't get a long hold out of it. We do see Fish try to do something. Doesn't quite work out for him. Just the 52 and pencil up, but the 52 knows exactly where to be. Looking to find another, but gets cleaned up. But the Carbon's back and goes down. Oh, Reef Slider, you're good in so few situations, but when you work, you do function now.
Especially when the Fish of the Carbon jumps over the Reef Slider, gets exploded from the backside of it. I feel like you should be able to splat the player on the Reef Slider before it explodes. I feel like it should be a cancelable special, in my opinion.
Okay, but then does it get splashdown benefit?
Where, like, yes, okay. I'll give you that.
If it gets that, then I'm okay with it.
You can pick the player off of the Dolphin, but the Dolphin still gets to explode. I think that should be a thing.
Or you can pick the player off, but they get to keep pretty much all of it. No consequence. Either of those would be okay with me, but we're seeing the pencil being able to put out a lot of paint pressure now, allowing Fish to get in, causing havoc, just their pencil left up, not a lot of points left on the clock. Seems like we're gonna see FlipSide take this game.
Unless I'm about to say, unless that player specifically does something incredible, which they ultimately got picked off. The Reef Slider not going to be enough, as there's a counter Reef Slider ready to go. GG's. We are going into a game 3 with a set tied 1 apiece. We are not going to see splat zones for a hot minute. It is now banned by both teams.
Yay! Happy to me. And probably only to me. Both of these teams would probably rather keep playing it usually.
Oh, look at the synchronized little waving.
That's so
going
cute.
on there. You don't see that in pickups, do you?
Every once in a while we do. I think it's particularly common with Kyo pickups. But maybe I'm cooking.
You could be.
I could be, but I feel like I've seen it.
We've definitely seen some matching, it's not splash tag, banners, that's what
banners,
we're looking at.
yes.
Remix had some nice banners. I haven't been looking at the banners from FlipSide, but maybe
we can check it out
with that too. Game 3. No, they're not going to pick Turf War. That's not an option.
Well, we're going back to CB Museum, which they did KO on last time.
They did. They were able to kind of take advantages of the mistakes that was made by Remix there. It took them a couple of Clan Blitz games to get the win. Actually, I just now realized they were down to Remix 2-1 and clutched out 2 straight to close out the set. Idiots in chat might actually have some plot armor there. They'll need to win this one, though. They don't want to be going... They want to carry momentum over the course because they got such a long way to go. They don't want to have to dig themselves out of the hole and then win another best of 5 on top of it.
Yeah.
For FlipSide, though, just got to find a way to get the dub right here and put this tournament away before it gets any worse.
Yeah, these players have been playing for long enough that they're definitely getting to the point where fatigue could start being an issue for them. For both sides, I'd argue, because I think waiting for your set is worse than playing in sets, personally. I find it more draining.
So that's been the issue with FlipSide, because they've been waiting. Although they haven't been waiting a long time.
No.
Maybe like an hour, which, I mean, like for some
To me,
Actually, no, I
that would
don't
be
think it-
forever.
I
For
don't
me,
think
that would be an issue.
Well, yeah. It depends on what you do during that hour break that you know that you're going to get.
Yes.
I thought that was a
Slosher.
bathtub, but it's just a regular old side order slosher there.
Yeah.
In
Technically, they're
place-
slightly quieter than the
In
normal
place of
slosher.
what? In place of the reslider. They're
Yeah.
not using the Dread Ringer anymore. Oh, who's this going for this 1v4 right off the bat? It's Vito Corleone, the
Okay.
Godfather, trying to make something happen. Lives to
Okay.
tell the tale, too.
That's a bold move, but it's always great when a bold move works out. Fish trying to move up through a ledge, not going to quite be able to. Gonna make a power clam. Pencil, I'm assuming, gonna take care of that, yeah. Cooler at the ready, allowing these players to potentially get forward momentum, but not going to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, because the Zuka was at the ready, and
Yes.
that's not going to let them do anything other
No.
than back up and take shelter behind the cooler stand. Idiots in chat have been looking for an opportunity to start pushing up 2 players down from the side of FlipSide, whose tag is 1/2, which I guess if you think hard enough about it would mean FlipSide.
I
So maybe
guess.
it's like flipping a coin would be what
Maybe.
they're going with right there.
Oh, I guess they might not be making a Super Paper Mario reference.
I wouldn't know about that. They could be though.
They
Well,
could be. It's a
you know what?
it's a whole place there.
If they win, we'll interview them real quick and be like, "Is this a Super Paper Mario reference?" But they're gonna have to get the win if they want to do
Yes.
that. Because right now the idiots in chat are kind of boxed into their own zone here. This is looking pretty decent for FlipSide. They got a lot
Yeah.
of clams built up. They got control of mid. They're gonna have soda, but they're not gonna have much specials to work with at least for a hot minute. But they don't have to worry about that because the decaf is dead. It's just the blaster and the pencil on the line. Can they find a way to slip through there? No, great defense, but that is a bit of a delayed wipeout. Somehow the V-Shock's already back into action, starting to mow some players down. It's just a bloodbath out of nowhere.
Oh.
And finally, the Slosher player says, stop. Everybody just stop. Let's
We're
just start
done.
over. This is nonsense.
We need to hit reset here. We're essentially at a neutral position 3 minutes into the game. Now going to see an opportunity for a push forward. Vito gets taken out, and the decaf looking to take it forward. Going to be able to, but held off by the strikes momentarily.
This decaf player is just insane. They popped the basket, trading their lives to do this. Now this is the question idiots in chat had last time we were playing Clan Blitz. They usually have been going all in on these pushes right here. They're not going to get anything out of this push, but they're not going to be going anywhere either because they've been getting a lot of splats on top of this. As we see the pencil holding control of mid.
Yeah. Yeah. The pencil is set up there, looking to put in some damage, able to take
Okay.
out Fish. That's an absolutely huge pick. Yeah, my Discord got angry.
Yeah, we got a little choppy there, but now we're back. We're back
Yes.
into the action. We can see what's going on here. And it looks like things have just kind of stalled out in mid. Yet again, FlipSide's having, they had one opportunity to get a push going into the enemy base. It got completely shut down by the idiots in chat. I don't really know what the game plan is for the Slosher there, boxing themselves into a corner now, getting some support from their pencil player.
Yeah.
Is this a...
Oh?
Is this
Are
a
we
flank?
are we being creative?
Oh, we almost were.
Oh.
It just barely got sought out by the pencil. There was a good opportunity to make
There
something
was.
happen there. I wonder if they should have just taken out the pencil when they had the chance.
Probably. I
They were
probably
close.
would have said that. But Fish trying to move forward, but Decaf wins that fight. Vito cleans up the Decaf. Just, this is one of those games where you go, oh yeah, sometimes Splatoon is just neutral for funsies. Omazen looking to try and do something here, but neither team making significant progress, which if you're idiots in chat, is technically in your favor. But if FlipSide gets even one push, they can win this.
A minute left to go, and they are holding on to that power clan, making sure the pencil stays alive, who is no longer alive. Although they did have soda, so really it's not that big of
Yeah.
a penalty. But if you're the idiots in chat, this is where you got to start thinking, do we have enough resources to get value out of this push, knowing we're probably going to lose a few players? Do we just hold control mid? Do we turtle up? This is not a good lead to be turtling up with.
You don't want to turtle this one, but they might need to, is the issue.
I think the main goal you want to have here is let's just hold mid and see what happens. If a door opens up, let's take it. But at the very least, let's make sure they don't get control of mid. And they seem to be
Yeah.
doing a good job of that, boxing in FlipSide. There's 20 seconds left to go. Uh-oh.
Yeah, interesting. What an interesting situation. They find 2 down, but Sun is still up there, able to take out the Slosher. Fish jumping in. Interesting. That's the best way to describe this. Interesting. Fish looking to move forward, going to get taken out there by the decav. That decav player has been putting in so much work for Idiots in Chat. Just the pencil left up. That should be game going to Idiots in Chat. Yeah.
They're going to win the lowest score that you could possibly put up in a Clan Blitz game. I don't think they can get there in time, even though the door's kind of opening up for them.
Seems like
there.
it.
The pencil
Seems like they might have.
Might find a way to jump in. I think that timer's going to run, and this jump's way short regardless.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, one power clam connected with a basket, and that's all that was needed. 20-0 win for the Idiots in Chat. Great defensive play. FlipSide can't say they didn't have their opportunities. They just couldn't slip through because the Idiots in Chat were just so stingy on defense.
They were very stingy on defense. And also, neither team, as much as Idiots in Chat didn't get a lot of push in, they did hold mid ridiculously well. They did not let FlipSide ever truly have control of mid. There was a point where FlipSide had their plat, but I would still argue they didn't really have mid in that moment.
And they didn't make any mistakes. They weren't over-aggressive. They weren't getting greedy. They started to realize in that final minute, okay, what's our win condition here? Is it throwing more clams into that basket? No, we're probably just going to give them complete control of mid. They played it perfectly. They kept them boxed in. They didn't let them break out of their own. They didn't let them break out of their own plat. But they also didn't let's just go back to our spawn, turtle up, and make sure they can't get up in there. No, they played it a perfect end game there, and that's what's got them this 2-1 lead, staring down a bracket reset.
Yeah, which, worst positions to be in if you're FlipSide. You don't love it, but you don't hate it. I'm sure both teams would rather. Well, Idiots in Chat wouldn't rather it just be done, but FlipSide definitely would. Rainmaker Undertow is an interesting pick. I can see it going well for them, but it's not something I would have expected.
They got a huge lead the last time they played this map and mode, and they instantly counterpicked it, and they instantly readied up. They know exactly how they want to play this one. I think they're going to go back to that Dread Ringer, so they can get the Resider kind of leading the way. They can find opportunities to let Fish get into the right spots to kind of just beat up on some people with that baseball bat of a carbon that they have. That's the game plan FlipSide wants to do, to force this one into a game 5 before it goes to a bracket reset.
Yeah.
The Idiots in Chat trying to steal a set early in this grand finals here as we go to Rainmaker and Undertow. The weapons being used here. No, they're not going to the Dreader. They're keeping the trip strikes, and no real changes from the side of the Idiots.
Yeah. Pretty interesting to just see how consistent Idiots in Chat have been with their comp. They really don't make any change other than sometimes changing out which S-Blast they're using, which is always a good time. Carbon taken out early here. Probably not going to be overly consequential. Neither team is really in a position to capitalize off of the Carbon going down. Probably still worth it for the Carbon to take that early attempt. And now we're just kind of seeing an awkward skirmish in mid, as most Splatoon games start with.
The traditional everybody throwing everything across the aisle without being too aggressive in grabbing that Rainmaker, although 2 players do go down from the side of the Idiots in Chat, and FlipSide's going to take an opportunity of this. The Omazin not going to get there in time to save the checkpoint. Can they save them from going across this alleyway, getting a huge lead in the first minute is the question that they're going to have to answer. Everybody coming back in, Bubbler being used right around that corner, and we got another kind of interesting stalemate, although it's going to be on the Idiot side of the map.
Yes. But we're seeing the decav do what we've seen the decav consistently do, of putting out a lot of damage. 1 extra point got on the board there for FlipSide. Not overly beneficial, really, as we're seeing them regroup. Going to be looking to shut down that right side without any players really over there, surprisingly. Good wall there, going to keep the decav from instantly picking off the 52 gal, but not going to be enough to keep them from getting picked off entirely. And we're seeing Wobbly Nuts really rushing forward here, but getting taken out by the pencil. Oma's able to capitalize off of the space the decav created, though.
They're having a lot of difficulties. Every team we've seen has a lot of difficulties locating where the toothbrush is.
Yes.
And dealing with them. It seems like every time we spectate Wobbly Nuts here, they're getting a double, and it's because they're jumping out of the ink at just the perfect time, or not jumping out and being conservative with where they jump out at the kind of perfect time right there. So right now, can they clear this checkpoint though? The answer right now is no.
Interesting.
Where's the Carbon? The Carbon's been doing a pretty good job of just kind of diving onto this one. They're right behind everybody, getting into the shield and getting beat up in the club. That's going to break the checkpoint.
Yeah.
Can they break the tie, though?
Wouldn't take much to. If they get top in any forward momentum, they will. And, oh, I might be wrong. They didn't get any forward momentum yet. Here it goes. Nope, still, there we go. They got it.
They're getting more than just...
Forward.
They're getting a whole lot out of that. 13 remaining. Their push isn't done yet. 2 minutes left to go. Here comes the Booyah Bomb at kind of the perfect spot, but doesn't get the splat on the Sloshers. They're still able to attack that Rainmaker. They saw a win opportunity to get a KO. The Rainmaker is going to reset, but damage done. 13 remaining.
Yeah.
And look how purple the map is going with the Rainmaker returning to mid.
My one complaint with this map is I will never understand why they made the uninkable zone inkable.
Oh, yes.
I have a personal vendetta about it.
It made it wider, too.
Yeah, they made the map drastically worse. Why'd they do that? I don't get it.
The best push option easier.
Which is silly. It was unneeded. I'm mad about it still. I have not played on this map since then out of spite, essentially.
Pushing to the right is a good option if you want to clear the checkpoint quickly. The problem is both teams have already cleared the checkpoint. So if you're FlipSide getting back into this one, you pretty much have to go to the left always. You can't go to the right and get the lead, even if you get a wipeout, because their spawn's going to be right on top of the path that you're going. So that makes defense for the idiots in chat even easier as well. They know they just have to guard their right side of the map, and they're going to be fine. Maybe just watch for a flank coming from the left side, but right now it's not okay. We have to worry about them. No, they have to worry about us. They still cannot find our toothbrush, and they're paying a heavy price for it.
Yeah, it does seem like decaf is a major struggle for these teams. They don't, and I mean, to be fair, it's a newer weapon on the come up. They probably haven't faced it a ton yet. It's been seeing a good bit of use in top level, but usually it takes a while for weapons to start seeing similar levels of use in other levels, because it takes players longer to learn the mechanics of them. But once they have the mechanics and are using those super dominant weapons, it can make a big impact, as we've been seeing from the decaf here.
Well, and it's not just that they haven't seen that weapon a lot. They definitely haven't seen it played at this caliber of level. And a team that is playing around it perfectly. There's a lot of paint that they're putting down there. They're not, like, exposing their own Sharker as well. They're working with them. However, FlipSide, going into overtime, has an opportunity to get something done here. The pencil's being pushed back. The decav is back at spawn. Can they find a way to get some splats here to get that Rainmaker in the right position? They're basically going to have to get 2 wipeouts. Getting one's going to be extremely difficult. Trip Strike's being thrown out. Fish is going to have to lead the way. We haven't been calling Fish's name a lot as of late, and they leave the Rainmaker alone, get splatted. We are going to a bracket reset forced by the idiots in chat.
Popgun, how are you feeling?
There is no God. There can't.
Oh, there isn't?
No deity would allow this to happen.
So true. Absolutely. Yeah. How could they allow the idiots in chat to win? They
Are
still
we going
haven't
to-
yet.
If they win, the term idiots in chat is going to be completely changed forever.
Oh, interesting.
It's now going to be named after the team that won Low Ink. The first ever Low Ink that was played on Sindao.
That does make it rough, because things will continue to be run on Sendo for
has
a
to
long
do something.
time.
Someone has to do something about this.
FlipSide has to step up and be the hero here.
The world needs FlipSide.
Truly,
And
how else could we survive this?
When the world needed them most.
They vanished?
They didn't show up at Rainmaker Undertow, that's for sure. But bracket reset.
Bracket reset.
3 games away. They've now beaten the only team that beat them today.
Yeah.
They lost to them in game 5 earlier. Now they beat them in a game 4. So they've beaten them more times than FlipSide has as far as individual games. They're coming into this one with a lot of momentum. They've won 3 straight. No, make that 4. They just won an additional set. They've won 4 straight sets. FlipSide just took their first L of the entire day. Things are looking suspiciously good for idiots in chat to win this whole tournament.
They are.
Ship shape at Cargo Cove Zones is going to be game 1 here.
Which I could very much see this map working in either team's favor. Definitely seems like a good map for Decav, seems like a good map for Carbon. Which kind of puts these teams at a bit of a stalemate. Because I would argue they are both heavily relying on either their Decav or Carbon to break into the set for them, generally.
Now, if you want to be an idiot in chat too, you can get rid of all your channel points by betting on one of these 2 teams to win. You're not going to hold on to those channel points for anything else.
No, I'm going to keep them forever, actually.
Looks like now... How many channel points you got on the IPL?
Only 26,000.
Only 26,000. Okay. Well, there is 30,000 on the idiots in chat alone. Make that 90. Somebody just dropped 60K on them.
They've been saving up. They've decided this is their time.
If you bet on FlipSide and they win, you are going to get a pretty hefty payout for things that are, if it works out into your favor right now. I think momentum is heavily in idiots in chat's favor, especially with how that set just ended. FlipSide,
it's filled with enough rage to make it happen.
It could be. Maybe that last set was just them shaking off the rust they needed to.
Could be.
But even then, the momentum is the key with tournaments like this. And there's a lot of momentum behind this team that is named after what is supposed to be an insult. And they're just playing so solid right now. They're not making mistakes or like too many mistakes that are being punishable. They're not playing panicked at all. They're playing controlled. They're playing. They're just playing better. They're just good.
They are.
They're just good at the video game.
Good for them. But the Dreadringer is back on the side of FlipSide, going to be having that Reef Slider back at the ready. Seems like they really like it for zones. Doesn't seem like they love it for other modes, is the trend. They managed to take out the S-Blast, the Bazooka coming out, holding FlipSide at bay. Seeing the Reef Slider coming out, getting the decav gone, that is huge for them. Looking to find Omazen, not going to quite be able to, but do get the zone.
Vito going to be trying to guard that right side there. They want to find ways to get their pencil up on that upper left side of the map. That's how you create lockouts from an anchor position there. Both teams are going to be trying that. Obviously, idiots in chat going to have to be jumping back. Look at Vito. Vito Corleone, the Godfather. All the way up there, trying to shark around. Looks like they got exposed a little bit, but coming back to help out the rest of their teammates, all got soda in them. I don't agree with that Booyah Bomb. It didn't do much, but somebody else was doing work as 2 players from FlipSide go down.
Yeah, we are still seeing FlipSide holding on to the neutral of the zone at least, but the decav coming in from behind, doing the work we've seen them do throughout the day today. We see the Reef Slider ready. Might have to be used defensively here, which you don't love to see. Maybe they should have used it, maybe they shouldn't have. There's a debate there, but it definitely might have kept them alive.
I think they were having that debate in their head. I was like, oh, do we have to use it at this angle? Do I go over the ramp? And then ultimately decided, no, I got to bail out of here, and just waited too long to make a decision. So that could be like an example of one team being a little bit more calm and collected and another team feeling a bit panicked going into this stage of the grand final set right there. Nice pencil versus pencil win going into the favor of FlipSide. Sun gets eliminated as well, so it looks like FlipSide will flip the zone back to their side, at least for now. But Fish, if FlipSide wants to win this, Fish is basically going to have to do what Wobbly Nuts has been doing, which is dominate the game from the enemy side of the map.
And it does seem like FlipSide has been having a hard time getting their Carbon in. The Carbon doesn't need a lot of paint, but it does need some support to break into spaces. There is a misconception that you need a lot of paint for your Carbon. You don't. It's nice. They like it. They don't need it. But they do need to get into the middle of everything. And it seems like that's been a struggle for them. They got lead. They're going to lose zone, but they got lead.
They got lead because of a perfectly timed Reef Slide. The Booyah Bomb came and landed on top of that pillow, which means it didn't paint the zone that much. But the Reef Slider came just as the Booyah Bomb was dissipating, splatted, gave it back to control of them, gave lead to FlipSide, and now they got the zone yet again, as it is the idiots in chat that are having a little bit of difficulty pushing up, probably trying to just wait out the Zuka and then respond with their own, with a Bubbler and Booyah Bomb as well, so they should find a way to get something going there. Picking off a Carbon Roller. Booyah Bomb not doing much damage to the zone yet again, but everything else is zone. Oh, but 2 players get eliminated immediately. What happened there?
Why? Fish jumped in. If you stand too close to a roller jumping in, they will hit you, it turns out. Fun fact, the roller is actually one of the best weapons at killing you when they land from jumps. Give them some space. Reef Slider coming out here, looking to fish out Wobbly Nuts. Does manage to, but Wobbly Nuts still makes it out with the trade. 2 players left up for idiots in chat, but one of them has a Zuka, so they're still very threatening. We are seeing Fish popping their own Zuka in Retribution, finding one. Zone should flip back to FlipSide here. Yeah, there it is. And they are going to have a killer whale to move forward with soon, but they probably want a little more online if they want to make this hold something big.
On the Div 5 throwing down the soda for their teams, and that's
Fish
coming in, getting the splat on top of it. Although that is not a trade, that is a win for the idiots in chat, because the Pixel had soda and the Carbon didn't. Yes. So they're going to be right back in the control of things. Idiots in chat have the zone into their favor, but this is the lead that FlipSide can try to work with here. Get that splat, get the Reef Slider ready to go. Gets a nice splat on Omazin. That is Vito, and the zone back into their favor, but they lose the Jelly Ringer on top of it. There's not a lot of penalty points, though, because the idiots in chat have been chipping away slowly at the penalty point total. They might only get one more opportunity to get a push going, though.
But
what
they
is the
just
defense
need
going to
that
be
one
for FlipSide?
push. That's the thing with Splatoon. You only really need one push. Now, how often does that work out? Not often, but you just need the one. FlipSide getting close to getting a few more points on the board here. Sun not going to be able to put out much paint.
That's
FlipSide down below 20 now, and that should be game.
Fish just going in, trying to make something happen. They've been getting trades out of this. They haven't been getting like the doubles we've been seeing from Wobbly Nuts, but they are at least getting trades, and they are at least slowing down the other team. And the rest of the members from FlipSide picking them up there, making sure that there wasn't enough time left on the clock for them to flip the zone back into their favor. So FlipSide responds. The momentum, the wind taken out of the sails of the idiots in chat ship, as they have now found themselves down 1-0 for the first time in this set. They were up one, they won game 1 last time. Now they're down 1-0. In fact, they were losing 2-1 to Remix. They came back from that.
Oh, okay. I will say that it also is so beneficial to win the first game in a counterpick setup, because it means that even if you're just trading your counterpicks back and forth, you get the last counterpick. That can make such a huge difference.
And the good news for FlipSide is that they don't have to make a counterpick, because they have well, no, they went 1-1. They won their first counterpick and then lost their second one.
Yes. So I mean, counterpicking is one of the hardest skills to learn, I would say. I would say a lot of teams never fully get the hang of it, and a lot of players never do.
It usually is a factor in who wins and loses lowing. Like, we've seen some, this makes so much sense because the other team is doing something completely different from you, and this map and mode highlights your strengths while also highlighting their weaknesses. We've also seen some counter picks that are like, you just lost the tournament because you picked that. Why would you do that?
Hey, why'd you pick Mako Zones when the other team has a Slosher and a Carbon? What's that choice?
What did you think was going to happen there?
There's one option there. Hope that helps.
By the way, the streak of a team with only 5 players, or a team with 4 players not winning low ink, is going to continue. Both these teams have at least 5 players on their roster.
It's important to have backup players. It's important to have extra people on your roster so that you can continue to play.
For a 2-day tournament, it's almost required.
Yeah, I'd say for most levels it's required. I would argue at top level players show up consistently.
Well, that's also an advantage of the pickup. You can just pick, hey, who is available for this day? Okay, here's 3 other people. Cool.
Awesome. If you don't show up, we'll cry.
Tower Control at Hagglefish Market is the counter pick that the idiots in chat are using. Don't think they've counterpick this one specifically. A trap teams get into is, oh, we beat this team here, let's counterpick it again next time. Because it's really difficult to beat a team that you're even with. These two teams are even, regardless of who like actually wins.
Oh yeah.
Their skill level is pretty much locked in. Same thing with Remix, at least for today. You know, you might play this tournament tomorrow and get a completely different result, but today these two teams are locked in. So I like the fact that they're doing something at least they haven't shown against FlipSide. Maybe they did in like the semifinals. I don't remember that far back, but Tower Control Hagglefish.
Always a fun one.
As we see the weapons being pulled out here.
Back
No
to
surprises. And no surprises there either.
Yeah.
What you see is what you're going to get.
That's expected at this point in a tournament. I mean, both really good comps for this map, I would say. I personally would rather have a Slosher than a Decav here, but with how well their Decav's been playing, I don't know if that's true. We're seeing Kasumi and Vito looking to that left side, trying to make sure there aren't any fast moves from over there. Cooler coming out, as always, the start of a Splatoon game. Usually pretty stalemate heavy, but it does seem like somebody's trying to move forward on that left side.
Yeah, you have Sun over there with the blaster trying to poke around it. Somehow the pencil on the backside. Oh, it's the who else?
Oh, who else could
Who
it
else?
be?
Of
course it is.
Else than the Fighting Toothbrush Wobbly Nuts initiating things yet again. And Vito's going to get a trade. No, actually that's their own. That's their ally.
Yeah.
Ink Strike, so they're going to survive that, shutting down a push before it even gets started. Surviving these Booyah Bombs yet again as well. But Sun's been really trying to make some action happen on this right side of the map, and that's going to pay off right there in a nice form of a double. Sun burning them.
There is somebody on the flank there. It's the 52. 52 does have a lot of survivability, but it doesn't matter if the blaster hits you. I'm a Div 5 is sitting on the tower. Pencils are going to stare at each other, as is the norm. But really good bubble there coming out from the decav. Should allow them to have kind of a crazy push. This could be next checkpoint falling already as it is.
Yeah, that first checkpoint's really annoying on this map. Other maps, first checkpoint, who cares? But clearing it this early is big. They had an opportunity, and they were trying to capture some of that space on that. It looks like Yagi was able to just kind of control the left side, get some nice splats on top of that, and they open up the door for FlipSide to shut down that push. But still, 38 remaining. What a map like this. This isn't ship shape, mind you. That's a credible score to have.
That's a good push here. I wish that FlipSide had saved their trip strikes a bit longer. Obviously, they were checking to make sure that nobody was there, but there are better ways to do that and hold on to the trip strikes even a bit longer. But Sun's really going off this game, finding another. Just every time Sun is looking at someone right now, they're finding those hits.
If Sun continues to play like this, and Wobbly Nuts just keeps playing the way they have, this tournament's going to be over.
Yeah.
Like, those two are just, in this game in
beasts.
particular, it's almost unbeatable to deal with those two players. And then you can just have the pencil and the shot, get all the paint down that you need, focus the objective, get the Zuka Blast out when necessary. They've got a Sharking Slosher right here, but this is a deadly what is going on with Sun this game? Have we just been not paying attention to Sun this whole tournament?
No, I think
now
Sun found
seeing
their rhythm. I think Sun found their rhythm. I think they've been playing well. I think they are finally, like, in the zone now, though. They found it. They found the zone. They're there now. They're not leaving it. And we're going to be seeing right now FlipSide looking to try and do something. Trip Strike's coming out, able to take out the pencil. That's huge for them. But they don't have anyone set up on that right side to help their pencil out. There is still Omas in there looking to find the pencil. Looks like they might get taken out. They do, and the pencil lives the suction bomb. That is huge. There is an opportunity for a push here.
FlipSide clears that first checkpoint. Mind you, they don't have to get past the second one. They just have to get halfway past it, and they'll have the lead with about a minute left to go. The difficult thing is capturing the space necessary and pushing the enemy team back. Oh, they're so close. They just need a few more points. Nice defense there. Dodging all of the ink strikes is the idiots in chat. Sun playing like it's high noon, peaking at just the right time, helping on the defensive side of things. 1 point lead for the idiots in chat with a minute left to go.
If you're the idiots in chat, you're feeling pretty comfy here. Sure, the numbers are close, but the numbers don't matter if you're pushing. You don't need to get more points on the board necessarily. It would be nice. But especially once you've gotten a few down, you're just worried about keeping the tower moving and on their side. And it seems like they're going to be able to.
A chance to add to the lead here, get a little bit more of a comfort push going into this final 30 seconds. They clear the checkpoint. That is huge for the idiots in chat. Div5 doing a good job of staying alive on the tower. It's easy to do when your pencil with your toothbrush is just eliminating players. And Wobbly Nuts saying, I'm the last one alive. Oh, does get
not
picked
able
off,
to back out.
But still, this is a huge mountain that FlipSide has to overcome. Idiots in chat in a great position. Maybe get a Booyah Bomb from Sun to close this one out. They got a Zuka as well. They got a lot of different ways they can close out this this game.
We do have some specials online from FlipSide here that might allow them to make something happen. But Omazin holding on to that Zuka until the last second. The Decav does get taken out, but the Zuka's gonna play cleanup. And that is idiots in chat taking their counter pick. So now it's gonna be up to FlipSide to make a counter pick they feel at least this confident on, as idiots in chat did for this.
Did I say the momentum was gone? Well,
it's not.
I think that loss just lit a fire within the Sun, the burning blaster. And again, if Sun keeps playing like this tournament's over.
Yes.
Like there's not. We haven't. FlipSide seems to have been a strong team all the way up to this point, but they've struggled to find an answer in the previous set against the Toothbrush. And if they have to deal with the Toothbrush and the Blaster both playing at a peak level, they're just not going to win this tournament straight up. I don't care what their counter picks are going to be. But that could have been I'm really comfortable in tower control Hagglefish. Can we pick that? I'm just going to pop off here. And the flip side can be thinking, okay, where can we do that's not going to be that difficult? Or what can we do to kind of limit that Blaster? They're going to go with Rainmaker at Humpback.
And it seems like one of the teams is also changing out a player, which is even more interesting.
Yagi from FlipSide is out of the lobby. I don't know if they're if they are subbing out or if they are just like oh, I just DC'd from the lobby, let me come back in or whatever. So we'll get an update on that. A potential sub coming in from FlipSide, but right now they don't have a player in the lobby. The counter pick is already out though.
Yes.
They from FlipSide. And
seems like it's this.
Oh, they have 5. They've been using 5 players.
Yeah.
So Yagi was Fish not in that last game?
Fish wasn't in that last game. Fish probably didn't like the TC option for Carbon.
You know what? Maybe that's why.
That's the difference. That's why Sun was able to do so much more.
I don't know why it didn't click in my head.
It didn't for me either, to be fair.
That the Carbon wasn't in there. But yeah, the Carbon was out. The Splattershot. I'm just so used to seeing Splattershot that I'm just like, oh yeah, well every comp has normal. That.
And they still had Zuka, so it was still like, that's the same specials.
So, okay, so that makes that makes that
make more sense.
It makes this counter pick make a lot of sense too.
Yes.
But now it's like, okay, now maybe we can do a better of a job of dealing with that Blaster. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what they're thinking as well. But man, Fish has been playing so great. It's curious.
They must Carbon would be brutal on Haggle. It doesn't fit there.
Oh, you know what? Volty would never use Carbon there either.
Exactly.
Volty would always use just come off
anything else.
Machine.
Yeah. It's not a Carbon map. It is the anti-Carbon map. That might be why it got picked.
Smart pick. I mean, it worked out.
I mean, yeah, getting Fish out of there is a huge deal.
And
luckily,
what's even more incredible is that even though FlipSide lost, they had a player on standby that they could sub it. Like, hey, you come in off the bench and help us try to win this game. They found ways to be really competitive in that. It's got away from them at the end. They almost got lead with about a minute left to go. Mm-hmm. Yagi played great.
Yeah.
So credit to that. That's not an easy thing to do. Just come off the bench in grand finals and be effective for your team.
Yeah, something I always personally really love to see is teams that know when they need to switch a one trick out. Not to bring up the olden days, but that's something Inkeye really did a lot.
Oh my gosh, Inkeye. That is
I was their junior that was always in. That was my job. But we had an infinity player roster, so it was one player that was in all the time, and the rest of them we rotated out based off of map mode. So I always like to see teams do that. I think it can be done very well. Do I think it is often? Debatable. That's a Dynamo.
What
and
in the
an
world is
edit.
going on
They've
here?
cooked. They've cooked here. I still think Pencil's better, but good for them.
Actually, I think we've seen them use this exact comp before. The mini with the bubbler. So that's Sun not using the blaster anymore.
Interesting.
And they still got the soda, but they don't have pencil anymore. So they got Dynamo. Dynamo would be used on this map particular. So this is something FlipSide has done before. This isn't just like a... Or not
Yeah,
FlipSide,
I didn't think it was an
Idiots
out
in
of
Chat
nowhere.
have done before.
I assumed it was an out of nowhere picks. It's just still interesting.
It's still jarring to see. It's
Yes.
out of nowhere from what we've been seeing up to this point. But this is their specific comp exclusively for Rainmaker at Humpback. And
Which-
right now, it's good enough to defend that first checkpoint.
Which, to be fair, if there's a map that justifies its own comp, it is Rainmaker at Humpback. It plays very differently than most other things in Splatoon 3. It plays more like a Splatoon 2 map still, which is interesting, because most maps that carry it over, I wouldn't argue do that. But we're seeing I'm a Div 5 really looking to move forward here, but no, the Reef Slider getting value! Not going to be enough to do a ton, but enough to hold the push off and allow their teammates to set up better. Huge in and of itself. Suction bomb pick there from Ovizen. Always nice to have, not needed necessarily. Fish has that Zuka ready. They're cooler. They're going to be looking to rush forward here, but there's a lot of specials coming out. That Whale putting in a lot of work there. Really interesting situation. I don't think the checkpoint's going to fall, but it might.
It might, because the Idiots in Chats are being very patient. It looked like there was just nowhere for them to go.
Yeah.
But FlipSide tried to collapse on top of them and just got stuck into a bubble that worked out well defensively. Fish coming back into the game. That is a much smaller roller than the Dynamo's facing, but it is much faster and arguably more deadly as Wobbly Nuts jumps right back in there. The checkpoint does fall
Going for the
in
flank.
favor of Idiots in Chat. 2 minutes have gone by, and it looks like
Oh.
the Idiots are going to start... oh, well.
Okay, Fish.
It looked like that was going to be the beginning of the end,
Yeah.
and it might still be, but still.
It's not as deadly as it could have been, though, at least. I'm a Div 5 doing a great job here of knowing how to play patient. This is a map where you can very much so stall. This is kind of a crazy Zuka spot, actually. I hadn't thought about it. Crazy Zuka spot. Really good awareness there from Fish to just stand there and to go, I don't need to be in danger. And 40 is a good push. It's not a crazy push for Humpback especially. This is still anyone's game.
For what was given to them right there, the fact that they were able to add 20 points to their lead in a 1v4 with the Rainmaker is impressive.
But not if you're gonna go wipe
not
out.
too shabby to get a wipeout at the perfect time. The direct point falls. The Rainmaker is going to be picked up, and the lead is going to flip over to the FlipSide team. They're not going to get below 21, but still, that Reef Slider, the best one we've seen outside of Splat
Yes.
Zones all day.
Really great Reef Slider there. Good jump out from Fish. We are seeing Vito take an interesting 1v1 there, but now they have teammates to help them out with that fight, but not going to be enough with the bubble coming out. Interesting. There is a Zuka ready. They should feel pretty comfortable here as long as Fish doesn't overextend. Zuka coming out,
they're just
doesn't
going
find the
for it.
Rainmaker. Oh, okay.
The Rainmaker just went in. They said, nah, we're not
Yeah.
going to wait for this. We're just going to go. And they almost got the lead.
Almost. But luckily Fish hit the Zuka shot for the sake of FlipSide. Interesting. I personally really
fine.
like Humpback Rainmaker. I love the situations it puts teams in. Like
It's-
this. This is a great stall spot. It's a useless push spot, but it's an insane stall spot. I love
also-
seeing plays like that.
It's also exciting to watch, too. Maybe not so much to play. It's probably
It
very
can get
stressful to play
mind-numbing
like
to
this.
play.
But another Reslider coming out. That one's going to miss. And now you're just kind of stuck out of position with the Rainmaker moving away from you. They're going to try to work their way back into mid, but one player does go down. Vito Corleone trying to get a splat on somebody jumping in. They do, but the Rainmaker
Enough.
escapes. Are they going to catch him in time? They do, just barely. Oh, those slippery devils. They're getting so close to the lead.
Please drop it. Please don't try and hold it there. Thank God. My greatest fear in Rainmaker is that players will try and hold it by podium. And I'm glad they didn't, but that's too close to right side to be safe. That's a brutal position. The Carbon's going to be up, but they're not going to have special. They're going to need to shut down the decaf here. Luckily, Vito is able to. They're choosing to rotate and go through the right side push, which is the safer option, but also the slower option. They have a Zuka online. There's a Reslider and almost a Zuka online. They are pretty much out of time. I think this should be FlipSide's game.
It could be. It depends on what the Zuka can do here. One player.
There we go.
Are you kidding me? The snipe from the zip line with two players going down from the side of FlipSide. That shot had to land, or else the lead was going to the idiots in chat. Fish coming off the bench. We missed you. 2-1 FlipSide.
Incredible. Love to see this close of a grand finals, to be honest. Not often we get to see it at any level, so it's always a thrill when we do. And I love getting to see it on Humpback Rainmaker. It is one of my personal favorite map modes. I didn't even get to highlight one of my favorite things there, which is that they had Toxic Mist, because they didn't do the Toxic Mist strat. They could have. They didn't.
If Fish doesn't land that crazy Zuka shot, idiots and chat are up 2-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got the splats necessary, and we're going to watch the replay right here. They were getting the splats right here. This is a great, just great quick response to able to get the lead and dodging some bombs. And they didn't realize that getting to 21 was going to be so critical, because the other team, they got to 22, I think, in a couple of their counter pushes right there. So close. And just, they went for it with the resliders at times. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it just stuck them out of position. But FlipSide just being so stingy. Vito Corleone, the Godfather, got a huge splat on wobbly nuts around the corner that slowed down the idiots in chat just long enough for them to build up things. But man, I know Rainmaker's days are numbered, especially in tournaments outside of Low Ink, but that was exciting. That was so exciting to watch.
I love Rainmaker as a spectator and commentator. I get why players don't love it. I fully get it. But you don't get more exciting moments than commentating Rainmaker. And that is my genuine belief. I think there is nothing more exciting to watch than Rainmaker. Do I think it's the best mode? No. I think it's exciting though.
And the questionable decision, the counter pick coming from the idiots in chat in a must-win situation where they have no choice but to win this or their tournament run is over. They're going to Mahi Resorts. This has to be, there's obviously a Carbon on the other side of the map that's like, thank God, this is where they want to go. I'm thinking they're trying to go with, okay, Wobbly Nuts, take us home here. Take us to a game 5. You can dominate this game, which they've shown they can.
We've seen them dominate this map. This seems like a map that idiots in chat is so comfy with.
Oh, nerve-wracking here. Fish coming out with the Carbon. Ready to get this one rolling. There's the Booyah Bomb. No Dreadringer as you... Oh, wait, no, there is a Dreadringer.
There is. I like seeing that Dreadringer.
So they are going to have the Reslider ready to go. But it just comes down to who's going to have control of zone when the map opens up halfway through.
God, it's so brutal. Good pick, good early pick on the blaster there. You don't care as much if your Carbon goes down. We have the Reef Slider ready, probably being held until they see a cluster of players might be used there. Yeah, they do, but it's not out fast enough. The bubble, the decaf managing to take them out. This set has me flustered. Fish pulling that off?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, Fish.
Fish! We've been waiting for Fish to step up all set long, and they haven't. But riding the momentum off of that, it doesn't get them the zone, but it stops. It stops the idiots in chat in their tracks right there.
Idiots in chat still real comfy right now.
They have control of the zone with it flowing down. No penalty points. Here comes some Zuka shots. Not able to land anything. Sun being caught a little bit out of position, having to jump back here. But now the Carbon's going to start moving in, and this is going to be the first opportunity for FlipSide to create a lockout.
Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild gameplay coming out here from FlipSide. They are playing so much better than they did last set, to be fully honest. They found their rhythm. They found their maps, more importantly.
Well, that, and on the flip side, the idiots in chat have been a little bit more frazzled. The pressure is going to be coming to either one of these teams. Like, somebody's going to crack underneath the pressure. and it comes down to who responds to it a little bit better. Right now, FlipSide has the lead with no penalty points left to slow them down, and they're starting to get a couple of splats. 2v2 situation, but this is the player you want alive in the zone with the bubbler ready to go. Wobbly Nuts firing across with the help of their pencil, trying to cap the zone into their favor. Finally does, and now is in a good position to try to get some splats, but Fish says, nah, this is my map.
Fish knows how to play this map. Fish is thriving here. The pencil did jump out with Cooler, so they're gonna have Cooler ready for this push. But there's also a Reef Slider ready, so if you drop off ledges, you just could run into a Reef Slider. You could run into a Carbon, you could run into a 52 gal. All three things that you desperately don't want to run into. Carbon doing an excellent job ledge sharking here, just being a demon. Does get taken out, but the 52 able to play cleanup for them. Booyah Bomb comes out, not going to be enough to flip the zone. Whale coming out to hold off the push. That the idiots in chat were trying to make happen, and there's a Reef Slider at the ready still.
Oh, this is starting to look like the end of the tournament right now. I don't see a path to victory unless I'm a Div 5 proves they are above that cap, and it looks like the answer is no. Can the Toothbrush get back and make one more hero play? Yes, potentially. They get a double splat. Oh, wow. What?
So they're not out. They're rough.
Just frames. Just frames is keeping the idiots in chat alive. What does it take to eliminate them from this tournament?
You mentioned they have plot armor. We might see it break here, but it's gonna put up a fight. Okay, Fish. Good trade, Fish. Just the Red Ringer left up. Probably should back off there. Doesn't back off in time. FlipSide has a lot of time to play with, but if the idiots in chat have shown that they're really good at setting up, Wobbly Nuts setting up a really good bubbler there to keep them in position and keep that pencil from moving forward. Now they're moving forward, going to be able to take out the pencil unless teammates come and help them out. There they go. Okay.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't know about that. They were going all in when they started using that bubbler early on the snipe area, saying, we got to go in and we got to take the fight to them. That wasn't going to work out. Obviously got punished, and now the zone flipped back in the FlipSide's favor. 1 minute left to go. Can they have another opportunity to flip the zone back? They got a little bit of penalty points to work with here. Fish is off the board, and that is a trade that is going to work out into, it's going to work out into the idiot in chat's favor. Can Vito get another splat on top of it? Does have an opportunity to get a double here. Ultimately works out to a trade.
Not a bad trade, though. I mean, if you're FlipSide, you're happy with this current situation. You don't love it, but you're happy with it. If you're idiots in chat, you're almost scrambling.
Actually, if you're FlipSide, you're in Re-Slider GG mode right now.
That's true. That is true.
And look how much time they have to work with, all those penalty points, and they have to get the KO. And you got your Carbon player alive to slowing them down long enough, getting a nice double, taking care of both of the Slayers on the enemy side of the map. This could be the end of the tournament right here, as that Re-Slider is just a few ticks away from ending it all.
Yeah, not quite positioning around their wall well enough there, so the 52 gal gets it to get taken down. There's the Reef Slider, there's the zone, there's the set.
That's the most anticlimactic into a great tournament, but that's what we were talking about. You had that huge of a lead. All you got to do, build up that Reef Slider, slide in, explode, and that's all she wrote. The idiots in chat put on a hell of a run through this low ink and made it one of the most exciting tournaments we've seen this year.
While. Yeah.
But FlipSide, just too much to overcome in the end.
Really great awareness there out of FlipSide to not overextend while playing that defense. That's hard to do. It is so easy to mess up in that situation, especially if you're the Dreadringer, to just go, but what if I went for one silly little pick? And that silly little pick could have cost them the game, but they didn't go for it.
Oh, wow. What a tournament. What an absolute tournament. I mean, yes, FlipSide's going to win this one. Obviously so. But if you played this again tomorrow,
it could have a completely different result between three different teams.
I mean, they were all right with each other.
Yeah.
A remix included. And the idiots in chat played a lot of Splatoon today. They played a lot of Splatoon. I don't think they had a break at all in this almost 5 hours that they played. A hell of a run for them. And yes, I've been kind of like jokingly rooting against them because they're named after something related to me. But you can't deny that they played absolutely insane.
I would love to see them in some SOSs and see how they do there.
And you know what? I said that counter picks can lose you a tournament like Lowing. It's hard to say. Look, obviously we can look back and say, well, now was a bad pick because they lost, and Fish did make several great plays. I still think it was justifiable in the sense that your decaf player has been your
On
best player all
there.
day long. They were looking great in that last one. It just came down to you got to kill their reslider before it starts moving, and you can't find an opportunity to do that. And
Or you need
by
to
the way,
have a ridiculously strong opening push.
Who just won like 10 million points betting on FlipSide to win the bracket? I can't see the full results. I don't really care.
It seems
Super
like Super
Rin.
Rin? Yeah,
My goodness.
that's fun.
Oh, all right. Let's wrap this up. Let's get
Yeah.
out of here. You guys got to go do Christmas shopping or study for exams or whatever. Knox, where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube and Blue Sky at NoxRaven42. I have a couple interviews with top players up there if you want to check them out.
What's the most recent one you've done?
Brian the drummer.
Oh, are you talking about Salmon Run?
Comp and Salmon Run, both.
Fair enough.
We went a little nostalgic because I'm nostalgic about Brian as a player.
You've been bringing up a lot of nostalgic things on chat today, which is good. The youngsters need to know about the history of the world.
Yeah.
You can find me on this very channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, reviewing everything that you just saw on the Low Ink Recap Podcast. And you can be a part of that as well. You can come on and give your thoughts on everything that happened this past weekend or anything Splatoon related. That's going to be on this channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard EST. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, Hoenn Hero, and Brush, the lovely and talented producer behind the camera all weekend long, Ink Fairer, and all of our staff that took place in this event. We thank you for being patient with us as we move over to a new platform. We hope you had a great time either participating, watching, or talking about this event over the course of the weekend. Have a happy holidays. We will see you in the new year with another edition of Low Ink here on IPL.